The 359th Scituate Town Meeting annual town meeting will come to order. Would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you could remain standing just for one moment, if we could have a moment of silence for our service persons who putting their lives on the line to protect us and our ability to meet and do things like this. Thank you. You may be seated. I've been advised by the town clerk that the warrant has been properly served. I would entertain a motion to dispense with the formal reading of the warrant. It's been moved, seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. As Deputy Moderator, I've nominated Peter Toppin as Assistant Moderator for this meeting and would entertain a motion to appoint him. Move, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Would the Assistant Moderator and the following tellers please stand to be sworn in by the Town Clerk? Christopher Merarkey, Jack Manning, Peter Toppin, who's also standing as the Deputy Moderator, Penny Scott Pipes, Richie Travers, Christina Danielson, Marla Manier, Linda Plowman, Susan Frankel, and White.
Oh, thank you. All tellers, please stand, please, to be sworn in. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to uphold the position of tellers which you've been appointed? Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our state representative, Jim Cantwell, who's seated up in the front left of the hall. Jim, who's that you've got with you? Christopher Cantwell is keeping Jim up to speed and on his toes on this, so thank you. I'd ask the chairman of the advisory committee, Frank Judge, to introduce the board members.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We have Jamie Gilmore, Lincoln Heineman, Mike Westort, Jeff Burns, Mark Sandham, Sean DeLacy, Bob Nelson, and Anthony Antonello.
I'd appreciate a round of applause for all the hard work that they've put in for us. I also asked the chairman of the Board of Selectmen, John Danahy, to introduce the board members and the town administrator.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On the Board of Selectmen, your Board of Selectmen, we have Sean Harris, Anthony Vignani, Martin O'Toole, Maura Curran. Town Administrator, Patricia Bencasey, our Finance Director, Nancy Holt, and at the very end, your Town Council, Jim Toomey. Thank you.
Let's have a hand for the selectmen and the administration team. Would the chairman of the school committee, Michael Long, introduce his board members, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Long. I'm the chairman of the school committee. The other members of the school committee are Janet Taylor, Robin Laverne, Rich Hebert, and Brenda Bowen. Superintendent John McCarthy and Director of Business and Finance Paul Donlan are also here tonight. Thank you.
And finally, I'd ask Chairman of the Capital Planning Committee, Dave Capel, to introduce his board to the meeting.
Good evening. My name is David Capel. We have Chris Harsha, Tony Machini, Jack Cudworth, and Frank Nash, excuse me.
Who just wandered in late.
And Jamie Gilmore as our advisory liaison. Thank you.
We have a round of applause for the Capital Planning Committee. few announcements. First, I'd appreciate a moment of silence for recently deceased town officials and employees. Joey von Eiderstein, who was children's librarian from 1987 to 2011. Elizabeth Meissner of the Historical Commission, and she worked many elections. And Francis Bonanno, who was a secretary at the Scituate schools. If we could have a moment of silence. Thank you. My name is Richard Bowen, and I am the town moderator. The moderator chairs the meetings and decides questions of order. I do not vote on articles. Please be patient. Let me take a couple minutes to explain the rules of the meeting. The town of Scituate has two branches of government: the executive branch, represented here by the selectmen, the school committee, the town administrator, and the legislative branch. You are the legislative branch. Executive branch boards are members who are guests here today and who have made requests for your approval. And the manner of their making the requests is the warrant that will be voted upon tonight. The purpose of this meeting is to allow you, the citizen legislators, to review these executive branch requests, in other words, the warrant articles. You are within your rights as citizen legislators to question members or boards of the executive branch, and then act on the requests as you see fit. This is your meeting. You each have a very important friend in the work that you have tonight, the advisory committee. The advisory committee is your board. The advisory committee is a standing board of town meeting. We meet but a few times a year. Your standing committee, the advisory committee, meets year-round, makes recommendations on articles, acts on reserve fund transfer requests, and they've worked very long and hard to study the requests that are coming before you, and you should pay close attention to the reports of that committee. Like any legislative body, we operate under certain procedural rules. These rules derive from state law, the parliamentary manual town meeting time, the charter, the bylaws, and 359 years of custom. Here's a summary. All non-voters, except for professional consultants who are advising town boards, must sit in the non-voter section, which is up there where Representative Campbell is, and one or two of our reporters as well. Ordinarily, only registered voters may address the meeting. However, I will assume the consent of the meeting to allow non-voters to speak, provided they are duly recognized, and unless there is a timely objection made by a member of this meeting. Persons wishing to address the meeting must, each time they rise to speak, identify themselves to the meeting by name and address. I know sometimes I give some of you a hard time. Oh, what's your name? What's your address? I've done that to people who I've known from my entire 58 years of living here in town meetings. So if I do that to you, I'm not picking on you. I'm doing it because Madam Town Clerk keeps a record of the meeting, and it's important that we know who you are, just even though I know who you are, and even though I suppose Kathy might know who you are. It's just important that we get it in the minutes. If you're an article sponsor, please make your motion before you make the speech. Otherwise, I'll rule you out of order. After making a motion, an article sponsor will be allowed up to 10 minutes for a presentation. Sponsors of resolutions will be allowed 5 minutes. Sponsors need not use the full allotment of time. If you feel that you need more time, just say, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to request more time. And what I'll do is I'll put that request to the meeting, put it to a vote. And if people want to give the speaker more time, that person will be given more time. If the meeting votes against the request, then that's it. All motions must be seconded, and no motion is in order until it has a second. Town meeting members are encouraged to speak from the center microphone. I always try to recognize people in the order that they arrive at the microphones, but it can be a little difficult when there are 3 different microphones to follow, and sometimes there's a tie, and usually the tie goes to the lady. So use the center mic if you can. Only after being recognized by the moderator may a member address the meeting. Shouting out from the floor or speaking without recognition shows disrespect to your fellow town meeting members and will not be allowed. Speakers from the floor are allowed 5 minutes on the first round of discussion on an article and 3 minutes on the second round. A speaker from the floor who wishes to address the meeting for a second time on an article must wait until persons who have not yet spoken have had their turn. I know sometimes in the heat of the moment that a sponsor really wishes to engage in a debate with someone who's speaking from the floor, a town meeting isn't really set up for person-to-person debates. Under our bylaws, we have to cycle through the whole round of speakers before someone can speak for a second time. So if I'm not allowing you the opportunity to have a point-to-point debate with someone, well, we could amend the bylaws. But until we do, we will cycle through before people speak for a second time. Speakers, please confine your remarks to the motion that is on the floor. Please address only matters of general interest. Do not indulge in personal discussion or in any way attack the motives of a meeting member. You may ask questions of any town official through the moderator. Those officials may choose to respond or not respond, or respond in a manner that you don't like. This isn't a court where the moderator can compel discovery, compel answers. The answer is the answer, and you decide what you want to do with the answer that you get. Should you tire of debate, you may offer the motion, I move the question. This is one of the most popular motions at town meeting, so please remember, if you intend to move the question, make that, after you give your name and address, the first words that you say. You can't make a speech and then say, I move the question, because you're trying to have it both ways that way. So if you want to move the question, just say, Mr. Moderator, I move the question. A point of order relates only to questions of procedure and is not a mechanism for reviving an article or prolonging debate. There's no such thing as a point of information, and a question about an article should only be raised during the debate on the article. On voice votes, I listen to hear whether the motion passes or fails. If you question my call or my hearing, please rise. If 7 or more voters rise, I will ask for a teller-counted vote. The tellers will count only those in the bleachers or floor sections. People standing away from the seating will not be counted. Section 20,150G of the bylaws allows the moderator to declare a 2/3 vote. If the moderator's declaration is immediately questioned by 7 or more voters, we will take a count. The acoustics in this room are bad. Anyone having trouble hearing, they come right up to the front. We've got a number of empty seats. Please silence your cell phones. Then do we have any resolutions? Any honorary resolutions? No? Okay. Any special reports? I know Ms. Finney wanted to say something about the library, the upcoming arrangements, so this might be a good time for her to come up and just tell us what's going on with the library and where we'll be able to find our books. Go ahead, Jess.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to let everybody know that on June 5th, the library that's at 85 Branch Street will be closing for the renovation and expansion project. We'll be moving to the Scituate Harbor Community Building. We're taking about a week to move, so we'll be reopening on June 15th. You can check our website for details about how that will affect materials and due dates. We really look forward to seeing you guys there on June 15th. Please stop by and say goodbye to the library as you know it before June 5th. We have lots of exciting plans. We hope to be back in the library by Labor Day of 2016. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the information, Jess. Okay, we have an annual town meeting and a special town meeting. I will now accept a motion to adjourn the annual town meeting until the conclusion of the special town meeting. It's been moved, seconded, discussion. There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted. This annual town meeting is in recess and the special town meeting is convened. The rules that I read and the notices all still apply. So let's get right down to business. Article 1, on the motion, Chairman Danny.
Good evening. Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer from the Highway Department expenses the sum of $160 for the purpose of paying an unpaid bill from fiscal year 2014 from vendor Our Outhouses, that's from the highway expenses, to the unpaid bills account of 001.422.0999.5200, the amount $160, and the reason late receipt.
It's been moved and seconded. John, by our outhouses, do you mean our outhouses, or is this someone else's outhouses? And dare I ask what the money was owed for?
They're porta potties that were at the Seaside Playground, ladies and gentlemen. The receipt came in late. That's what they are.
No, not yet. Thank you, John. From the Advisory Committee, Chairman Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article is $160 for an unpaid fiscal year 14 bill for the DPW. As Mr. Danahy mentioned, it's for a porta potty at the Seaside Playground. The Advisory Committee recommends unanimous approval of this motion.
All right, discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, approval of a bill of prior years requires 9/10 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Article 2, Chairman Denny.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer the sum of $1,150,000 from the stabilization fund to accounts 001.426 and 001.427 to reimburse town departments to cover costs associated with historic blizzards and storms this past winter.
It's been moved, seconded, discussion.
It is no surprise to anyone that we've experienced an unprecedented and record-breaking weather events and impacts the past 3 months. The Board of Selectmen declared 2 separate town of emergencies and voted to deficit spend with the Department of Revenue approval up to $1.15 million. The long-term costs of these storms are yet to be known for a few more several months. However, we do know that we are already incurred significant costs in the removal, contractor, trucking, and cleaning of debris, flood mitigation, overtime, shelter, and equipment costs. No existing appropriation exists in the current, the former budget, that is, so these are unanticipated costs. This is why the town needs to obtain permission from the Department of Revenue. We've asked it, and so now we are asking you folks to authorize it so that we can pay these expenses. Thank you.
From the Advisory Committee, Chairman Frank Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chairman Denny, he mentioned the Board of Selectmen declared 2 separate state emergencies and voted to deficit spend with the Department of Revenue approval up to $1,150,000. Significant costs were incurred with these storms, and the Advisory Committee recommends unanimous approval of this motion.
Discussion from the floor. The distinguished gentleman to my right.
Gordon Price, 48 Manlock Road. Mr. Moderator, through you, are any of these funds going to be used for road repair?
Oh, please say yes, John.
So what we have here is we have Oceanside's seawall repair, we have damages to the pier, the Harbor Masters building, the Marina Lights, Oceanside Drive seawall repair, Glades Road repair, Central Avenue repair, street signs and guardrails repair, armor stone replacement, a sewer pump station cleanouts, and some memorial benches that were destroyed. So the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Just in the interest of full disclosure, I had a blowout yesterday on Old Oaken Bucket Road. There's a crater about this big and about that deep, so if we can shovel some of that money into it, I'd appreciate it. Further discussion from the floor. There being none, this is being funded by a transfer of funds from stabilization, which requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Article 3.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer from free cash the sum of $400,000 for the purpose of fully funding extraordinary fiscal year 2015 costs for snow removal.
It's been moved, seconded by Mr. Vignani. Discussion, John.
This article also addresses the costs from the storms from 2014 and 2015. It is separate from the last article that we had because Article 2 dealt with the costs of the debris and the removal. This deals with the snow. And so the town may vote to deficit spend for snow and ice removal with a vote of the Board of Selectmen, which we did. This is the only operating budget account that may occur in a deficit by a vote of the Board of Selectmen. We received about 104 inches over 8 feet this past winter. And our snow budget for FY15 was $484,000. And as you can see, we needed much more money to be able to clear all the snow that we received from January through March. And so we opted to deficit spend the sum of $400,000. We're asking authorization to pay for that. And so that's what the vote is tonight.
From the Advisory Committee, Mr. Heineman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory Committee unanimously recommended approval of this article, and I would just add a little kudo to the Director of the DPW in that one of the reasons that the amount for snow removal was less this year was because he thought ahead and bought a lot of road salt earlier last year when it was cheaper. So, I think it's a good indication of how some town employees are looking out for us.
Discussion from the floor. Gentleman at the center mic.
Chuck Kropp, 80 Seaview Avenue. I was wondering that the FEMA issue, there's supposed to be some money available both for the article we just passed, but also for, I think, some of the snow removal for the storm that hit. What happens if that money does come in? Obviously, it's not here yet, but there's some indications that there might be something coming in regarding that.
Chief Murphy.
Yes, sir. There will be some money coming in. They're waiting. What they did is they took the Juno storm and they wrapped it all into the 4 snowstorms after. So it's one big storm. The governor put in a recommendation, a request, about 2 weeks ago. We're waiting here. Hopefully by this week, we'll hear if they approve it or not. But that will probably take a couple of years to get the money back. So this takes time. We're actually still working on money from Sandy right now to try to expedite that. So it does take time.
Would that money go back into the stabilization fund if it's not needed?
The general fund. Go ahead, John.
Chuck, the actual money will go into the general fund, and then we'll bring it to town meeting to put it into stabilization once we get the money reimbursed from FEMA.
Thank you.
Lady at the center mic.
Hi, I'm Catherine LaHodge, 31 Stockbridge. I have exactly the same question, but regarding state monies available. We used to have a MEMA, do we still?
Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, we do. Everything goes through MEMA first, and then it goes to FEMA. They work, they coordinate together. We go through the state, and they actually get the money from the feds. The feds bring the money back to the state, and they disperse to us.
So I can assume that's already been done.
It's in the works.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion. There being no one else at the mic, this requires a majority vote for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 4 on the motion, Chairman Danny.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town transfer the sum of $125,312 for the purpose of fully funding fiscal year 2015 town and school budgets as follows. From the DPW highway expense to the library purchase of services 001.610.0520 in the amount of $13,000. From the assessor's revaluation number 15 from April 2011 annual town meeting to the library purchase of services 001.610.0520 in the amount of $2,312. From unemployment to the fire department overtime 001.220.0510, $40,000. From non-contributory pensions to the school department expenses 001.300 in the amount of $20,000. And finally, from contributory insurance to the school department expense 001.300 in the amount of $50,000.
Moved, seconded by Mr. Harris. Discussion, Chairman Danny.
Again, thank you, folks. As put forth in your advisory booklet, this is some accounting that we needed to pay in the library expense of about $15,312. Because of the construction of the library is taking a little bit longer, there was additional compensation needed to be paid because of the vacating of the buildings taking a little bit longer, so we needed to compensate for that. With respect to the fire, there are overtime issues with respect to about $40,000. We've hired 3 personnel now to fill some vacancies that should address the overtime issue. And with respect to the school budget, it's about $70,000 because of special education, some unforeseen costs that have incurred. So therefore, we've taken sums of money that are excesses and are applying it to the areas that need to be compensated.
From the Advisory Committee, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think Chairman Dennehy pretty nicely covered this. It's essentially 3 line items that are being covered in this $125,312. $15,000 and change for library expenses, due in large part to an increase in electricity rates this year, and the fact that the library is being vacated a bit later, as we just learned, June 5th. The fire overtime came largely from a result of vacancies in command positions. When Deputy Chief Murphy became Chief Murphy, that created vacancies for both Deputy Chief, Captain, and Lieutenant positions. Those require extra training and time, and those positions were covered at an overtime rate, resulting in the $40,000 overage. Finally, the school budget special education line item of $70,000 for extraordinary costs above expectation for the current school year. That's it. Advisory unanimously supports this 9-0. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous.
Thank you.
Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer from available funds in the Sewer Enterprise Fund retained earnings the sum of $397,000 for the purpose of funding extraordinary fiscal year 2015 wastewater treatment department costs as follows. The budget line, wastewater personnel expenses, $50,000. Wastewater electricity, $250,000. Wastewater equipment and parts, $97,000. The sum total is $397,000.
It's been moved, seconded by Mr. Vignani. Discussion, Chairman.
This is another transfer that also had an appropriation at the fall town meeting. The sewer department has had a threefold challenge this year. Number one, a vacancy in the position of the sewer superintendent that has yet to be filled because it's a difficult position given the licenses and the credentials needed for the superintendent. Two, major equipment issues requiring substantial repairs and upgrade, including replacement and repair of 2 pumps at Sand Hills Pump Station, including replacing the calibrator at the plant. And number 3, an increase in the electrical rates mid-year. These funds would be transferred from available funds in the sewer retained earnings. After we take it out of that earnings, of the sewer retained earnings, the remaining amount after the transfer would be $465,422.
From the Advisory Board, Bob Nelson. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Selectman Dennehy laid out, there were a number of unanticipated challenges in the sewer department this past winter. Again, among them, the challenges of filling the superintendent position with temporary help, the unanticipated failure of a number of pumps in the Sand Hills Station, and lastly, a 21% increase in electricity rates, which created some financial strain on the department. As mentioned, the sewer retained earnings would have a balance of $465,422 following the transfer. The advisory committee voted unanimously and recommends approval of this motion.
Gentleman at the center mic.
Richard Eckhouse, 12 Meeting House Lane, Unit 103. My question is actually for all Articles 4, 5, and 6, but I'll take it on this one. With the increase in electricity rates, since the town is 100% sufficient in producing electricity for the town, I don't understand why then we aren't getting more money for the electricity we produce to offset the increase in the electricity rate.
Our Finance Director, Nancy, is that proper?
Sorry, I did that with a little bit less grace than I would have liked to have done. We generate 100% of our own electricity, but we still have to pay market rate for our electricity. So we were affected by the increase in the rates, just like any other residential ratepayer.
But doesn't the electricity we generate sell back to the electric company, wouldn't that increase too if they're charging more and they pay us more for what we give them?
We have a set contract amount, and that goes back into the wind turbine revolving fund.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any other discussion? There being none, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared a majority vote.
Thank you.
Article 6.
Mr.
Chairman
Moderator, I move the town transfer from available funds in the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings the sum of $174,000 for the purpose of fully funding fiscal year 2015 Water Department costs as follows. The budget line, water assessment, $50,000, water electricity, $124,000, the sum total, $174,000.
It's moved, seconded by Selectman Harris. Discussion.
Similarly, we have expected some unanticipated increases in water department operation as a result of substantial mid-year electricity rate increases, just like the sewer. And this one is a little disappointing. An 18% water rate increase from the town of Marshfield, whom we purchase water from to service Hummerock. They charge us the commercial rate. They don't charge us a residential rate. So they increased their rate. It costs us more for Hummerock. This transfer will fully fund operations through June 30th, and the funds will be transferred from available funds in the water retained earnings. After the transfer, the final number left in the water retained earnings would be $532,000.
From the Advisory Committee, Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As Mr. Dennehy so aptly put it, this is a similar issue with the Water Department as was previously in the Article 5. Basically, a electric cost increase and a water increase. The Advisory Committee voted unanimously to support this article.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 7, Chairman Dennehy.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer from available funds in the sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $175,093 for the purpose of paying down the balance of the loan associated with sewer enterprise debt service.
It's been moved, it's seconded. Discussion, Chairman Dennehy.
This is a portion of the Musquashkett Pond Sewer Extension Project for which the borrowing authorization was rescinded at the November 2014 special town meeting, but was subsequently considered ineligible for funding through the state revolving fund. Accordingly, since it was not accepted by the state to be paid for, we need to pay for it. And so we're paying it through the sewer enterprise retained earnings. Thank you.
From the Advisory Board, Mr. Westor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Basically, as Mr. Dennehy said, we closed out the debt in November, but then we come to find out we actually needed to pay this. So we transferred money from the enterprise fund. The Advisory Committee voted 9-0 in approval of this article.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 8.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town establish a sewer capital stabilization fund pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, in the Sewer Enterprise Fund for the purpose of apportioning sewer betterments over the life of the financing for specific sewer betterment projects and to transfer from sewer retained earnings the sum of $350,000.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Chairman Dennehy.
So the $350,000 that we just talked about, we're going to move it into a capital enterprise fund.
that will be designated solely for sewer improvements. When a phase of our sewer master plan is completed, betterments are assessed to all the new users on that phase, if you will, those streets. The town fronts the cost for construction, and then when completed, all the costs are tabulated. The betterment is then determined and applied. Homeowners have the option at that time of paying the betterment in a lump sum or paying it over a period of years. Typically, it's 20 years. The town wants to take a portion of those payments from those people who decide to pay it in one lump sum and put it into this account, because what it does is it helps from an accounting standpoint of amortizing the cost of that betterment for that 20-year period. So by establishing this stabilization fund specifically for sewer improvements, it will enable us to do just so. Thank you.
From the Advisory Board, Mr. Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Mr. Danahy mentioned, this is a article here before you to create this new fund. The town has, in the past, set up similar mechanisms where we set up stabilization funds. I'm sure you've heard us in the past speak of these. It's a fine mechanism for aligning the payments for the betterments and the paying of the debt. It's fair, appropriate, and would prevent any shortfalls or swings in payments and payment of debt. So the advisory committee voted unanimously in favor of this article, recommends approval of the motion. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, approval of appropriations into a stabilization fund require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous.
Thank you.
Article 9, Chairman Danny.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town establish a water capital stabilization fund pursuant to Massachusetts law, General Chapter 40, Section 5B, in the Water Enterprise Fund for the purpose of allocating funds for capital and/or debt service in the Water Department by apportioning a percentage of water charges received for said purposes.
Moved, seconded by Mr. Harris. Discussion, Chairman Danny.
Similar to the previous article, the town would like to establish a capital stabilization fund for the Water Department to apportion a percentage of the water charges received for the new water system to be allocated to the long-term debt service. This article creates the fund, and a sum would be allocated into the new fund once an amount has been determined. Thank you.
From the Advisory Board, Mr. DeLacy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As Mr. Denny said pretty well, I think this is fairly straightforward. The town's looking to establish a capital stabilization fund, which basically sets aside money either for unforeseen needs or capital projects. And for this instance, the Water Department would be doing that for future projects. The Advisory Committee recommended unanimously the approval of this motion. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, the creation of a stabilization fund, but with no appropriation, requires only a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Article 10, Chairman Danny.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer from the Energy Rebate Program with funds received from National Grid the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of painting and sealing windows in school buildings.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Chairman Danny.
This is the second article that utilizes a portion of the funds the town has received from National Grid for energy efficiency capital improvements performed throughout town buildings through the ESCO project. Last fall, we apportioned funds from this account to purchase 2 hybrid vehicles. You might see them, they're small ones, the white ones have the town plates on it, but they're electric, which is a great thing. These funds will address a backlog of much-needed painting to paint and seal windows in Jenkins and some of the other schools. This is one of the methods that we're maintaining our buildings on a going forward basis. Thank you.
From the Advisory Board, Mr. Anthony Antonello. Nope, you have it, Frank? But I wanted to hear from Anthony. No, go ahead, Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Chairman Dennehy mentioned, this is the second part of an ESCO project to address much-needed painting in the Jenkins School. The Advisory Committee recommends unanimous approval of the motion.
All right. Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. I will accept a motion to dissolve the special town meeting and to adjourn thank you. I'll accept a motion to dissolve the special town meeting and to recommence the annual town meeting. It's been moved, seconded. Discussion none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed. The special town meeting is dissolved and we return to the annual town meeting. Now, we have some State of the Union speeches, and Chairman Dennehy was going to address the meeting, then Chairman Judge, and then Mr. Superintendent, had you wanted to say a few words as well? Okay, then we'll hear from the Superintendent. Chairman Dennehy.
Thank you. Folks, I'll be brief. First and foremost, Mr. Moderator, I just wanted to at least acknowledge one individual. I'll take 5 minutes. I'll make sure I won't go any further than that. The individual I'd like to recognize is the person who's here setting up, the person who's here at the end of these meetings, both the special and your annual, who cleans up, picks up, puts the chairs down and around. I've seen him here on numerous occasions, late at night when we've been here till 12 or sometimes thereafter. And I just want to say, I want to thank George Sullivan. The gentleman over here, please stand.
That was so kind of you, sir. Thank you all. Thank you again.
George, like many other town employees, do an awful lot that people don't realize or recognize, and then some of us do see them behind the scenes. And it's not just here, it could be at ball games or other things, or during the town, during your storms. You know, yesterday is a really kind of, for those of you who may have gone downtown, recognize that it defines a lot of what happened the past 3 months, and many of us are going to carry it over for the next probably few months until it gets super hot, like maybe tonight. But I mean, we celebrated St. Patrick's Day in April, of all things. St. Patrick's Day Parade is what I'm talking about for those of you who are looking at it. The reason is obviously because we've had 3 months of one heck of a long winter. And, you know, that doesn't necessarily define this year. This year started out in June for me and my board. In midsummer, we ended up having one of our members having to resign due to personal reasons, Rick Murray. In the interim, we ended up setting up a special election in October, actually in November, during the general, and we were very fortunate, and I think this town's very fortunate, to have Maura Curran coming on as our select woman. In addition to that, this town has seen an awful lot with respect to building. In the past 18 months, you've got a new library that's going into the ground very shortly, and the town decided to have a public safety building built that's going to be commenced this year, as well as a new middle school that's going to be built in front of this high school. As far as the town's financial position becomes even stronger in FY15 as it is this year, we've increased our reserves. We've maintained our bond rating of AA+, and we've made significant improvements to the town's infrastructure. We're now borrowing money at a nominal interest rate, and if we're able to increase our bond rating, which we're trying to do, to AAA, it'll even be that much more beneficial for the town and for the future generation if it decides to borrow money. One of the things that certainly continues to confront the town is its OPEB, or what's called Other Post-Employment Benefits Liability, that is still out there. Seawalls, which is an article tonight, continuing to fund constant capital improvements, like a Council on Aging, as well as other buildings in town.
One thing that's been very fortunate from our standpoint, we were able to include Wi-Fi into the harbor, among many things. We continue to make, significant improvements in foreshore protection, of which we'll address later on in this meeting. We've hired a new Board of Health director. We have a new town engineer. We have a new fire chief. We have an assistant to the Board of Selectmen, 2 lieutenants to your fire department, or police department rather, 3 firefighters, 3 police officers, as well as a new coastal resource officer. In addition to this, we've had economic development. We've increased the EDC's budget by $10,000 because they've taken a look at different things in the community for proposed business development, one of which did not come to this meeting this year, but it's a 40R dealing with dense housing, primarily in the Greenbush area, which they're taking a look at in conjunction with the planning board. As far as building goes, we're looking at a lot more building, and I'm not saying that for the article that's coming up later on with the proposal with the land swap, but in general, we're looking at potentially over 600 homes and or apartments that are going to be built in the near future, which brings in more revenue to the town, but also causes more costs and expenses to the town. Right now, with the enterprise funds, many of you understand the roads are pretty deplorable with respect to where we dug up all the water lines last year. Don't expect those roads to get much better because we're going to continue the next phase, which is another $7 million improvement. However, the roads that were dug up last year will be improved this year. So all we're going to be doing is shifting the roads, probably not having the greatest roads for the next phase, but within 4 years, all the roads will be repaved and they'll be flat again. The benefit, we will not have any more brown water. In addition to that, we've been looking at expanding the sewer into the next phase. It's a discussion the board will be taking up this coming year to try to determine what the next phase should be. With respect to other issues that are confronting the town, we are looking at them in a forward approach. We've created the capitalization plan, a 5-year plan, to cue in things that are getting retired or things that are getting old that need improvement. So this budget that we're looking at, I want to at least comment on and say that the town's operating and capital budgets, the 2 budgets, the capital as well as our own operating budget, are the culmination of months of work by the town staff, by individuals on various boards who have volunteered to take a look at it. And I believe the result is the most, the budget is the most important document for you folks to take a look at. It is our past and present and what we will need and hope for in the future. With respect to the articles that are going forward, I think most people here are probably here for the 2 articles that are later in the, or possibly 3 later in the evening. But in the meantime, I ask you to take a look at the budget. If you have any questions, the Board of Selectmen are here, as well as the town department heads. We'll be happy to answer anybody's question regarding it. I thank you for your attention, and I hope that we can convene this meeting, hopefully in a timely manner. Thank you.
Chairman of the Advisory Board, Frank Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for attending tonight. The town had 10 articles for special town meeting and has 19 articles for the annual town meeting. A number of the annual town meeting articles are frequent annual items, but there are also a few other items, such as Article 11, which proposes to allocate $293,019 for 11 CPC projects. It's also a land swap article, 2 zoning articles, as well as a petition to allocate $2 million for seawall funding, to name a few. The town of Scituate is strong financially due to a conservative fiscal plan in addition to new growth. Building and development continues to rise, which has helped increase those respective revenue projections. The town's bond rating remains at a AA+, which would indicate to investors a bond issued by the town would be a good, safe investment. The town was hit hard by a number of winter storms. The DPW made a wise decision during the past summer to stockpile a large quantity of rock salt, which it got at a very favorable rate. The DPW subsequently worked very hard, as it did many other contractors, which are hired to help clean up after the storms. That cleanup comes with a cost, and therefore require the town to deficit spend and use cash from the stabilization fund in order to recover from those storms. The Capital Planning Committee used sound judgment in culling the list of initial capital items requested from all departments to a short list, which are before you tonight. A number of investments need to be made in the town in order to have the necessary tools and infrastructure in place to support the town and its residents. I'm sure it was not an easy decision to forego some items, but given the desire to maintain a reasonable amount of debt and preserve the town from being over-leveraged, the Capital Planning Committee opted to not pursue some of those items. In an effort to provide information about the boards and committees we have in our community, the town is holding an open house at the Scituate Harbor Community Building next Tuesday, the 21st, from 6 to 8 p.m. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information about each town board and committee, answer questions, and encourage folks to submit an application for serving. The town hall offices often get frequent inquiries about volunteering, and this is a chance to have all those opportunities in one appointment for you to partake in. Thank you again for participating in tonight's town meeting.
Superintendent John McCarthy.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to begin because I haven't had an opportunity to speak to you since the January 10th vote approving the new middle school. But I just want to take this moment to say thank you to the citizens of Scituate. I know not every one of you probably supported that building. The investment that you are making in education for generations to come is greatly appreciated. I just want to say that we are moving forward with developing the construction documents, getting ready for a fall bid, going out to bid. We'll be having some updated meetings to provide you with some progress updates. Those will probably be starting sometime in May. Those will be public meetings, and again, give you an opportunity to get a status report on the progress of the school building project. As far as our budget tonight, unlike the last 2 years when our budget was relatively simple, this one has been more challenging. As you heard earlier in the year, earlier in the evening, we had some significant increases in our out-of-district special education tuitions and transportation costs. Those were unanticipated, and it forced us this year to manage it in two ways. One, to basically have a budget freeze, and two, to be able to try to use our circuit breaker reserves, which is money that we get from the state for out-of-district special education costs, to manage through this year. I can say that we did that successfully. I also want to thank you for moving $70,000 earlier at the special town meeting, acknowledging these challenges we've had and helping us with those costs. But the problem going forward is now we're incurring those FY15 costs in the FY16 budget. So this made a very challenging budget year. Another challenge that we faced this year in the budget is that we have an aging bus fleet. If any of you have noticed our buses parked outside here, many of those date back to 2001. Those buses were purchased by the town, we've maintained them well, they've served us well, but many of those buses, besides being 15 years old, also are about have about 200,000 miles on them. And so in order to provide reliable, safe transportation for our students, we are going to be leasing buses for the next school year. We need additional 10 buses to lease. Now, leasing is much more cost-effective to the town than buying buses. You spend a lot less in maintenance costs, and the investment is less. You don't have to make that large capital purchase every year. A new school bus costs about $90,000 a year. So that really saves money for the town over the long run. We also are going to continue to still use our own bus drivers to provide the transportation. So it's the Scituate Public Schools employees providing that transportation in brand new leased school buses. So that's one challenge we've had. Another challenge facing us this year is some of the unknown costs at this time relating to revenue we know of. We rely on state and federal grants. And of course, the state budget is a little late this year in developing because the governor, being new, had a later date to be able to submit his budget. So we also have to wait to see how some of these state and federal revenues will play out. For example, The governor has proposed in his FY16 budget the elimination of the full-day kindergarten grant. Scituate in this past year received $73,000 in this full-day kindergarten grant. So if that's eliminated, and that's a cost to our budget. So we still don't know where the state budget is going to come in terms of some of these grants, as well as entitlements, circuit breaker, etc. So there's a lot of costs that are unknown at this time. The final piece we're not sure of is where this is a collective bargaining year for us, meaning we are currently bargaining with all 6 of our employee unions. So cost of living adjustments are not settled yet. Okay, so the budget again is still in flux as we go through that process. As a result of all of those challenges, what we did with the school committee and through our public hearings is we proposed a menu of possible reductions. Those reductions totaled almost $600,000. Now, we will not have to make most of those reductions, but we had to propose them because we didn't know all of our costs at the time. So there is a menu out there of possible reductions. Again, those have been fully vetted by the school committee. No cuts have been made at this time, but we have to have planning for those in the event that they have to occur come May. The amount we're requesting tonight is $34,253,852. This includes a one-time allocation of $225,000 to offset the cost of leasing buses. The $225,000 comes from approved capital expense that we've moved from the capital budget into operating this year. The total percentage increase from FY15 is 4.4%. That's about the exact same amount it was last year. So the increase really hasn't changed. We're maintaining the quality of our program with the same amount of money. The increase allows us to maintain the excellent quality that is the Scituate Public Schools. Class size has remained low compared to many of the communities in our area. We have some of the lowest elementary class sizes. We've made a strong commitment to that, and in this budget, we continue to maintain low class sizes. We continue to invest in professional development and classroom materials that will help advance our students. And with the support of the citizens of Scituate, the budget will allow us to continue to implement our 5-year strategic plan that will take a very good school system forward to an even stronger position in the local region and at the state. We thank you for your support of this budget.
Thank you, Superintendent, and Chairman Danahy, and Chairman Judge. Okay, we come to Article 1 of the annual town meeting, compensation of elected officials. On the motion, Chairman Danahy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town establish the salaries and compensation of all elected town officials as follows for a sum of $74,316 as follows. Selectmen, chairman and legitimate expenses, $1,500. Selectmen, the members and legitimate expenses, $2,000. That's 4 at $500. Assessors, chairman and legitimate expenses, $1,200. Assessors, members and legitimate expenses, that's $800. That's 2 at $400 each. And finally, town clerk, personal services, $68,816.
It's been moved, seconded. Discussion, Chairman Danahy.
Folks, this is a routine article. There are no changes. There is a step increase in cost of living provided for the town clerk. Thank you.
From the Advisory Board, Chairman Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chairman Danahy mentioned this is an annual warrant article required to pay our elected officials. It requires no significant change from FY15. The Advisory Committee recommends unanimous approval of this motion.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 2.
Again, thank you. Mr. Moderator,
I move the town reauthorize the revolving accounts pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2, as printed in the warrant, and to further close any balance in the Planning Board revolving fund reauthorized above that exceeds $10,000 at the end of the fiscal year to the general fund.
All right. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Vignani. Discussion.
Folks, these are revolving funds for the various funds that are listed in your advisory report. A revolving fund happens to be a town-authorized use of funds by separate accounting and receipts received from that particular service or program, and this money can be used or expended by that in particular department or use to provide for those services without having to obtain appropriation. And so what we're doing here is these revolving funds are required to be, one, reauthorized each year, and two, they limit, as indicated, they're limited to a maximum amount that they spend. And that's usually a housekeeping item that we do every year. Thank you.
From the advisory board, Mr. Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As Mr. Dennehy was mentioning, this is an annual article. You can see the list of items there before you. The act for the state is very specific as to the source of the funds, the purpose of these funds, who is authorized to approve the payment of these expenditures, and the maximum amounts. The advisory committee voted 9-0 in favor of approval of the article, recommends approval of the motion. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. There being none, passage of this motion requires majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous.
Thank you.
Article 3, Selectman Curran.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate and borrow or transfer from available funds in the Treasury in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Sections 7 and 8, and any other enabling authority, the following sums of money totaling $2,479,549 for the purpose of funding the costs of the fiscal year 2016 capital improvement plan, submitted in accordance with Section 6-6 of the Scituate Home Rule Charter as follows.
Sure.
I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $15,000 for the purpose of fully funding the acquisition and installation of security cameras in the Harbor Masters area.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Well, you know, forgive me, Maura. I'm jumping ahead of myself. You know what I'm going to do, I think, is I'll get the reports from advisory, from capital. Then I will ask for holds on each of the 19 items. We'll see which ones people are interested in talking about, and then maybe at that point, then I'll ask if you could read the individual motions.
Okay, so you just want me to give my little summary first?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Okay.
And my apologies, I threw Maura a curveball.
That's okay, I'm used to it. We just have a few different types of ways we need to vote on these motions, that's all. So this year's capital plan before you is part of a 5-year rolling plan, is much more conservative than we've seen in previous years. Our conservative approach this year is with respect to recent overrides to further manage our debt service and limit additional borrowing that could be burdensome on the taxpayer. There were initially approximately $10 million worth of projects brought before us by the department heads and the town administrator. Upon further review, a final list based upon an annual standard set of criteria that includes things like what is the overall fiscal impact of the project? Do we need to complete a purchase to be in compliance with state or federal mandates? What is the impact on our service to the public? Is there an urgency for maintenance? And where does the department prioritize the proposed need? As a result, you will find a plan of $2,479,549. The plan is financed through a combination of funds from our free cash account totaling $755,000, retained earnings totaling $517,000, and $825,000 to be borrowed to address sewer pump station upgrades and dredging to be paid down from the appropriate retained earnings accounts. And then an additional $280,000 from taxation and transfers from our capital stabilization fund. Also notable in the plan is a transfer of funds to address future capital needs with the request to transfer funds to our capital stabilization account to save for known future needs. Those items are in your advisory books J through M. The board would like to thank the Capital Planning Committee, which is an independent committee appointed by the moderator, for evaluating the plan before you, and the Board of Selectmen approved the motions before you tonight.
Don't run off.
I won't.
We'll need you soon.
I will stay put.
Thanks, Maura. From the advisory board, Jamie Gilmore. Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. This Capital Planning Committee works very hard all through fall to review all of these requests. If you look at the entire 5-year rolling plan, the requests actually total somewhere over $70 million, and then they're looked at on a per annual basis. The rating system as to how these come up to priority is an established system used by many of the towns and cities in the state, and it's done on a point system. That whole process is even staggering to me in my mind. Mrs. Curran appropriately denoted where all the funds are coming from, most notably no borrowing, no general fund borrowing this year, which I think is excellent. Do you want to know what our votes were, Mr. Moderator, yet, or no?
Sure.
Okay, the advisory committee did vote. We recommended the article for approval. When you get into this list of A through S, everybody voted in favor of all items submitted except item A and item Q. Item A, 7-2 in favor, dissenting votes saw this as a possible invasion of privacy. And then item Q, 2-7 opposed, dissenting votes saw this as a large expense of which the town would not see enough benefit.
Thank you, Jamie. Chairman of the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. Dave Capel. Come on up, Dave.
Good evening, everybody. Capital Planning Committee met with all the chair heads, and over the past 6 months, went from $70 million in requests down to $2.479 million. Again, we're not going into the capital markets to finance any of this. This is all from retained earnings and from the general accounts. So we voted unanimously to support all the articles, or all the A through S.
All right. What we'll do at this point, I think, is we have 19 different items. We have multiple funding sources, and we have 2 different quantums of vote that apply. So what I've done is I've divided them up on a piece of paper up here into the majorities and the 2/3. The reason may be apparent later when we go through it, but for your purposes, what we'll do right now is I'll go through A through S. If you'd like to have more discussion on any particular item, kindly just say hold. We'll hold that matter. Anything that is not held, at that point, we'll bring to a vote. At that point, I'll ask Mrs. Curran to read the appropriate motions, and we'll just vote the motions that she's read, and then we'll go back and discuss the items that are held. So, does anyone have any questions on that procedure? Oh, thank heavens. I'm not sure I could explain it the same way twice. Okay, so take a look, have your list in front of you. If you want to talk about any item more, please say hold. A. B. C. D. Hold on D. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, hold on, N, O, I'm sorry, was it a cough or a hold? A cough, okay. So O, P, Q, holds on Q, R, hold on R, and S, hold on S. So let me read back the ones that are being held. A, D, H, no, pardon me, not H. A, D, N, Q, R, and S. Is everybody all set with that? Okay. So, what I'm going to ask Ms. Curran to do, or Mrs. Curran, pardon me, is to read the motions for the first group, the majority ones, which were C, D, E, F, G, I, O, P, and R was held. So if you could read those motions out to us, I'll take a second on them, and then we'll vote them.
Mr. Moderator, just for clarification,
Yes, ma'am.
I had that D was a hold.
Oh, you're quite right.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you for the correction.
Nope, no worries. A, I move to transfer from free cash, oh, that's a hold. Sorry, started off wrong. C, I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $29,773 for the purpose of purchasing a 10,000-gallon diesel fuel tank for the Department of Public Works Grounds Division.
It's been moved and seconded. Just keep going, Ms. Curran. We're going to stack these motions and then vote them all.
Okay. E, I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of replacing the outside stairs at Jakin School.
Okay, moved and seconded.
F, I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $200,000 for roadway improvements on Scituate public ways and streets.
Moved and seconded.
G, I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $85,000 for fully funding the expansion of Cudworth Cemetery.
Moved and seconded.
I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $60,000 for the purpose of replacing a one-ton dump truck for the Department of Public Works Highway Division.
Moved and seconded.
O, I move to transfer from retained earnings in the Waterways Enterprise Fund the sum of $45,000 for replacement of the HVAC system in the Scituate Harbor Master's office.
Moved and seconded.
I move to transfer from water retained earnings the sum of $85,000 to maintain the town's water meter replacement program.
Moved and seconded. That concludes all of the motions that were not held that require a majority vote. They've been moved and seconded. Discussion was waived by the absence of a hold. All those in favor of the motions offered by Mrs. Curran signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Now, let's move to the two-thirds, and then Ms. Curran, I think you've got the list there.
B, I move to transfer from the Capital Stabilization Fund the sum of $147,335 and from Article 15, Investment Grade Audit of the November 8, 2010 Special Town Meeting, the sum of $52,665 for the purpose of foreshore protection measures along the Scituate coastline.
Moved and seconded.
H, I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $65,637 from Article 31, Monitor of the April 11th, 2011 annual town meeting warrant, the sum of $76. From Article 4B, defibrillator, of the April 9, 2012 annual town meeting warrant, the sum of $106. From Article 3D, rescue pumper, of the April 11th, 2011 annual town meeting warrant, the sum of $169. And from Article 3E, ambulance, from the April 11th, 2011 annual town meeting warrant, the sum of $12. For the purpose of purchasing the first phase of new turnout gear for the Scituate Fire Department.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you know how you get a lawyer to tell the truth? Give him a defibrillator. You're not laughing, John. All right, I'm here all night. Go ahead.
J, I move to transfer from free cash to the Capital Stabilization Fund the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of allocating funds toward the estimated $285,000 cost of a new ambulance for the Scituate Fire Department. K, I move to transfer from free cash to the Capital Stabilization Fund the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of allocating funds toward the estimated $400,000 cost of future replacement of the turf field at Scituate High School.
Moved and seconded.
L, I move to transfer from free cash to the Capital Stabilization Fund the sum of $75,000 for the purpose of allocating funds toward future renovations at Hummerock Fire Station Number 3.
Moved and seconded.
M, I move to raise and appropriate the sum of $163,776 to the Capital Stabilization Fund to offset future debt.
Moved and seconded. That's it. All right, those are all items that require a 2/3 vote. Discussion has been waived by lack of a hold on those items. All those in favor of the motions as read by Mrs. Curran signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declare a unanimous vote. And by the way, I wasn't picking on Mr. Danahy. I'm a lawyer too, so say what you want about me. Right, so the first item that was held was A, and I'm going to ask my deputy moderator if he would be willing to take the podium because I wish to speak to this article.
It's always interesting to be put in this position. So the reason I am here is because the moderator is electing to speak on this, and that's why he has asked me to come forward. So would you go ahead and present the discussion, please?
I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $15,000 for the purpose of fully funding the acquisition and installation of security cameras in the Harbor Masters area.
Advisory Committee?
This one, ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you, we had 2 dissenting votes due to a concern of privacy. The actual item was moved in favor and supported by the Advisory Committee.
And Ms. Curran, I took that out of order. I'm sorry. You want to you want to present the argument for it, please? Would you state you're stating the security cameras in the harbor area?
The board recommends approval of this motion.
The Advisory Committee has spoken.
Capital Planning also supported this. This is for security cams in the harbor area to watch over. There's been some vandalism down there, and there's also been some, people backing into each other. So we'll be able to see what happens.
Okay, the gentleman at the right mic.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Richard P. Bowen, 28 Stockbridge Road. Members of the meeting, I don't usually address you outside of my role as moderator because I keep my opinions to myself. But from time to time a matter arises where I feel compelled to at least let you know what I'm thinking on something to the extent that it matters to anyone. We live in a society that is based on personal freedom. Yet we live in a society where our personal freedoms and liberty have become increasingly eroded by the penetration of technology into our daily lives. It's a fact of the matter that the laws of our country have not kept pace with the development of technology. So each day, our cell phones can be invaded without warrant, without a proper judicially awarded warrant. We are spied upon by cameras. Each item of our daily lives becomes a matter of surveillance by people who do not have the authority, at least under what I would call the intended beliefs of our founding fathers. We have authorities who are not given the proper judicial authority to surveil our lives in the manner that is being done so right now. I will say that I hadn't planned to give a speech on this, but I just do feel so strongly about it. Keeping in mind the 5-minute limit that I've applied so ruthlessly so often myself, I'll just add a few more comments. Do we really want every aspect of our lives surveilled? You know, if that's what you want, that's fine. Here's an opportunity to express a vote for it. But if you are opposed to having your lives subject to constant scrutiny by faceless persons, by cameras, here's an opportunity to say, I don't want to live this way. I don't support this type of approach to government. There's an old joke that goes, when government comes to your door and says, hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help you, you should run and hide. Well, I suggest that this is one of these moments. Do you really need to be spied on by cameras? Now, I suppose the rejoinder is, well, if you're not doing anything inappropriate, what have you got to worry about? Well, I can assure you, I don't spend my time sitting down at Cole Parkway drinking a six-pack or smoking dope or anything else like that. Although I suppose some nights it might seem appealing. Perhaps this is even one of them. But here's a chance for you to say, enough is enough. Enough spying, enough surveillance. I know this isn't a major point in our lives, but here's a chance for you to say something about the way our country is being run. Stop the spying, let law catch up to technology. Please vote against this. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
For the board?
Yeah.
I think it's important, something that I did not point out in the motion, that this is the second phase of a 2-year installment of security cameras down in the Harbor Masters area. Last year, town meeting approved $25,000 investment in these security cameras, and this $15,000 investment is the second part of that. The board feels strongly that it's our obligation to protect the public safety and assets of our town that are not, we have a wide geography to cover, and our public safety officers have recommended this to give them some assistance, and we're fully in support of this request.
Thank you. I'm going to make a little unusual request because we're talking about the Harbor Masters area of the harbor. And I haven't been at a hearing, and I haven't heard what the Harbor Master thinks about this. So I'm wondering, Mike, would you be interested in saying anything to the meeting?
I support this 100%. There's millions of dollars in marinas down the harbor and unattended boats. We've had numerous problems. I just moved to pass that. Please go.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Curran.
Mr. Moderator, may we have the Chief of Police speak on behalf of this motion?
I'm sorry, I repeat the question?
Chief of Police?
Yes, okay, yes. Chief, would you come forward, please? Thank you.
This says, and I understand and respect the previous comments, this has nothing to do with trying to figure out shopping patterns or what movies you're going to or where you're having dinner. This has everything to do with being able to provide security in a public parking area. In a public parking area, there are no expectations of privacy. You could be watched from a police cruiser, you could be watched from a building, you could be watched from anywhere while you're in that public area. But it's not about that to begin with. This is all about providing security to the town marina, providing security to the shops and the businesses down there. Every year, this year alone, this winter, we had 4 or 5 B&Es down in the harbor area. These surveillance cameras are used all over the country. They were very critical in the bombings in Boston and some of the other incidents that you see day in and day out. That's what this is about, and I support it.
Are we ready for the motion? I see no other speakers. I'm sorry. Yes, lady, please.
Dennis Martin, 90 Turner Road. I'd just like to know, Mr. Moderator, where are these cameras going to be placed? What are the issues that we need to be looking at on a constant basis? And who has access to this? Will it be on the web? Will we be able to get it? Will the people be able to look at this? Will it be viewed on Scituate TV? What happens when it gets to YouTube and other areas like that? Once it gets out into the internet, it's never going to come back. And you can get falsely accused of doing something with just sitting in your car. It really has been no expectation of what's going to happen on the security of this to make sure that everybody's privacy is held. Can you answer those questions, please? Thank you.
Ms. Kern?
Mr. Moderator, we have Bill Sheehan, our IT Technology Director, who's been involved in this project, who can speak to some of the security issues with regards to the video.
Good evening. We started this project with the previous harbor master to protect, at the time it was the millions of dollars in boats down in the area from vandalism, and I believe there was also, at the time, a gun was fired in the harbor into the side of a boat, and they had no post-incident review, so that was the impetus to start this project. The current interim harbor master, in conjunction with the police, will determine the proper location of the cameras.
And what about the access to that? I mean, will we be able to watch that? Will there be a public overview of this information? Will it be shared with everybody else? How long will it be kept for, Mr. Moderator?
There will be no public access to the data unless I believe it's requested. I'm not sure what the law is on that. It's for post-incident review, not active monitoring, and it's not going to be streamed live on the internet or anything of that nature.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
The lady to the mic.
Beverly Westerville, 12 Harborview Road. The money I understand is for the purchase of the cameras. Where does money for maintenance come from?
I'll turn that over to Ms. Kern.
It's actually for the acquisition and installation of the security cameras, and the maintenance, any ongoing maintenance that would be required would have to be absorbed through our operating budget.
Gentleman at the center mic.
Al, Moreland Road. I move the question.
Oh, it's a non-debatable point. So the question is, do we take the vote to move the question? It's been seconded. So all in favor of terminating debate on this subject, please say aye. Aye. And all opposed? No. I believe the debate has been terminated. So now we're ready for the vote. All those in favor of the $15,000 for the security cameras in the harbor area, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. And all opposed? No. This is a 2/3 vote matter.
Isn't it?
Okay, it's a majority vote on this, folks, so we're going to try that again. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed? I'm going to call it as a majority vote. If 7 people want to challenge that, you can stand up, and then we'll do a hand count. I think we're going to a hand count. Now this. Okay, folks, would tellers take their positions, please? Okay, all those in favor, please hold up your pink slips and wait until you're counted. Tellers, are you ready? Right rear bleacher. Oh, Chris. We're holding. Chris is still counting, so. Yep.
29.
No. Yeah, you're not the right rear bleacher. We start there. This is strange. I'm normally a teller. It's very different standing up here than it is sitting over there. Right rear bleacher.
75.
What was the number?
75.
75. Yep. Right front bleacher.
21.
2-1. Right rear floor.
29.
2-9. Right center floor.
26.
2-6. Thank you. Right front floor to include advisory committee. 2-1. Left rear bleacher. Was that 2? 4-2. Left front bleacher.
10.
1-0. Left rear floor.
36.
3-6. Left center floor.
27, 2-7.
2-7. Left front floor and selectmen.
22, 2-2.
22. All those opposing the article, please hold up your pink slips. Tellers, count them up. Tellers ready? Right rear bleacher.
36.
36. Right front bleacher.
9.
09. Right rear floor.
13.
13. Right center floor.
16.
15.
No, 16.
16. There are joys to being deaf in one ear. Right front to include advisory committee. 10. Left rear bleacher.
29.
29. Left front bleacher.
4.
04. Left rear floor.
7.
07. Left center floor.
10.
10. Left front floor to include selectmen.
0.
0. So the majority is 309 yes, the minority is 134 no, so it passes. And Mr. Moderator, can I turn this back over to you?
Thank you, Peter. The next item is D.
Mr. Moderator, I move to transfer from free cash the sum of $75,000 for replacement of the HP ramp and fire escape at the Gates Middle School.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Curran.
This item is for a necessary replacement to be in compliance with the law and to fix much-needed repairs for the handicap ramp and the fire escape at Gates Middle School. Even though we do have a new school that is going to be built in a few years, there are still students in that school for the next coming years, and it's our responsibility to replace them.
From the advisory board, Mr. Gilmore.
Your advisory committee voted unanimously to this. We do have a responsibility to make sure the building is properly accessible as well. If we need to use a fire escape, it has to be one that works. And I think we're still 2 years before the middle school is changed, so we need to help these kids out and make for a safe environment.
From the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. Capel.
Capital Planning also unanimously supported this. There's children going to school there for the next 2 years, and the fire escape is on the gym, so potentially will be used future years.
Lady to my left.
Yes, my name is Patricia Lambert. I live at 14 Alexander Place. You've cleared out my question as to why we needed $75,000 for a building that's going to be torn down or something within 2 years. But thank you for your explanation.
The superintendent wishes to address your question. Superintendent.
Yeah, the question was, why are we spending $75,000 in a building that, we're going to be out of in 2 years and we don't know the future of that building? Right now, this is an immediate safety concern for that building. This has been inspected by the fire department, by the building inspector. The issue here is the fire escapes are starting to separate from the building. They're old, they're corroding. This is an immediate safety issue that needs to be addressed, so that's number one. The issue with the front stairs, again, the railings are coming loose from the front stairs. They need to be repaired, and so both of these are necessary to spend now for safety purposes for students and for the public. And again, as Mr. Capel mentioned, chances are even that gym is going to be used beyond the time that Gates children are occupying that building. So we need to continue to keep that up to code.
Further discussion? There being no one else at the mics, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared a majority vote. So the next item is N.
Mr. Moderator, I move to borrow the sum of $200,000 for river dredging for harbor and river dredging, and to further authorize the treasurer with the approval of the selectmen to borrow said sum.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mrs. Curran.
Yes, these are funds that need to be allocated for future dredging projects in the harbor, as well as to obtain permits to complete the work. The dredging is for the mouth of the South River to the C Street Bridge.
From the advisory board, Mr. Gilmore.
This is a part of ongoing proper maintenance, and the advisory committee voted unanimously for this. We did something similar like this last year as well.
And from the Capital Planning Committee, Chairman Capel.
Capital Planning also unanimously supports this article. It's ongoing maintenance, and before me said.
The lady to my right.
Susan Dayleader, 5 Martha's Lane. I actually just have a point of clarification on this, and can I also ask for clarification because it's related to R and S? The same question, or do I have to wait?
Well, why don't we wait till we get to R and S on those?
Okay, well, in Ms. Curran's explanation, she indicated that part of the funding for this would be $825,000 of borrowings for this whole article, and then the capital planning chairperson indicated that there would be no borrowing. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that are we borrowing or are we not borrowing that for some of this capital? And then the other piece, which I guess relates probably to the dredging, is that also part of the total funding for this would be $280,000 in taxation, and I guess I didn't understand that was going to be part of what we were doing.
Ms. Curran.
Sure. For point of clarification, the no borrowing was no borrowing and being paid from our general fund. This will require borrowing, but to be paid from the retained earnings account, for the waterways retained earnings.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? There being none, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Let's see, what have we got next? Q.
I move to transfer from transfer station retained earnings the sum of $161,971 to transfer $3,500 from Article 4E, Transfer Station Loader of the April 9th, 2012 Annual Town Meeting Warrant, and to transfer $14,529 from Article 5, Transfer Station Backhoe of the November 13th, 2012 Special Town Meeting Warrant for the purchase of a 25-kilowatt natural gas generator for the transfer station.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mrs. Curran.
This request was brought before us from our DPW director in response to public outcry that the transfer station was closed during long storm outages. In response to the public request, he put forth this sum of request of $161,971, which would come out of the transfer station retained earnings to buy a generator in order for it to be operational during long-term outages.
From the advisory board, Mr. Gilmore.
This amount was voted in favor by our board. However, there were 2 members that did not feel that the, I'm sorry, it was 2 to 7 opposed. Dissenting votes saw this as a large expense of which the town would not see enough benefit. I just believe that the thought was that the generator as installed permanently would be probably less effective than perhaps a larger portable generator that could be moved elsewhere.
From the Capital Planning Committee, Chairman Capel.
Capital Planning approved this request. We realize that it's a big expense, but it is, there's multiple pieces. There's a 3-phase system, there's the compactors, and there's also fire suppression that would protect the buildings.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, the funding of this involves the reuse of borrowed funds, which requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Motion fails. Item R. Oh, pardon me, it's S. No, it's, I'm sorry, Maura, it's R. Yes, R. My apologies. The motion failed. We've moved now to the next item held, which is item R.
I move to transfer from sewer retained earnings the sum of $225,000 for the upgrade of the Sand Hills Pump Station.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mrs. Carter.
This amount will come directly out of our sewer retained earnings account. It is for necessary repairs for the Sand Hills Pump Station, which is a pump station that handles our stormwater runoff during storm events, and some necessary upgrade there. And the Board of Selectmen unanimously supported the upgrade of the Sand Hills Pump Station.
From the advisory board, Mr. Gilmore.
The advisory board voted in full favor of this.
From the Capital Planning Committee, Chairman Capel.
Capital Planning also voted in full favor. This is again borrowing from the retained earnings, not going out to the capital markets.
Discussion from the floor. Gentleman to my left.
Scott Greenbaum, 40 Damon Road. I have first a question. I believe that pump station does sewage, not stormwater. Can someone correct that? Because I have noticed that during major storm events, like the one we just had, this couple we had this last winter, there's raw sewage coming out of that pump station. There's toilet paper on the floor, on the roads afterwards, and there got to be 25 to 40 houses that have their lawns covered with this stuff. So I can't see any reason why we don't get this fixed. But can you confirm my question?
To clarify, it is only sewage. It's not, we try to keep the drain water out of it.
So it is sewage, yeah. So there is raw sewage that our houses are being exposed to, and people's dogs and animals who walk through the area, and all of us that walk through the area have to deal with. So I would recommend that we not only fund this, but we try to get it done soon.
Sounds like a sticky situation. Like I said, I'm here all night. Any other discussion on this charming item? There being none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and happily declared unanimous. S. Ms. Carter.
I move to borrow the sum of $625,000 for the purpose of replacement of the Chain Pond Pump Station, and to further authorize the treasurer with the approval of the selectmen to borrow said sum.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mrs. Carter.
Similar to the motion before us, this is also to upgrade the Chain Pond Pump Station for sewage treatment. It is off of Hatherley Road. It will be paid for through borrowing, but the borrowing will be paid back from the sewer retained earnings account.
From the advisory board, Mr. Gilmore.
This we understood to be a full replacement of this pump station, a big upgrade, and we voted for that in full favor.
Mr. Capel from Capital Planning.
Capital Planning fully supports this article as well.
All right. Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, the use of borrowed funds requires a 2/3 majority for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Article 4, the budget. Mr. Danny.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town raise and appropriate $69,980,064 and transfer from the Gulf Enterprise Fund the sum of $54,314, from Wastewater Enterprise the sum of $193,115, from Water Department Enterprise the sum of $299,580, from the Transfer Station Enterprise, the sum of $146,286. From Waterways Enterprise, the sum of $57,449. From Title V Assessments, the sum of $6,858. From Debt Premium Reserve, the sum of $9,572. From the PEG Assess Cable Grant, the sum of $115,680. From free cash, the sum of $425,000 and $75,000 from the stabilization fund to the general fund. Transfer from the wind turbine revolving fund the sum of $100,000 and from solar array revolving fund the sum of $100,000 to the general fund for debt service for the middle school and public safety complex, and the sum of $53,931 from the Massachusetts School Building Assistance Reserve, totaling $1,637,085 for the purpose of funding personal services and expenses for the town operation as may be necessary for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2015, as follows.
It's been moved and seconded. At this point, let me just ask a question. I have in my notes possible speeches by John, Frank, and John. Superintendent's all set. John, Mr. Chairman, you're all set. Mr. Chairman, you're all set. Okay, so what we'll do at this point is if you turn to your advisory board booklet and turn to page 21, what I will do is I will read the department headings. You know, for example, we start with Board of Selectmen, Town Administrator. I'll call out, line 123. If you want to discuss anything under Department of 123, you would say hold. And likewise, Advisory Committee, line 131, if you want to discuss any of the sub-items there, you'd say hold, and so on. At the conclusion of all the holds, we will vote on all the unheld items, and then we will return to discussion on the held items. Is everybody all set with that? Okay. All right, so here we go on page 21. Line 123, Board of Selectmen, Town Administrator. Line 131, Advisory Committee. Line 135, Accountant. Hold on 135. Line 141, Assessors. Line 145, Treasurer Collector. Line 149, Administration. Line 155, Information Technology. Line 158, Tax Foreclosures. Line 159, Cable Television. Line 161, Town Clerk. Line 171, Conservation. Line 175, Planning Board. Line 176, Zoning Board of Appeals. Line 182, Board of Selectmen, Economic Development. Is that the one with the funding coming out of stabilization? All right, we're going to put a hold on that one. Line 192, Property Liability Insurance. Line 210, police. Did I hear a hold? All right. Hold on 210, police. Line 220, fire. I heard a hold. Line 241, inspections. Line 295, shellfish. Line 300, school committee. Hold. Line 310, South Shore Regional School. Line 400, Public Works. Line 410, facilities. Line 423, snow and ice. Line 424, streetlights and beacons. Line 510, Board of Health. Line 541, Council on Aging. Hold on 541. Line 543, Veterans Agent. Line 549, Commission on Disabilities. Line 610, Library. Line 630, Recreation. Line 650, Beautification. Was there a hold? No, it was a cough. Line 691, Historical Buildings. Line 720, Debt and Interest. Hold. Line 910, Non-Contributory Pensions. Line 911, Plymouth County Retirement. Line 912, Workers' Compensation. Line 913, Unemployment Insurance. Line 914, Contributory Group Insurance. Oh, I want to see who holds this one. 916, Federal Taxes. Remember, you're on TV. Sorry. And I think that's it. So let me just go back and recite the holds. We've held 135 accountant, 182 Board of Selectmen, Economic Development, 210 Police, 220 Fire, 300 School Committee, 541 Council on Aging, and 720 Debt and Interest. So, we all set? Okay. I'll accept a motion to approve all unheld items. It's been moved by Mr. Vignani, seconded by Mr. Harris. There were no holds, so discussion was waived. All those in favor of the unheld items signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. We'll now return to the held items. The first item we'll take up is item 135, accountant. Who rises to speak to that hold? The gentleman to my right.
Alan Greenberg, 122 Old Oaken Bucket Road.
Sir.
I just need clarification of the reason for the increase. I think it's $87,000.
To answer the question, Ms. Holt.
Thank you for your question. The increase is for the addition of one full-time person, a human resource specialist, with a maximum salary of $74,000.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on 135? There being none, I'll accept a motion to approve that item. It's been moved by Mr. Vignani, seconded by Mr. Harris. Discussion. There being no one at the mics, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous.
Thank you.
The next held item was line item 182, Board of Selectmen, Economic Development. Who rises to the hold? Oh, this was the 2/3, that's right. I'm sorry. The reason, yeah, I held it myself. You'd think I would know the answer. This requires a 2/3 vote, whereas the other items in the budget require a simple majority, so we wanted to take that out of sequence. I'll accept a motion to approve line 182. So moved. Moved and seconded. Discussion. There being none, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous vote.
Thank you.
The next item is line 210, police. Who rises to the hold? sir.
Alan Greenberg, same question as before. The reason for the increase, I think it's $123,000. $123,000 increase over last year.
To answer the question, Ms. Holt.
Again, thank you for your question. There is contractual increases. There's a 2% cost of living increase in that budget on the salary lines, and there's also an increase in the capital outlay, to purchase a third cruiser. The cruisers are now more expensive because the old Crown Vics, if anyone doesn't know, if they haven't been caught speeding on the highway, not caught, but on the highway going a little bit faster than normal, they would know that the Crown Vics don't make them anymore, and now they're moving to the Tahoes, the 4x4s. So our cruisers used to be about $29,000, now they're a little over $40,000.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Approval of this item requires a majority vote. Oh, ma'am, were you rising to speak to this item? Okay, my apologies. All those in favor of line 210 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Next item, line 220. Ma'am.
Diane Wells, 117 Gilson Road. Similar question, personnel services under fire has increased by approximately $250,000.
To address the question, the town administrator, Ms. Vinchese.
Good evening. The fire department budget doesn't have any contractual increases because we do not have a contract settled with them. However, those are step and lane changes for new personnel and people getting increases for their longevity and their service during the town. So that's just the natural progression. That's our largest personnel aside from the schools. We have about 50 folks there. So that's just reflecting changes in staff, promotions, and also people getting step increases for longevity.
So it's not new personnel, it's just step increases?
It's all personnel, that line
But
item.
not new personnel?
Excuse me?
It's not adding any new personnel, it's just step increases?
It's bringing the department to the complement that it's had the last few years.
Is there any other discussion on item 220? There being none, approval of 220 requires majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Item 300. I think we had a few holds on that one, so.
Susan Bateman.
She beat you, Steve. Lady to my right.
Day Leader, 5 Martha's Lane. I just have a quick question on the detail, which I really appreciate the detail, actually. I think it's great to have more detail on what's going on with the schools. Just under the second section, purchase of services, there was an other section, and that increased, I guess, to $375,000, and you had indicated that buses were $275, so I'm just not sure if that's where that was.
Yeah, the majority of what you find in other is the bus leases.
Okay. Thank you.
He was there a minute ago. Stephen? All right. Lady to my right.
Laurie Withrow, 62 Ann Vinyl Road. A couple of questions. I just did the math on the increase of elementary in the past 3 years, equaling 1.6 million. And I know that there's a decreased enrollment, so I'm just wondering on 1.6 million, where the high school in Gates is at 9%.
Right, and so the reason for that was twofold. One, because of the reductions that have been made through the recession period, our elementary class sizes had increased significantly. So when you went back 3 years ago, the majority of elementary class sizes, the average was over 25. We're in the 25 to 30 range. So we made a conscious effort to hire elementary teachers to reduce class size. So that's number one reason why you see that increase over that period of time. Whereas during that same period of time, the high school in Gates enrollment remained relatively steady. The high school has gone up slightly, but not a lot. So that's remained relatively steady. The second reason for that is that we began a co-teaching initiative in the Scituate Public Schools. That's to include a special educator with a regular educator in the same classroom. We began that initiative in the elementary schools, so that's why you see an increase there as well. So combined, we made a strong investment in our elementary school staffing. We increased our staffing at the elementary schools, which accounted for that increase. What you will see now going forward is a reduction because we are losing enrollment in elementary schools. Our elementary population is going down. It will continue to go down for the next several years. That's a direct result of the recession. So this budget actually has a reduction of 4 elementary classroom teachers in it already that we've had to reduce. That has strictly to do with enrollment. It doesn't change class size.
Lady to my right. Go ahead, Laurie.
So the 1.3 million in the other category, I think Susan asked, is that?
Yeah, the majority of that includes the bus leases in that 1.3.
That's only 200 for leases.
That's 200. We also included in that line a possible relocation of the buses because during the construction period, the buses will need to relocate out of the middle school, out of the high school parking lot. We will need that parking lot for high school parking, so those buses will relocate. So when we prepared this budget, we had put a placeholder in there of $50,000 in that line. We have been working with the town to try to find a place that was town-owned property, and we're currently in that process. We believe we won't need that $50,000 for that purpose, so we hope, again, that we can recover that. The second place where you see an increase in that line is that we have put a placeholder in there for the relocation of central office. We have to move out of here as well in April. Both recreation and central office has to move, so there's a placeholder of $40,000, and again, we're still getting costs on that, so we don't know exactly where that will be.
So that
makes up a lot of it.
So that's the increase, but what is 1.3?
What's in there?
Yeah, what else is in there? What's the other 900,000?
Again, purchase of services, Paul, what's the major thing that makes up that line? And the 1.3 million purchase of services, we were talking about the increase.
Well, hold on. If we're going to do it, let's do it at the mic. School business manager.
Paul Donlin, school business manager. We have a number of items in there. Our HVAC vendor, we have at $100,000 to fix all the HVAC in all of our 6 schools. We have electrician in there of $12,000. We have $40,000 in there for our rubbish pickup. We have $10,000 for plumbing. There is $10,000 for the 4 elevators and the lifts that we have in each one of our schools that is now done twice a year, the elevators and the lifts. There is, so that it's a myriad of legal costs in there too. We have budgeted $30,000 for that. Norfolk Agricultural School that's a contract service. We have some students that go there, so it's the cost of that tuition to Norfolk Aggie, also the transportation for those students. I could go on and on. Is that enough? It's quite a bit of money in there.
It's just hard to see other $1.3 million and not know what it is, so.
There's an awful lot of iron line.
No, hold on. Let the speaker ask her question, sure, and then don't talk over her because nobody can hear anything. Go ahead.
Okay, just when we see other in the detail, it's hard to know what it is to sign off on a $35 million budget. It's, we like to see a lot of detail, so other is a little bit, there's a lot of things being cut. We've sat through school committee meetings, and to hear that the athletic director position won't be here anymore. It's going to be maybe given to the vice principal. We're losing perhaps a department head, an ECC person, and a speech person, a school psychologist. So you like to see where the money's going. So when you see another category, it just would be nicer to see a little detail there. So I'm still not satisfied in seeing all the detail, even though I've sat through school committee meetings and asked a lot of questions. It's a little bit nerve-wracking that we're approved a $70 million middle school, and we're losing things for our kids, especially at the high school level. And some of those same kids in high school were also the ones that were in school in classroom sizes of 33 kids back in 6th grade. So it's tough that those same kids that were in class sizes of 33 are now losing an athletic director, a school psychologist. So I hope that we will give some emphasis to those higher grades, not just the K through 2.
Lady to my right.
I'm shorter than Laurie. Audrey Melanson, 12 Battles Hill Lane. I have a question that you just spoke to. You mentioned some of those costs in the other column were specifically related to the move, the approval of the middle school. I'm wondering the logic of putting these types of costs in the regular operating budget as opposed to putting them into the vote that we just passed. Why did we exclude those items instead of including them in the full package? Because we've all voted for something that we thought was fully inclusive, and now we're losing other things that were standard and expected in our schools. Thank you.
Good question. What we originally did, the school building committee originally had those relocation costs in the school building project. They were originally there. What happened over a period of time is, again, as the costs continued to rise, we went through a process called value engineering, where the school building committee took a list of items and decided to reduce the overall cost of the school building project. So the building project that came before you was actually less money than what we were looking at earlier last spring. So what happened is we went through a process of what to remove so that wouldn't be in the debt borrowing. One of the things that was removed through the value engineering was relocation expenses. So while I agree with you, it would be nice to have those in there, unfortunately, we took those out. So we're looking for other ways to be able to make this work so the town didn't have to borrow more money.
So we didn't borrow that money, but now we're paying for it in other ways.
Well, again, like I said, we're trying to find ways to make it happen. Originally, there was $50,000 for relocation. That was of buses. That was on a high end. And we've been working with the town, and we're probably going to get that down very close to zero by using town-owned land. So that right there, take that $50,000 off. Again, the $40,000 for relocation expenses, that could still come down as well. That one is unknown at the time because, again, we're still working on some of the plans in terms of where we'll end up. So even though originally $90,000 seemed like a lot, we've been able to pull that down quite a bit, more than a half.
Okay. It's good to hear that it's dropping, but it's still a little concerning. Thank you.
Lady to my right.
Jackie Kalari, Gannett Pasture Lane. I know we've talked about the bus issue specifically in the last couple of school committee meetings. When we see things being cut, like the athletic director, psychologists, all of these, the long list of cuts, department heads, and I saw $50,000 in the budget for parking buses temporarily during this construction. I was not happy. I'm not happy it's still in here. I know you say you're working on it. There's no reason, in my opinion, we can't park our buses on town-owned land for almost a cost of zero, so that has to happen. But where is that money going to go if it comes back? How do we have any knowledge of what what positions are not going to be cut as a result if that 50,000 is still there? I mean, what happens from here?
What happens from here is, again, you vote a budget tonight, that 34 million number you vote tonight, and that's the budget that we have to work within. And as I said earlier, there are a lot of unknown factors going into this, not just the amount it may cost to park buses, which we believe is going to come down very close to zero, but there are other costs other things we don't know. We don't know the status of the full-day kindergarten grant, whether that will be funded or not funded. That still has to go through the legislative process at the State House. We don't know the amount of circuit breaker reimbursement that we're going to get, both in terms of extraordinary relief as well as what the circuit breaker will be for FY16. We don't know those two numbers. And the final number we don't know is we don't know the number of the collective bargaining agreements. All we have built into this budget, just like the fire department has, is a step and level changes. We don't have a cost of living built in. So we still have to go through a process. So to answer your question, when will we know what will be in the budget and what will be funded? Probably it's going to be this late May, probably the second meeting of the school committee in May.
Okay, so is that stuff that's openly discussed at the school committee meetings and up for debate, or is it presented as this is the way it is?
Oh no, there's always public comment on those.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lady to my right.
Hi, Paula Ellsmore, 71 Marion Road. My question is, these things that you're talking about that are not actually in the budget right now are coming in the budget. We could be saying that it's not $34 million, it's $35 million. I mean, do we vote on this, or is this just these things come in and they just get stuck in the budget and we end up paying for them because our taxes go up?
No, the budget you vote tonight, the $34 million budget that you vote tonight does not change. That number is set. What the number has changed is we get over $1 million in grants from the state and the federal government. We don't know the amount of those grants right now, and we won't know those for a while because they still have to go through a legislative process.
Then how do you set a budget and have the budget be $34,000 or $34 million when you don't know what those...
Right. What we do from year to year is we level fund those grants. Okay, so basically we take the grant amount from the previous year, from FY15, we move it forward in FY16. If the grant is level funded, then generally we can get by on what that grant is. If the grant is cut, then what we're going to have to do, because some of those grants pay for personnel. So what we might have to do is we might have to pay for those personnel in our operating budget, which is that $34 million. But the $34 million doesn't change. That number you vote tonight stays the same. It can't go up. And so what will happen is we have to make do with less if we get less in grants. That's how it works.
So then you have to make cuts?
Yes.
Gentleman to my right.
Gordon Price, 48 Manlot Road. As I was reviewing the budget at home this afternoon online, I came across a $500,000 item to move rec over to, I guess, Gates. Is that an accurate figure?
No, that number that you would have talked about was the original $500,000 had to do with the school building project. And so that's what was set aside for relocation expenses over a period of time, over several years, that we would have to be out of here. So that's what that number was. It's not anywhere near that. We're not, again, so that $500,000 is not what we're talking about. That was cut from the school building project budget.
Okay, so that's not in the budget?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There being no further discussion, I'll accept a motion to approve item 300. School committee, you can raise your hands too. Okay, moved, seconded. Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor of item 300, school committee, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared a majority vote. Next item is line 541, Council on Aging.
I'm Gordon Price, 48 Manlot Road. I guess I should mention I happen to be the chairman of the Council on Aging as well. They convinced me that I needed that. I have more comment, if that's okay, Mr. Moderator, than a question. First of all, I hope the town meeting will agree with me. I'd like to thank the Director of the Council on Aging and her staff. They really work extremely hard with limited funds, and they do as much as they can with the resources that they have. So I think this town deserves, the staff and Linda deserve a big thank you from the people in this town. In addition, if you look at 541 and look over to the far right on the last line, you'll notice that all the services that are provided by the Council on Aging amount to 0.44% of the total budget. If you look at the Veterans Agent, it's 0.30%. If you look at Recreation, it's 0.19%. Those three entities, from kind of my figures, probably service somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000 people in this community. And I think for the amount of monies that we devote to those three entities, I think we really get a big bang for our buck. Town meeting and town hall has generally been very supportive of school issues, fire issues, police issues, and rightfully so, and I support those as well. But I look forward to the day, and the COA looks forward to the day, that we'll come before this meeting with a proposal for a long overdue senior center, and we would hope that we would gather the support of both Town Hall and its committees in this meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Price. Is there a motion to approve 541? It's moved, seconded, requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Next item is 720, debt and interest. Who rises on that one? Gentleman to my left.
Bernie Westerveld, 12 Harborview Road.
Sir.
Can somebody explain to me, I assume it's got something to do with the new middle school, the jump in debt payments, 2015 versus 2016?
Ms. Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, you're exactly right. The jump in the debt service budget from approximately 2.7 million to 8.5 million is due to the debt exclusions. Even though they're debt exclusions and they're outside the Proposition 2.5 levy, we still have to appropriate them at town meeting. The new debt exclusions account for approximately $6.1 million in new debt service.
How long are we going to pay that extra money?
The Board of Selectmen has not yet voted the actual term for the bond. The bond is going to be issued prior to June 30th. When we discussed all of our financial disclosures, we were looking at a 25-year issue.
25 times $6 million is?
Sorry, I thought you asked me the maturity term.
Yes. If you say 25 years, I'm doing a little math in my head. 25 years, $6 million is $150 million for a $73 million school?
Yes. The Wonderful World of Interest is part of that, but also it's declining, so it will get smaller every year. The principal will remain basically the same, but the interest will decline as we pay down the principal.
Thank you.
So it doesn't work like a mortgage. It's not steady the whole way across. Okay, and just in case, I'm going to clarify for you, it is for the middle school, the public library, and for the public safety building.
Lady to my right.
Hi, Megan. Susan Daly, 5 Martha's Lane. That was my question too. Is there any way to have footnotes on items like that in case you missed the special town meeting, just as something that's that significant so you can even avoid having people like me bother you so much? Just so that it's, noted that, this was already voted, this is it,
Hold on, Nancy. Frank,
Just a suggestion.
do you think you folks could accommodate that?
Sure, it's a great point. We'll take that under advisement for future advisory books.
Any other discussion? There being none, I'll accept a motion to approve this line item. Moved and seconded. Requires majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. I
Thank
believe that addresses all of the held items. We have the motion that was made in the very beginning, I'll call it the omnibus motion, which allocated all the money and gave the total amounts. Because that has one item in there that relates to stabilization, the overall motion will require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion made by Chairman Danahy at the beginning of this discussion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared a unanimous vote. And thank you for your patience through a long article, and thank you, boards, for giving us information about it. Article 5, Selectman O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 5 through 9 are annual enterprise fund articles. So we'll start with Article 5. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from available funds and waterways enterprise receipts the sum of $971,939 for the purpose of funding the Waterways Enterprise Fund for the ensuing fiscal year commencing July 1, 2015 as follows. Personal services, $354,435, and other expenses, $617,504.
It's been moved, seconded, discussion, Selectman O'Toole.
It's an annual, like I said, it's an annual article. The only change is there's $100,000 for some salt marsh mitigation, which is coming from project funds previously appropriated for the Scituate Maritime Center.
Thank you. From the advisory board, Mr. Westor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Basically, as they said, when we built the Maritime Center, we lost some salt marsh. So now we gotta, I don't know, they plant it or build it back or replace it, basically. That's the only real change. Advisory board recommends approval of this motion. Unanimous, 9-0.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mics, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 6, Selectman O'Toole.
Article 6, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from available funds in the Golf Course Enterprise Fund receipts the sum of $1,236,530 for the purpose of funding the Widows Walk Golf Course for the ensuing fiscal year commencing July 1, 2015 as follows. Personal services, $179,253. Other expenses, $1,057,277.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Selectman O'Toole.
No real changes for FY16. The debt service will be retired at the end of FY17.
From the advisory board, Mr. Westor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, as they said, basically it's an annual article. The only two changes are they did put out to bid the contract for Jamie's Pub. That was renewed for 1 year, and then the maintenance contract will come up at the end of this year. The biggest item, obviously, is they're going to be losing about $380,000 in debt in 2017. Hopefully, at that point, we might actually be able to get a shower in the golf course, or maybe a locker room, or something to that effect. The advisory recommends approval of this article with a unanimous 9-0 vote.
Gentleman to my right.
I'm Gordon Price, 48 Manlock Road. Through you, Mr. Moderator, has there been any discussion about the town possibly taking over the actual maintenance of the golf course as compared to contracting it out? So, I know some towns do that. But...
To answer the question, the town administrator, Ms. Vinchese.
As was mentioned previously, we're in the second year of a 3-year golf maintenance contract. When that contract was renewed 2 years ago, we did an extensive cost-benefit analysis to look at that, made any sense for the community, and actually it was about $50,000 more.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? There being none, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 7, Selectman O'Toole.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from available funds in the Wastewater Enterprise Fund receipts the sum of $2,604,884 and $120,671 from wastewater retained earnings and $658,718 to raise and appropriate for the purpose of funding the wastewater treatment plant operations and expenses for the ensuing fiscal year commencing July 1, 2015 as follows. Personal services, $467,740. Other expenses, $2,916,533.
It's been moved, seconded by Selectman Vignani. Discussion. Selectman O'Toole.
The focus is, for the wastewater is to, first of all, reduce I&I, which is water infiltration, and this is going to greatly increase our sewer capacity. So.
From the advisory board, Mr. Anthony Antonello.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The wastewater treatment plant is I think you probably all know where it is. It's operated under it's part of the DPW. It's run by the Department of Public Works Director. And the wastewater treatment plant, what it does is it processes all of the wastewater from all of the homes. And right now there's about 1/3 of the homes in town that are connected to it. The other homes are not connected to date. And what the wastewater treatment plant does is it collects it and processes. And then you heard earlier that there's a problem with two of the pump stations, one at Cheyne Pond and one at Sand Hills. Now these pump stations are stations that you see a house, but the pump station itself is very deep underground. And what that does is that gravity flows, and if the topography of the area is such that it can't gravity flow from where it's picked up at your homes to the treatment plant, it goes to these pump stations. And then these pump stations now pump it to the next area of the sewer system that gets to the treatment plant. And it's a very complicated process. And the problem that we have right now in sewering is that the capacity of the plant is becoming critical. And so what they've been doing for years in the sewer division is they're trying to plug leaks in the system. These are called infiltration inflow. They're very difficult to plug. You plug one in a pipe, and then what it does now, the water that used to go into that hole flows along the line and goes into the next one. So it's a never-ending process, but you have to do it so you can get the capacity up. And so this year, what we have in the treatment plant, which is run by the DPW, by the way, and what we have this year is a problem with two of the pump stations that need to be rebuilt. And that's what we have in your budget. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mic's approval, this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 8, Selectman O'Toole.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from the transfer station enterprise receipts the sum of $993,475 and $76,658 from transfer station retained earnings for the purpose of funding the landfill and transfer station operations and expenses for the ensuing fiscal year commencing July 1, 2015 as follows. Personal services, $226,868. Other expenses, $843,265.
It's been moved, seconded by Selectman Harris. Discussion, Selectman O'Toole.
Just a couple of comments. The trash fee is being reduced by $10, and this will go into effect at the end of the current stickers, which will expire at the end of 2015. The expiration of 2015 stickers, which will expire, I believe it's March 31st, 2016.
From the advisory board, Mr. Antonello.
The transfer station. The transfer station is another Department of Public Works operation and is under the supervision of the director of the DPW. You've probably all been to the transfer station, and it's self-sufficient. In other words, the money you spend for your bags and other items that you pay for at the transfer station, it supports its operation. And so it's a self-supporting operation. And what they tell me this year is that they're going to reduce the price of the bags by, I guess, $10 because they have some debt exclusion issues. Now, where the refuse goes is that there's two parts of the transfer station. There's refuse you dispose of in your blue bags, which pays for shipping that refuse from the transfer station to the CMAS facility. And what they do there is they incinerate it. So that's paid for with the blue bags. And the other portion of the transfer station is the recycling. You put your recycling in the bins, and then the DPW director then sends it out and recycles it. So it's a very well operated facility by the DPW. Thank you.
Further discussion, there being no one at the mics, approval of this motion requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Article 9, Selectman O'Toole.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer from available funds in the water enterprise receipts the sum of $3,308,736 and $194,841 from water retained earnings for the purpose of funding water division operations and expenses for the ensuing fiscal year commencing July 1, 2015 as follows. Personal services, $961,755. Expenses, $2,541,822.
It's been moved, seconded by Mr. Vignani. Discussion, Selectman O'Toole.
We'll be continuing with the next phase of the water pipe replacement, approximately 8.1 miles. And the money that's coming from the, obviously it's being done through the water billing, through your water bills. We don't want to, we're trying to keep that money strictly on the replacement of the pipes as well as the patching, but we don't want to put any of that money into any of the road repairs. So.
From the advisory board, Mr. Nelson. Oh, sorry. Mr. Antonelli.
The advisory board gave me these three articles because I used to be the director of the DPW, so I guess they thought I knew a bit about it. So the water division is another DPW operated division, and what their job is to provide the town with clean drinking water. And one of the problems you have in the system now is it's a very old system, and you have cast iron pipes. They're cast iron, and there's crustaceans in the pipe, and what happens now when the water flows to the pipe, I think some of you get brown water because what it's doing is leaching from these the rust out of the pipes. So what the DPW is doing now is that they're replacing or grinding that material out and relining the pipes. So they do a number of those every year. I don't recall how many they're doing this year, but what they're going to do eventually is try to reline or replace all of those old pipes. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. There being none, this involves money and stabilization, which requires a 2/3 vote for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Marty, come on, you're cheating there. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous.
Thank you.
Article 11, community preservation. Oh, did I skip over 10? Oh, my apologies. Jumping ahead. Selectman Harris.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the difference between the levied net and the levy limit to the stabilization fund in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B.
So moved, seconded by Mr. Vignani. Discussion, Mr. Harris.
As everyone probably knows, this is an annual article that just puts money into this account for emergency purposes for the upcoming year.
From the advisory board, Mr. Nelson. Got you right this time.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As described by Selectman Harris,
This is essentially a motion to replenish the town's rainy day fund. We all, after going through the storms this winter, understand and recognize the importance of the stabilization fund to the flexibility in the finances of the town. So the advisory board voted unanimously in support of this article and recommends approval of the motion.
Discussion from the floor. There being none, this is the one that requires the 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. All right. Now, Article 11, Community Preservation.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town hear and act on the recommendations of the Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2016. Community Preservation Budget, and pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44B, appropriate Community Preservation funds as follows. First one, $180,000 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2016 estimated revenues to be reserved for the creation and support of the community housing consistent with the Act. Number two, $180,000 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2016 estimated revenues to be reserved for the acquisition and preservation of the historical resources consistent with the Act. Number three, $180,000 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2016 estimated revenues to be reserved for the acquisition and preservation of open space consistent with the Act. Fourth, $90,000 from Community Preservation fiscal year 2016 estimated revenues for administrative expenses for the Community Preservation Committee. The fifth one, $100,000 for recreation/open space for the North Scituate Beach Nourishment. Number six, $30,000, $712 for recreation/open space for the sailing fleet restoration. Number seven, $6,000 for recreation/open space for improvements to Teak Sherman Garden. Number eight, $8,300 for historic resources for the Bailey Ellis House preservation. Number nine, $11,400 for historical resources, 10th centenary markers. Number 10, $7,684 for historic resources for the microfiche Mariner newspapers. Number 11, $10,000, $963 for historic resources for the town archives preservation. Number 12, $18,000 for historic resources for the Lafayette Carriage restoration. Number 13, $16,800 for historic resources for the Lighthouse Boardwalk construction. Number 14, $14,700 for the historic resources for the Lighthouse Lantern Room evaluation. Finally, $69,000 for the historic resources for the old bucket house improvements and the Cushing Shea restoration.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Selectman Vignani seconds it.
I would just,
Selectman Harris.
before I turn it over to the CPA chairperson, I'd just like to say that the Board of Selectmen unanimously supports all these articles.
The chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. Oh, you want to go first? Okay, Bob from the advisory board, Robert Nelson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would reiterate that the advisory board is also in strong support of all the items brought before us tonight with respect to community preservation. For those of you who may not be aware, Scituate has been involved in the Community Preservation Act for over 10 years, and now there are over 155 cities and towns participating within the program in the state. It is estimated that from the Department of Revenue that the trust fund account should be sufficient to provide 35% match to the funds provided by us, the townspeople, for a total of $407,734 for fiscal year 2016. The advisory board strongly believes in community preservation and again sees tremendous value in all the items listed before you tonight. We voted unanimously in favor of this article and recommend approval of the motion.
The Chairman of the Community Preservation Committee, Ms. Karen Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You all have in your booklets brief summaries of the projects that we are recommending for your approval tonight, so I won't read them to you. But if you're interested in a more complete understanding of the projects, we do have a website, www.scituatecpa.org. All of the applications, including the ones that we do not recommend, are on the website for you to look at and include a lot of detail. But for the purposes of the meeting tonight, I will give a very brief 1 or 2 sentence summary of the projects. The North Scituate Beach Nourishment for $100,000 will provide seed money for the DPW to begin the permitting process for the possible restoration of 2,800 feet of public beach along Glades and Surfside roads in North Scituate. If completed, the project would improve accessibility, restore a 50-foot wide upland beach for recreation at high tide, which I remember from being small, it's not there anymore, and make existing seawalls, stairs, and ramps more resilient to anticipated rise in sea level and increased storm surges. The sailing fleet restoration for $30,712. This money will allow the Scituate Recreation Commission to refurbish their fleet of 40-year-old Cape Cod Mercuries. These sailboats are the foundation for the Learn to Sail program, which has been in place in this town for over 40 years and serves approximately 400 sailors annually. 6 Mercuries will be refurbished at a cost that is significantly less than the $18,000 it would cost to purchase a new boat. The refurbished boats will be like new and should continue to provide decades of useful service. The T. Sherman Community Garden for $6,000. This money will allow Sustainable Scituate to complete a fencing project, clear shrubs and tree branches, and buy materials that will help keep the garden sustainable. It is noteworthy that the garden has become an important model for sustainable farming on the South Shore. In the past 2 years alone, representatives from Duxbury, Hingham, and Hull have visited the garden and have set up similar gardens in their towns. The Bailey Ellis House Dining Room Beam Preservation, $8,300. This will provide the Scituate Arts Association with 50% of the funding needed to repair a structural support beam and plaster damage in the dining room, which was caused by water leaking into the building. Roof and site drainage improvements are in the process of being addressed. The other 50% of the project will be paid for by the Scituate Arts Association itself. My favorite word, tercentenary. Did I say it? The markers restoration. The Historical Commission will use these funds to renovate historical markers that were installed by the state in the 1930s. The signs were installed at structures or places related to early settlements across the state. In Scituate, there are 8 surviving signs: Early Boundary Lane, Old Oak and Bucket, William Barker House, Third Cliff, Stockbridge, Gannett's Corner, Scituate Brook, and Kent Street. These signs are a testimony to our history of our community. Scituate Mariner Microfiche, $7,684. The Scituate Town Library will use these funds to create a microfiche record of selected years of the Scituate Mariner and to purchase duplicate rolls of some years to provide complete microfiche access to the Mariner for library patrons. The Civil War Book and Restoration of Selectmen's Records Project, $10,963. These funds will allow the town archives to complete a Civil War book that highlights Scituate's involvement in the War of Rebellion and to restore the 5 remaining binders of Selectmen's Minutes. As we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the end of the Civil War, this book will be a valuable resource for residents of Scituate to learn about the more than 250 men who answered the call of duty between 1861 and 1865. Selectmen's minutes are classified for permanent retention by the Secretary of State and should be maintained in bound volumes. The Marquis de Lafayette carriage restoration for $18,000. The Historical Society will use these funds to restore the carriage of the Marquis de Lafayette, an aide and personal friend of George Washington. This project will also make improvements to the Cudworth barn where the carriage is currently stored. The Historical Society will contribute $1,800 to the estimated total cost of $19,800. The Lighthouse Boardwalk, $16,800. The Historical Society will use these funds to build a removable wooden boardwalk at the lighthouse. The boardwalk would run from the flagpole adjacent to the driveway, along the current fence, and ultimately connect with an existing concrete walkway that wraps around the lighthouse on the north side. Do you need a map? This boardwalk will enhance access for all people to the beach and jetties around the light. The Lighthouse Lantern Room evaluation, $14,700. These funds will be used to evaluate the lighthouse's lantern room to determine the structural integrity of the steel frame and wood components, as well as the catwalk and railing. The result of this project will be an engineering report with recommendations for the continued preservation of the lighthouse. Finally, improvements at the old Oaken Bucket House and the Cushing Shea restoration, $69,000. The Historical Society will make improvements to the old Oaken Bucket House with these funds. Although listed on the National Register of Historic Places, the old Oaken Bucket House is an underutilized historical and recreational asset of the town. This project will create display space inside the Museum L and repair an outbuilding to display the restored Cushing Shea. As a side note, the estimate for the Cushing Shea restoral is $11,500, but that's included in the $69,000 budget that you're seeing there. It will also make the driveway and parking area improvements, allowing more people to visit the house and use a trail that leads to a stately buttonwood tree on the property. The total cost for the project is estimated at $75,900 and will be reduced by a $6,900 contribution from the Scituate Historical Society. If approved tonight, the total cost of these projects will be $293,559. In addition to recommending projects for approval, we are also presenting you with a list of projects that have been completed but have funds remaining. We will ask you to approve the return of these funds to the reserves from which they came or to the undesignated fund balance in CPC. Doing so will make these funds available for future projects. If approved, that total would be $66,041.27. I would like to thank my fellow committee members for their hard work in evaluating the 17 projects that were proposed this year. Stephen Coulter, Vice Chair, Adam Conrad, Harvey Gates, Bill Limbacher, Josh McCain, Marla Miniere, Chris Roberts, and Frank Snow. I would also like to thank our terrific administrative assistant, Mary Sprague, because she keeps us going. And finally, thank you to the citizens of Scituate for the funds you provide to CPC through your tax dollars. We are ever mindful of the responsibility we have to recommend the wise and intelligent use of your money. Thank you.
It's interesting, you might wonder why the selectmen and selectmen minutes have anything to do with the Civil War, but during the Civil War, the Board of Selectmen acted as a recruiting arm / draft board, and the state would give quota numbers to the Board of Selectmen saying, you've got to come up with X number of recruits. And the minutes are really fascinating. But I'm not passing a judgment on whether they should be saved. Okay, what we're going to do now is if you turn over to your advisory board book on page 39 and 40, I'm going to go through each of the 15 items. I'm going to ask for holds, if any. We will vote on any unheld items, and then we'll go back to any held items for further discussion. So we all set on that one? So over on page 39 and 40, and I'll just give you the number and the dollar amount. Number one, $180,000.
Hold.
I heard hold. Number two, $180,000.
Hold.
I can see this might not work. Number three, $180,000.
Hold.
I heard hold. Number four, $90,000. Number five, $100,000. Number six, $30,712. Number seven, $6,000. Number 8, $8,300. 9, $11,400. 10, $7,684. Hold on 10. 11, $10,963. 12, $18,000. 13, $16,800. 14, $14,700. 15, $69,000. So the held items are numbers 1, 2, 3, and 10. I'll accept a motion to approve all unheld items. It's been moved, it's been seconded, discussion has been waived by the lack of holds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. We return to the first held item. Item number 1, $180,000. Who rises on the hold? Lady to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Phyllis Carlberg, 26 Hughes Road. And actually, I held up the first 3, so could I group them? Because they all kind of go together.
And I'll just ask the lady to my right, did you want to speak on 1, 2, and 3?
General questions.
Okay, we'll get back to you on the general questions in a minute. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. 1, 2, and 3 total up to $540,000. I'd like to know if that's going to be an individual thing, or is this something that could be grouped together for that $540,000 to be used at a project for the town in the future?
Go ahead, Ms. Conlon.
The CPA law requires us to put aside in reserve funds into 3 different categories, and they include historical, housing, and open space. So by law, we have to take whatever we receive that year and put 10% of that into those 3 categories. Then we're also allowed to take 5% and put it toward administrative expenses for CPC. So we're not using the funds, they're going into a reserve. So for example, tonight with some of the historic projects, that will be coming out of our reserve funds in the historic reserves.
Correct. So this $540,000 could be used in 2 years for a project.
Which 540,000?
That's possible.
Oh, yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sorry. I didn't understand.
Okay, thank you.
Lady to my right.
Krista Griffin, 17 Lighthouse Road.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, how much money does the community preservation actually have in total in reserved, unreserved? Do you want me to ask the second question too?
Sure.
Did the Community Preservation Act purchase the Marine Park?
I see the finance director saying no.
Okay, thank you.
After tonight, I'm a little confused by this. We have in the historic reserves $488,082. In open space reserve, we have $648,604. Community housing reserve, we have $733,909. The undesignated fund balance is $2.350 million. And in total, we have $5.391 million.
Okay, so my question kind of becomes, if we have over $5 million, can where the money goes actually be expanded so that places like the Marine Park, where we're need to replace saltwater marsh, or, we have the walkways or different things that were done, it just seems like a lot of money to just be sitting there, and can it be used for other things that the town really needs? I mean, community preservation goes all the way down to seawalls, it goes down to that you want to preserve a beach and spend $100,000 for sand to be put out in the ocean, and it's, and how much a year does the town actually put into that fund with taxpayer dollars?
Okay, I think we've got probably a whole bundle of questions there.
Well, that was 2 questions, really. Can the funds be used for other things?
Yes.
And do we look at that, considering there's such a surplus of money there?
We do. And this year, for example, we had 17 projects. that came in for our evaluation. And for various reasons, the committee decided not to pursue a number of them. But, you know, if someone came into us, for example, wanted to build trails in some of our conservation land, I suspect they'd get a very good reception from the CPC. So it all depends. Projects have to be brought into us on a project-by-project basis. And the DPW, for example, were the ones who came to us with the beach nourishment project for North Scituate. Now, the committee actually originally was looking at a potential of $900,000 for that project, but DPW was able to go out and get grants, and you know, we decided that we thought it'd be better to take baby steps at first. So what we did was we agreed to give them $100,000 from CPC to do the permitting. And as we go forward, if DPW needs more funds for that beach project and we all decide as a town that it's worth pursuing, then we will do that. So I would suggest to you that if the Marine Park is in need of something, that if the waterways or the harbor master came to us, we have funded improvements down the harbor in the past, including the harbor walk. So yes, to answer your question, yes, we would.
Okay, my final question was approximately how much revenue comes into the Community Preservation Fund yearly from taxpayer dollars?
We take in the neighborhood of $1 million, $1.5 million from the 3% surcharge, which is directly on your tax bill. Then the state has a matching fund program, and because we're a 3% community, we get the most match we can possibly get. From year to year, it fluctuates based on what goes on down at the Registry of Deeds, because it's based on recordings of deeds. And so if there's a lot of activity, we get more money. On the other hand, as more communities decide to participate in CPC, those funds get stretched out. So I would say
I read that part. Thank you.
Okay.
Before I go to the other speakers, are there any other questions on item number 1, which was the first hold? Did you have a question, sir, at the center mic? On number 1?
No.
Okay, and General, all right. So I'll accept a motion to approve item number 1, moved by Selectman Vignati, seconded by Mr. O'Toole. There being no other discussion on this, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the held item number 1 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Now, as for the speakers that are standing, do either of you gentlemen have a question on number 2? No. Okay. There being no one standing for item number 2, I'll accept a motion to approve that. Motion by Selectman Vignati, seconded by Chairman Danahy. There being no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. How about number 3? Okay. Motion on number 3, moved by Selectman Vignati, seconded by Selectman Curran. There being no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, so voted and declared unanimous. Now, let's see, I think the gentleman to my left was next, then the gentleman in the center, and then the gentleman behind him.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Richard Stour, Whittier Drive. I'd like to ask a couple of questions. One is, has the committee inquired of the present publisher of the Scituate Mariner if the issues that are covered by this proposal, have they inquired of the publisher if copies are available? Have they been archived by the publisher?
Ms. Conley.
Yes, yes, and the answer is no.
Okay. Then my second question is that I thought Microfiche went out with 8-track cassettes. So my question is, I don't think that this, my view is that I don't think this is currently is an appropriate or a cost-effective method to archive the Mariner. Why? I assume that the committee looked into digitizing, and digitizing this material with software can make it, particular names can be searchable as opposed to going back to my high school days, going back through the reels or the microfiche trying to read things. So I would suggest that we table this particular item until such time as either there's more money or there's a more efficient way and a more accessible way for readers and researchers to look at this material.
I appreciate your comments, and I in fact asked the same question, as did a number of people. I even went on Google to look up microfiche because I thought, oh my God, that's so old, I can't believe it. It is considered the gold standard in preserving documents. Our librarian is here to speak to this if you don't believe me. Like I said, the committee asked the same question, and the other issue is we are moving out of the library, and rather than having to move all those old Mariners and store them, it seemed like this was a good time to do this, and for fairly short money.
So digitization was not considered?
It was, wasn't it? May Jesse, did he speak?
Sure.
Jesse Finney, the director of the library, is here.
Ms. Finney.
So, as Karen mentioned, microfiche is the gold standard for archival purposes. However, we're part of the Digital Commonwealth, which is a Massachusetts-wide endeavor to participate in digital projects. One of the things that they are willing to do is take that microfiche and digitize that. That's a free service. And we will be talking to them about that. It'll be in a queue with a number of other projects, but that will give the accessibility that you're talking about, but the microfiche will give us that long-term safety that we would like for that type of unique material.
Will there be expenses for microfiche readers?
No, sir, we already have a microfiche reader.
How many?
We have one.
Okay. Well, I would suggest to town meeting that the money would be better spent looking towards the future. I mean, microfiche may be considered the gold standard, but it's certainly flammable. I mean, it can be easily burned, and I think digitization, if we're talking about being at the library, and the primary reason for being at the library is to make it accessible for people, then microfiche is not accessible for people. Digitization is. So I move to table this proposal.
As a motion to table this item, is there a second? So moved and seconded. Discussion now on the matter of tabling this item. And in effect, tabling would be a negative action on it. So is there further discussion on the motion to table?
May I speak to the motion?
Right, go ahead.
Well, again, just to summarize, I don't think that this is money well spent. It's using a virtually, if not really, obsolete and inaccessible method towards archiving material. I think the future is digitization and making it accessible with appropriate software. So let's hold off on spending this money right now.
I just wanted to clarify.
No, wait. Let's see, we've got two speakers there, the gentleman in the center. Sir, you've been waiting an awfully long time. Did you want to speak on the motion to table? Yes, on this motion. Okay. On the motion that's on the floor to table. Okay, hold on. Ms. Finney, you said you had the clarification. Go ahead and clarify, and then I'm going to go over here.
I just wanted to clarify that we will be digitizing as well. So we're actually looking to do both. The digitization would be a free service.
If I understand.
From the microfiche.
If I understand you correctly, from the microfiche, is there a way to have it digitized without going through that intermediary step and expense?
We have not without going through an expense. It would probably be a more expensive process than what we're looking to do with this.
Okay.
Done from the actual newspapers, it would be a more expensive process.
Well, I still stand by. I think it's more accessible to do it through digitization.
Okay, discussion on the motion to table. Lady to my right.
Krista Griffin, Lighthouse Road. I would just like to say, I think that the point that's being made that may be overlooked a little bit is that they can do it for this cost on microfiche, and because of some service in the state, they can get it digitized for free by then giving the state the microfiche. So I think that if that's what I'm understanding, that we're spending less and getting what we want, we're getting it digitized. So I think it's probably something we should just do.
Lady to my left.
Joyce Wilson, 158 Holland Street. I was in the Quincy Public Library using microfiche in the 1980s to do research, and I was back there again last summer using the same microfiche, and it worked very well, and I found it very helpful. The whole of the Patriot Ledger, or most of it, going back to 1938, is on microfiche, and it's still in very usable condition, so I think it's a good first step to take. And digitization is still being experimented with. Things disappear from compact discs. So the microfiche is maybe a good way to start.
Lady to my left.
Marla Manier, 29 Christopher Lane. I would suggest that this article should not be postponed because this is of a time, there's a time element here. The library is going to be moving into temporary quarters during the reconstruction. If we postpone this article, then the library and the town will need to bear the expense of storing the Mariners in climate-controlled storage space. We can avoid having to go through that expense if we put the Mariners on microfiche and then digitize it. So I would support not postponing this article, but voting in favor of it.
Further discussion on the motion to table? Gentleman to my right.
I'd like to move the question.
Motion to move the question is a motion to terminate debate. It requires a two-thirds vote. It is not debatable. It applies only to bringing the question of tabling this particular appropriation for this meeting. We'll just deal with it. All those in favor of terminating debate on the question of tabling the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. We now come to the motion to table action on item number 10. All those in favor of tabling action on item number 10 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The motion fails. We now return to consideration of item number 10 as a proposition. Gentleman in the center.
Larry Howell, Moreland Road, Scituate. It seems that we've put together quite a surplus with this community preservation situation. You know, perhaps facetiously I would say we could possibly declare a dividend for the citizens of Scituate, but I think more realistically, as we start to work our way through these debt exclusions, suspension of this particular surcharge might be in order, and I would suggest that to the select people, that they consider that very seriously. Thank you.
Gentleman to my left.
Bernie Westerveld, 12 Harborview Road. Can we amend the motion and add the remark of our chief librarian that she will digitize?
I don't believe so. Under the Community Preservation Act, the recommendations of the CPC come before this body as straight up or down votes, not susceptible to amendment. Town council is nodding his head in agreement, so that motion would not be in order. All right, I see no one else standing. I'll accept a motion to approve Article 10. No, Mr. Vignani. Mr. Vignani's making the motion, seconded by Selectman Curran. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of Article 10 as proposed by the CPC signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared a majority. That concludes action on Article 11. Article 12. Selectman Vignani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town rescind the balance of the funds authorized but unexpended from prior CPC projects totaling $66,041.27 and transfer said funds into the Community Preservation Committee reserve or general fund balance from which they were originally appropriated, as the case may be, in accordance with Community Preservation Act as follows. And I'm just going to say the list that's posted in the advisory booklet, with the one exception of the Little Red Schoolhouse roof, which is going to replace the number $9,320.72 with $4,708.24.
Is there a second? Seconded, Selectman Harris. Discussion, Selectman Vignani.
Thank you again. This is essentially a bookkeeping item. All of these projects were done over the last, since 2005. All of these projects were done under budget. All of this money is sitting under a specific project, and we want to take it back into the general fund so it can be used for other items. The selectmen voted unanimously in favor of this motion.
From the advisory board, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, we see this as a fairly straightforward financial housekeeping measure to take these funds and put them back into a central pool, if you will, to be used for future projects with CPC. We voted unanimously in support of this article and recommend approval of the motion.
Ms. Conley, did you want to address the article? No. Okay. Discussion from the floor. There being none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 13, Selectman Vignani.
Thank you again. I move that the town assume liability in the manner provided by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 91, Section 29, as amended, for all damages that may be incurred by work being performed by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for the improvement, development, maintenance, and protection of tidal and non-tidal rivers, streams, great ponds, harbors, tidewaters, foreshores, and shores along a public beach in accordance with Section 11 of said Chapter 91, and to authorize the selectmen to execute and deliver a bond on indemnity therefore to the Commonwealth.
It's been moved, seconded by Selectman O'Toole. Discussion, Selectman Vignani.
Thank you again. This is kind of a bookkeeping one. We do this one every year. In order to have the DEP do work on our waterways, we need to indemnify them and hold them harmless against any liability, and we do this every year. The selectmen voted unanimously in support of this article.
From the advisory board, Mr. Heineman.
As Mr. Vignani said, this is a routine article. Advisory board recommended unanimously recommended support of this article.
Okay, discussion from the floor. There being no one at the mic's approval of this article requires a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 14, Selectman Vignani.
Thank you again. I move the town accept donation of land located on Boardman Ave, bounded by and described as follows. Southeasterly by Boardman Ave, measuring on the upland about 203 feet. Southwesterly, 342 feet, and southeasterly, measuring on the upland about 56 feet, by land now or formerly by Calvin B. Fonts and all. Southwesterly by Musquashka Pond, and northwesterly by a land or formerly of Harriet S. Brown, measuring on the upland about 123 and 92 feet, 0.92 feet, and northeasterly by the Atlantic Ocean. All of said boundaries, except the water lines, are determined by the land court to be located as shown upon numbered 14322-A, which is filed with the original certificate of title number 5089, the same being compiled from a plain draw by William G. Ford, surveyor, dated June 1930, and additional data on file in the Land Registration Office, all as modified and approved by the Land Court and shown thereof as parcels A, B, C, and D.
It's been moved, seconded by Chairman Danahy. Discussion, Mr. Vignani.
Thank you very much. We're lucky to have this piece of land being donated to us by, it's the Sofrino family. It is down off Manhill Road extension down by the beach. The advisory booklet did a great job describing what it's there for. The family donated the land. It's assessed at $48,000. The tax bill is about $600 a year, and by getting this land, we'll have access to that beach for any repair work that we have to do. The selectmen voted unanimously to support this article.
From the advisory board, Mr. Heineman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The advisory board also unanimously voted to support this article. As Mr. Vignani said, there's a discussion about the benefits of taking this donation. And I think I would just add that if indeed this berm did break through, we'd have a very serious problem on our hands as far as, and likely having mine it entirely cut off from the water. So I think this is a really meaningful article.
Discussion from the floor. There being no one standing. Acquisition of land without an appropriation is a majority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Article 15 on the motion. Selectman Vignani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to convey an approximately 1.8 acre portion of a parcel of town-owned land located on the west side of Chief Justice Cushing Highway, referred to as the Ellis property, and identified by the Town of Scituate Assessor's Office as map block parcel 19-1-15F, and by the deed recorded at the Plymouth Registry of Deeds in Book 3528, page 768, as reflected in the exhibit plan of land prepared by Mackenzie Engineering Group, Incorporated, dated February 26, 2015, and on file at the office of the town clerk. Number 2, accepted as compensation for such conveyance, a title to an approximate 16-acre parcel of land owned by Raymond J. Livingston II, trustee of Bartlett Fields Realty Trust, identified by the Town of Scituate Assessor's Office as map block parcel 23-1-6, and by deed recorded at the Plymouth Registry of Deeds in Book 32695, page 66 and 67. B, title to approximately 3.56 acres of parcel of land owned by Whitcomb Pines, LLC, identified by the Town of Scituate Assessor's Office as a portion of map block parcel 25-5-18A. Said parcel was previously identified as map block parcel 23-1-6A, and by deed recorded at the Plymouth Registry of Deeds in Book 32695, page 77 and through 79. And C, title to approximately 6.9 acre parcel of land owned by Whitcomb Pines, LLC, identified as the Town of Scituate Assessor's Office as portion of map block parcel 25-5-18A. Said parcel was previously identified as 25-5-3B, and by deed recorded at the Plymouth Registry of Deeds in Book 32695, page 77 through 79. And 3, file legislation as may be necessary to authorize such exchange, including the release of restriction on the use of town-owned land.
Is there a second? Selectman O'Toole seconds. Discussion. Mr. Vignani, after he gets his drink of water.
Yes. That
was a mouthful.
Okay. So this article is a little bit more complicated than the last 3 that I've done. Basically, as I just said, what we're trying to do, or putting before you to do, is to swap 1.8 acres of land on the north end of the Ellis Estate on the west side of 3A for about 27 acres of land just southwest of that. Of that 27 acres of land, about 11 acres of that land is wetland, and that will be used, as we said, for the state to kind of swap for the conservation land of the 1.8 acres we're giving them, or proposing to give them. And then there's 16 acres of upland that could be used for recreation, either passive or make fields or what have you in that area. This group has met with this team, this project team, to bring this project before us for probably about the last year. Some of you may remember we IP'd the project last year, and we told the group that we wanted a little bit more communication. We wanted them to meet with other town boards and meet with the citizens, which they did. And now we've also met with all the abutters, the board has, as well as the project team on a number of occasions to try and get this right. So here's the complicated part. The developer owns 24 acres of land that abuts this property, and they are proposing a 256-unit apartment complex under 40B. So what I want to be clear is the motion tonight is not approving the 40B project. The 40B project has to go through the regular steps. It has to go through zoning, it has to go through conservation, it has to go through more than likely a housing authority. But this, only thing we're voting tonight is swapping the two lands. Obviously, there's a connection between the two. The developer's intention is to build this project or some sort of project there and use access that they have to Booth Hill Road. So going out the other way from 3A and hitting Booth Hill Road. It's important for you to know that the Board of Selectmen are not putting this article before you to A, facilitate a 40B project, or B, to increase the density of this project. We're putting this before you to make it a better project, to make it a safer project, to get a lot of traffic off of Booth Hill Road, to have better access for public safety, and to also that's about, and keep traffic out of a residential area. That's the premise behind us bringing this before you. What I decided to do, because there's no right answer here, I'm just going to present the facts, and that's what we've decided to bring it to you, and you guys make your decision on what you think is going on here. There are pluses and minuses with every project, and this includes this one. Let me just state some general facts. There's a study from EDC and from planning that says the town of Scituate lacks apartment inventory. This plan obviously is going to have 252 apartments, so it helps that plan. This plan has apartments, and all of apartments go towards our 10% quota for not having any more 40Bs in this town. So that's another object, regardless of whether you vote yes or no for this, that will be impacted. It is a very large project. It could be up to 252 units. It could be, I guess, possibly less, but it is very large. It will impact the town infrastructure no matter how you vote tonight. And importantly, the swap is not contingent on the 40B passing. So if you vote for this tonight and the 40B doesn't pass for some reason, it doesn't nullify your vote this evening. The land swap still happens. So if we do the swap, there'll be 16 acres of land that we will have that eliminates another 40B that they're considering putting on that space for up to 60 units. So on that upland land that I mentioned a minute ago, it's possible to do another 40B there. By getting that land, obviously they can't do that. That 16 acres of land can be used for fields or passive recreation and can be put to town use. If we do the swap, we feel that 3A is a better access point than Booth Hill Road, whether it's 252 units or 152 units. And if we do the swap, it will probably be the maximum amount, which is 252 units. If you don't do the swap, there's a possibility that a traffic study may lower the density of the project. So right now, it's believed that the restriction on the project is based on the sewer capacity, which is 252 units. There's a possibility that that could change. But it's also, if you don't do the swap, some project is going to go on that property. They own the property, they have the rights to the property, and something is going to go on that property, and the town simply doesn't have a good history of fighting 40Bs. If you don't do the swap, there's a possibility another 40B would be on that piece of property that we're not going to get at that point. If you don't do the swap, there'll be a large amount of traffic on Booth Hill Road, and we believe that it's a worse public safety access if you have people coming on Booth Hill Road instead of off 3A. So I'll wrap up here. So people are probably saying, why can't we wait until the plan is more definitive? Well, that's not being offered to us right now. The developer wants to proceed with the project. They want to know which way to do their designing and their engineering, and they've met with us to give us this opportunity to participate in the process. Also, there is some question as whether a traffic study will actually have a major impact on density. I've spoken with a number of people. Some say yes, many say no, so I don't have an answer for you there. Lastly, I think overall we're happy that the developer is working with the town. They've come to us, they've asked for our involvement, they've asked for your involvement, and you know, that's the way that we like projects coming through the town and this participation back and forth. It's not an easy decision, there's not a clear-cut answer, it's before you, and we're trying just to give you the facts to make the decision. So I'm sure we'll have some discussion after this point, but that's what I have to say.
Thank you. From the advisory board, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think Selectman Vignani covered most of the salient points nicely, but to reiterate, what we're talking about tonight is not the approval of the actual 40B project. What we're talking about is the approval of a land swap, 1.8 acres for 27, 16 of upland, 11 that are under a conservation restriction currently. That 16 of upland, as you can see, has direct access to Clapp Road. 40B is an interesting thing. So 25% of this 252 proposed unit project would be affordable housing. By approaching a development with a 40B angle, that essentially exempts developers from a lot of the local zoning controls that exist and allows them to pursue a number of parts of this that might not otherwise be done. At present, if this was to go through without the land swap, the access onto Booth Hill Road would potentially create traffic. It would also create the need and necessity for, I believe, 2 bridges to go across wetlands to access this division. In short, advisory does support the land swap itself. Again, not speaking to the 40B, but understanding that one is obviously inextricably tied to the other when considering this. There was one dissenting vote that I think it's also important to speak to within advisory. 2 parts to that. One was essentially the idea that the 1.8 acres that's being suggested for a swap might be better used for athletic fields, of which this town is in sore need of. Secondly, the idea that the traffic issues that may exist on 3A, should the land swap proceed, without a stoplight being present. 3A being a state-owned highway precludes us from mandating a stoplight be installed as part of this project. I would venture to guess that there would likely be one ultimately as part of this, but that's not something that the town can mandate as part of this land swap project. So in short, advisory does support this with an 8-to-1 vote. Thank you very much.
All right. The attorney for the proponent, Adam Brodsky, who is a Scituate resident, is being given leave to address the meeting. I've told Adam that up to 10 minutes, but brevity being the soul of wit, Adam will take that into account. And I guess we'll just dim the lights because Adam has a magic lantern show for us.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. A procedural question. We do have Jack Livingston and Steve Callahan, the developers, here this evening. They are not Scituate residents, and I'm asking whether it's appropriate that they be available to answer any potential questions from residents.
I will assume the consent of the meeting for them to be able to answer questions unless I hear an objection now? I hear an objection. Okay, there's a motion on the floor to allow the two gentlemen to speak. We are going to put it to the body as to whether you want to hear from them. All in favor of allowing the two gentlemen to speak to answer questions signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The motion passes. Go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adam Brodsky. I'm an environmental lawyer with the law firm of Drowan, Tacho, and Morgan in Hingham, and I represent Jack Livingston of the Livingston Companies and Steve Callahan from Global Property Developers, who are developing this project. In the event that I run out of time, I simply want to take the opportunity to thank the Board of Selectmen, the Advisory Committee, the various town officials and boards for taking the time to meet with us and consider our proposal. We'd also like to thank the many members of the community who attended our community meetings and took the time to educate themselves regarding the land swap and the project. Selectman Vignani placed the project in its ideal context. The Economic Development Committee here in Scituate, which is charged with promoting economic growth, recently completed its economic development study, which predicted that Scituate will grow by an additional 700 households by the year 2030. Importantly, many of those households are going to be smaller, young professionals and families and retirees, and they're not going to want to buy single-family houses. The EDC concluded that Scituate needs additional rental stock in order to promote growth. Related to that, single-family house prices continue to rise, and Scituate is becoming less affordable to some. Again, those young adults and seniors who wish to live in town. Scituate's affordable housing inventory is well below the state requirement of 10%, approximately 4.5%. Importantly, the town's 2008 housing production plan calls for new strategies to develop affordable housing in Scituate. And this project, which is called Bartlett Fields, just meets those requirements. It provides additional rental stock with an affordable component. Steve and Jack control over 50 acres of undeveloped land off of Booth Hill Road and Clapp Road, and they're proposing to develop the front parcel, which is approximately 24 acres, with frontage on Booth Hill Road. They have legal access to Booth Hill Road for this project. We do have a plan up on the screen, and this is also in the handouts, which were available to you. The development parcel is colored yellow on that plan, and you see it at the top of the screen. They propose a 252-unit rental project with 3-story buildings. We are not proposing tall apartment buildings in Scituate. There will also be a clubhouse, fitness facilities, and walking trails for the tenants at Bartlett's Field. The project is designed to maintain the existing natural buffers to the Booth Hill Road neighborhood, as well as the Merritt Woods condominium development. And we don't believe that you'll see this project from any of those neighborhoods or from 3A. This is a 40B housing project, and there's a misunderstanding, I think, regarding 40B. We are not talking about Section 8 subsidized housing. This is affordable housing targeted for those whose income is less than 80% of the median income. It's designed really to allow young professionals and families and seniors who can't afford single-family homes the opportunities to live in their communities. We're talking about entry-level school teachers and town employees who can't afford to live in Scituate. As Selectman Vignani mentioned, 25% of these units will be affordable, but importantly, I want to point out that 75% of the units will be market rate units. And the project will be similar to the high-end rental projects that you've now seen in Hingham and Cohasset. Importantly, all of the units, both the affordable and the market units, will count towards the town's inventory, increasing that inventory by approximately 5%, which gets us much closer to that 10%. Mr. Moderator, may I continue?
Sir, why do you rise?
Are we discussing the 40B project or the land swap?
Well, your comment is out of order. Attorney Brodsky, continue.
And again, I'm providing this as background information because we've been specifically asked about the project. We are here this evening for the land swap. If the town achieves its 10% affordable requirement, it does not need to consider any additional 40B projects. This project would get us closer to that 10%. As a point of information, Cohasset's at 10.7% and no longer needs to entertain 40B projects. Importantly, the current design calls for a multi-lane access onto Booth Hill Road. However, we can potentially access the project from Route 3A and eliminate the Booth Hill Road access if the land swap is approved. I believe that there are 4 misconceptions regarding this article. Selectman Vignani has touched on the first. We're not asking the town meeting to vote on the project. We will be submitting a complete comprehensive permit application to the Zoning Board of Appeals, which, because this is a 40B project and subject to the state statute and not necessarily the local requirements, goes to the ZBA and not the planning board. There will be extensive public hearings and peer review of all of our submittals to the town. The ZBA will decide whether to grant a permit after reviewing all of the issues of local concern, including drainage, traffic, wastewater, water, and ultimately density. We're only asking that you please vote for the land swap. Second, and this is probably the most important takeaway, the vote today will not impact the number of units in the development. We respectfully differ from Selectman Vignani. The developers can permit the same number of units regardless of whether they use Booth Hill Road or 3A for access. We commissioned Green International, which is a national traffic consulting firm, to perform a preliminary review of the project. That was provided to the Board of Selectmen and the various town boards and departments. Our traffic engineers have concluded that access for 252 units is feasible over both Booth Hill Road and 3A. The developers do not need access to 3A to get more units here. The site can support 252 units regardless of which access is used. In fact, density will be determined by the on-site wastewater treatment system. We're not proposing to connect to town sewer. We'll have an on-site wastewater treatment facility. We've conducted soil evaluations, and we have appropriate soils for a maximum of 252 units. Respectfully suggest that traffic concerns are not going to stop the project or affect the size of the project. If the Zoning Board of Appeal decides to reduce the number of units, regardless, all of that traffic will go onto Booth Hill Road unless the town votes to support the land swap. So why should town meeting vote yes on the article? There's no question that access over 3A is better than Booth Hill Road. While both Booth Hill Road and 3 are feasible, the access is simply better over 3A. We can eliminate the traffic on Booth Hill Road. There's more flexibility designing access in 3A. We can accommodate turning lanes and deceleration lanes and potentially a traffic signal. We have the potential to make access better from 3A. Access would also be closer to the new public safety complex. We will potentially eliminate 2 wetlands crossings. Those wetlands have been delineated in the line approved by the Conservation Commission. We can get a permit to cross those 2 wetlands. We'd like to avoid having to do that. Eliminating the Booth Hill Road access road will preserve an additional 5 acres of open space closest to the Booth Hill Road and Merritt. So if we eliminate that road, that entire side of the project will remain undeveloped. And the largest benefit is that the town...
1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, would it be appropriate to ask for a little bit additional time, please?
It's always appropriate to ask.
Thank you, sir.
All those in favor of granting an additional 2 minutes signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Well, 45 seconds.
Thank you, sir. The selectmen drove a hard bargain. We were required to pony up our second project in order to facilitate the land swap. You may ask, why did the developer do this? And it's clear the developer receives a benefit from the land swap. We can eliminate all of the construction associated with the access road to Booth Hill Road. We can streamline the permitting by eliminating that issue. But we do have an opportunity to be good neighbors to Booth Hill Road and the Merrittwood communities.
A wonderful point on which to stop time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Now we come to discussion from the floor, and I believe the two gentlemen to my left were standing, and then we'll go over to the gentleman on the right. Sir.
Yes. My name is Tom Toomey. I'm in Forest Lane in Scituate. I'd like to point out a couple of things that the map will show. The land swap is not a great deal for the town of Scituate. It's strictly so that the developer can get access to 1A. And 1A is 3A, I'm sorry. Get access to 3A. And that's probably the worst possible place to have access, because as you come up, there's a turn, and it's a very, very hidden driveway, even into our place. So I think that that's the reason for the land swap. I'm opposed to it. I'm kind of opposed to the whole process, because this is something that's being driven by the federal government. That's why they got the approval for these houses. We're going to put 250 units in. That's another 1,000 cars on 3A. Our schools are crowded. Our roads are crowded. I don't see it. I'm absolutely against it.
Gentleman to my left.
Scott Greenbaum, 40 Damon Road. In concept, I'm not opposed to this project. I mean, I believe that any developer should have the ability to build a project that meets all the codes and regulations. What I do find is I don't think the town has gotten a good deal for this land swap. They have recently stated at the end of the presentation that there's a financial advantage to going to 3A. It's a significant financial advantage. The access road is less than half the length that it would be going over the wetlands, and there are two bridges they don't have to build. What they have mentioned when I went to the presentation, that they have to do a fair amount of upgrade to Booth Hill Road to handle this new traffic. And that could be quite extensive. It could be that they may have to go from 3A to Summer Road and widen the road all the way out to its full boundaries to handle this new traffic. That's a lot of money. I also think that if they're going to build in the town of Scituate, that they should be required to meet the wetlands requirements that every other person has to do in town, because they are only required to meet the state, which are a lot less stringent. And, you know, that should be something that we could negotiate. I'm not sure why we're giving them the land. We could rent them the land. We don't need to do a land swap, but they can cross it. Personally, I'd like to see this property have two access, one to Booth Hill and one to 3A. Anybody that travels up 3A past the Avon project in the morning knows what a suicide job that is to get by there. Cars coming in, crashing into you, they can't get out, the traffic backed up. So at least if there was a second exit out of this place, anybody going west would be able to get out through Summer Street, and that would reduce at least 10, 15, 20% of the traffic that's going on 3A during the rush hours. There are probably some other places that they could negotiate a better deal for us. And at this time, I would ask the selectmen to go back and really sit down and negotiate and get a real deal for us. I don't want to see the project die, but we can always use a little bit of affordable housing. If they're willing to take the risk, they think they can do rental units in Scituate, that's their risk. I'm not sure that that is possible because Scituate just doesn't have that much of a history of it, and usually places that don't have a history of rental don't rent. Thank you.
Before I recognize the next speaker, who will be the gentleman to my right, we're approaching the hour of 11, and I'd like to put to you three possible options. One is we could adjourn and continue the rest of this discussion until tomorrow. We could finish this article and then adjourn and finish the rest of the warrant tomorrow, or we can stick it out and finish it tonight. So, would someone like to offer a motion as to your pleasure? You have to do it from a microphone, sir. Well, I think the lady in the middle got up there.
I would like to speak against the motion. Ian McSween.
Okay, all right, hold on. We're dealing with a different matter just now. Go ahead, sir.
You would make a good traffic cop. I would move that we finish this article tonight and do the rest of them tomorrow.
All right. Well, that's a motion. So is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of completing action on this article and adjourning until 7 o'clock at this location tomorrow night, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. All right. Next, go ahead, Tony. Yeah, do you have a proposal?
Yeah, I want to make a motion.
Yeah, go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the meeting tonight and try and finish it tonight.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor of completing the meeting tonight signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes and we will continue. Gentleman to my right.
Pete Toppin, 26 Clapp Road. Fundamental question for me is the developer prepared to guarantee that they will close or drop access to Booth Hill Road if they make the swap and get access to 3A. That's critical in my mind. If we give you a land swap, I don't want to hear later on that you're going to come back and open the back door.
Lady to my right.
Kathy Donahue, Cushing Landing. I just had some questions. Does the town have access to the potential recreation area through this development?
To answer the question.
The access would be off of Clapp Road. The rear parcel has frontage on Clapp Road, and that's where the access would be.
Is that actual access that is not involved with wetlands? Are you guaranteeing us that we could access that land from a congested area of Booth Hill Road or man lot?
Again, I want to make sure that I'm answering your question. With respect to the parcel that would be donated to the town, that has frontage on Clapp Road, that's all uplands. And so you can access it, or it has existing access from Clapp Road.
All right. Is there any way we could have access to the land that we would be acquiring from you in the swap through your development?
No, the wetlands are between the rear parcel and the front parcel.
Okay. Also, if there was a requirement for, if it was decided safety-wise that down the road for a traffic signal, who would be responsible for that, payment of that? Would you have that in your proposal?
Yes, the developers would have the obligation to pay for any traffic improvements, be they on 3A or on Booth Hill Road.
All right, thank you. Also, on a land swap, it seems as though it would be the wisest thing for the community would be getting a land swap of like land For instance, on 3A, there's a parcel of land for sale that's upland of the town Tack Factory Pond and Reservoir. It would seem the best negotiating point would be for the developer, if they want access land on 3A, that they trade off land on 3A, which would actually benefit the whole community by protecting our water system. Is there any reason that that was not done? Because obviously, no one here is dumb. We know that the land that you're offering us is marginal. It's only got a little tiny bit on Clap Road, and everything else is all backland.
So just to be clear, this is a very large parcel of land, so the scale of the plan can be deceptive. That access on Clap Road is at least 50 feet wide.
Right.
This property, all 50 acres, is not located within the town's water resource protection district. I'm not certain what other parcel you're referring to. This is the land that's owned by the developers.
Correct.
And we're offering essentially the rear portion for the land swap. Just to clarify, the land swap parcel is in purple on that plan.
Correct, but it's 11 acres of wetland, where this other land that's for sale could protect our water supply, it would seem, and it's on 3A. Also, I know one of the things that's been brought up tonight is about all the development in town. The town is under a state mandate on water withdrawal. How are we coping with this? We haven't addressed it at all. We've addressed sewerage, but we haven't addressed the fact, do we have the water to supply all the units, all the Goulston property, all the pre-approved 40Bs that are waiting to be built, and this 250-unit development? I didn't think we had the water supply, and we don't have a way to get it. Are you offering any kind of help in that department?
All these questions regarding local concerns, including water, will have to be addressed to the town's satisfaction in the comprehensive permit project. At this point, we don't have a complete design because we're here looking for access. If the town votes to approve the land swap, we will propose access on 3A. If the town votes down the land swap, we'll be proposing access on Booth Hill Road.
All right, thank you. And just one last thing. What's ironic about the situation is that the development on land on Route 3A is the most restrictive in town. 1 acre zoning and a 50-foot setback. So what we're actually doing is we've tried to protect 3A, and things like this don't really fit into that objective. But we hope you people, if you're going to do it, do the best you can for the community. Thanks.
Lady to my left.
Cindy Rooney, 75 Booth Hill Road. I happen to live right on the corner of Booth Hill and 3A, and if anybody can attest to the suicidal problems that we have there of accidents, I can. I am the first one out there when I hear that crunch of metal, the screech of brakes, day in and sometimes at midnight. So it is already a dangerous intersection. And adding another 200, 300, 400 cars to that intersection, it already is. If you think Avalon is bad, we already have it. To give it another access further up 3A is going to make it better. In fact, if you give it the other access up on 3A, you're going to have, I guess what they refer to as a double barrel entrance exit, where if somebody wants to go right, they're in one lane. If they want to go left, they're in another. Half of the problem on Booth Hill Road is that people have no patience. They sit there forever trying, trying to get out, and then they just go. With the other scenario, traffic would move much faster out onto there. Plus, they're talking about having turning lanes. We have no turning lanes on Booth Hill Road. We have nothing but little skinny road. And again, to add another 200, 300, 400 cars a day onto this little winding street is not going to do justice to that neighborhood or to justice to that intersection. The other thing is, I support this because we are going to stop another development, phase 2. And if you think 252 units is bad, add another 60 or however many more they can squeeze in there. And what I would like to see, I don't really care if the town wants to do something with the 16 acres that they can develop. I personally would rather see it left alone. Leave it as conservation land. There are so much wildlife out there that are going to get disrupted by this 252 acres that they could now have another 27 acres where they can make their homes. I'm asking you for those reasons, for the people on Booth Hill Road, the people traveling up 3A, we support this. We would like to see this land swap. And although I know a lot of people are saying that it's to the benefit of the developer, we all know he's going to make money, that he's trying to save money. But the fact of the matter is that this development is going to happen. And if he doesn't have access onto 3A, he's going to do it through Booth Hill. And we're asking you not to subject our neighborhood to that. And you know, just give this land swap a shot. Thank you.
Gentleman to my right.
Joe Sugar, 127 Booth Hill Road. Cindy did a great job. I'm going to try not to reiterate some of the things that she said. Look, few people here tonight want Bartlett Fields to remain natural more than I do. However, it's going to be developed. You know, tonight we have the opportunity to preserve 27 acres and locate the project's entrance in the appropriate location, which is Route 3A. The impacts of this project on the town will be the same regardless of where the property is accessed. Let me say that again. The impacts from this project on the town will be the same regardless of where the property is accessed. We all know there's going to be major impacts to this project on the town. But it's not going to matter because it's going to be either whether it's access on Booth Hill Road or 3A, they're the same. This is our one opportunity to achieve this land swap. After tonight, this development is going to move forward. It's going to move forward in one direction or the other. Tonight, we actually have an opportunity to have an impact on that decision. After tonight, we don't. I'm just asking you guys, vote yes on 15. Let's get something out of this project. Let's preserve 27 acres. Let's put the access where it belongs. And let's make it, I hate to say it this way, but let's make it a better project. Thank you.
Lady at the center mic.
I actually have forgotten my question, but I think what I was going to ask was, if you do get the land swap, what is your maximum number that you can build of units?
Go ahead.
Based upon our soil evaluations, we can get no more than 252 units. It's determined by the size of the on-site sewer treatment facility.
And if you do not get the land swap, is the number the same?
The number is the same, that's correct.
All right. So the only difference to you now is your access point?
That's correct.
And you're going to give us 17 acres of land that we basically can only use as wetlands with a 50-foot entrance?
Is that a question, Mr. Moderator?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure that there was a question. There may be a misunderstanding. We're giving a total of 27 acres. 16 acres are buildable. And we proposed, we sized it out, we can get 60 units on those 16 acres.
And so are you planning, if you don't get the land swap, to do both?
That would be a question for the developers, ma'am.
Okay, and I don't mean to sound rude, I really don't. I've been watching the meetings all winter, you've been very accessible, but I find it hard to understand why we have to decide the land swap before we know what your plans are.
And I'm happy to answer that question. We have worked close to a year in a cooperative fashion with the town to address this access issue. We no longer have the time in order to consider other options. We're ready to file with mass housing our application, and there's no interest in revisiting this issue. Jack and Steve has spent close to hundreds of thousands of dollars working with the town trying to get here, but they're at the point where they need to know where their access is, and depending upon this evening, it will either be over 3A or it will be over Booth Hill Road.
But you're going to build 250 units on that spot, irrespective of where you go.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Lady to my right. Nancy?
Nancy Toppin, 26 Clap Road. I actually support the swap because I understand what would happen to Booth Hill. One thing I just want everybody to know, and I want the selectmen to keep this in mind in the future, and I'm sure you already know this, the access onto Clap Road that they keep talking about, you can go in there and the playing fields and all this, that is a little dirt path and there is a family cemetery in the way. So it's really, I mean, if it goes back to conservation, so be it. But that's really not a viable option for the town to consider to go into that property. I don't want that to be a reason to vote no. I think we need to do this for the sake of Booth Hill and the whole neighborhood. But I just want everybody to keep that in mind as these hearings go forward, that some of the things that are being proposed are not practical solutions. I would also like to see the fact that that Booth Hill exit would be not accessible to them as a back door. I just think we all have to keep those things in mind and keep watching the hearings, because obviously it's going to go forward, and I do think that it's a good thing for Booth Hill. But we just have to keep vigilant. Thank you.
If I might, Mr. Moderator, we, the developers, are not advocating a particular use for that back parcel. Ultimately, it will be up to the town to decide what they want to do for that. I know that one of the ideas was ball fields, but we're not in any position to tell the town what to do with it. The town very well may decide to keep that as open space. It actually would allow the town to have a complete corridor from 3A to Clap Road that could be preserved, maintained for conservation purposes, and create a natural habitat corridor. But again, that's not for the developers, it's for the town to decide.
Lady to my left.
Patricia Lambert, 14 Alexander Place. I live in Wickham Pines. I sat through probably 30 of these meetings. I really don't want anything built in back of me. It is going to be built in back of me. And to quote a great movie, this is our best bad idea that we have, is to let the land swap go through. If not, at the end of the day, it's 250 plus versus almost 300 units. Maybe if we can all work together, we can all come to a common ground, we can all be good neighbors, we can all see the end of the tunnel, that 16 acres of upland will not be developed. It will be kept as conservation land or something that is much more amenable than housing. Again, try not to let the project cloud your decision over a roadway. So please vote yes, and let's move forward with this.
Gentleman to my right.
I think it's getting late. I don't want to be redundant, but
Well,
I think...
start by telling us who you are and where you are.
Michael Sullivan, 33 Gardner Road.
Go for it. Thank you.
I think this benefits the neighborhood. It's a project that they can do by law. And the 3A access makes sense. So I think when you consider all the aspects of this discussion, it makes sense for the town to do what's proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Lady at the center mic.
Ginny Ayers, Crescent Ave. I move the question.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second. Motion to move the question is a motion to terminate debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. It is not debatable. All those in favor of terminating debate on the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Wow. So voted and declared a 2/3 vote. We now come to the main motion, which is as made by Selectman Vignani to facilitate this land swap. Are we all clear on what we're voting on? Okay, good. All those in favor of the motion signify by, I should say this requires a 2/3 vote because it is a disposition of town land. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I'm going to declare that a 2/3 vote. If any 7 people wish to challenge my determination, you may rise now, and we will take a counted vote. I don't see 7 people standing. Therefore, I declare that it passes by a 2/3 vote. Okay. Article 16. On the motion, Ms. Curran. And actually, for those of you who are leaving, if you could leave quietly, because the rest of us are going to stick it out and try to continue to the town's business. So if you must leave, please do so quietly. Thank you. Go ahead, Maura.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move to approve the zoning bylaw amendment as printed in the warrant provided to all voters at this meeting.
It's been moved, seconded by Selectman Danahy. Discussion, Ms. Curran.
Just quickly, the motion before you is sponsored by the Planning Board to address a zoning change in building heights and setbacks for homes located in the flood zones. No opponents came before the Board of Selectmen. The board voted unanimously in support of the Planning Board's changes, and I will leave it to the Planning Board for any additional discussion.
All right. I'll accept the report of the Planning Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying. Bob Vogel, member of the Planning Board. And this is our report on this article to the town meeting. Article 16, building height definition and side setback in FEMA flood zones. The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 48, a public hearing was held on this article on February 12th, 2015, at which time the public hearing was closed and the board voted unanimously to recommend the changes to the building height zoning bylaw at the 2015 annual town meeting. Situate's a beautiful seaside community, but as everyone here knows, we've suffered our fair share of damaging coastal storms. Although the town's become very adept at dealing with this, we've expended millions of town dollars to repair seawalls. We've obtained grants to help in that effort. We've obtained grants to help homeowners elevate in the flood-prone areas. The reason that the Planning Board has put forth this amendment is to help those few homeowners in flood areas who wish to elevate, who by elevating might be in violation of the town's residential height regulations. We've got a slideshow that, very short, that shows that, but we wanted to basically draft this bylaw to allow the maximum height for a dwelling to be increased in the event that dwelling is elevated, so long as there's no increase in the distance from the home's sill to the ridge. A second modification would allow utilities in FEMA flood zones to be sited up to 50% within the setback. As you know, many homes along the shore are on small lots. When utilities need to be elevated, often there's not space within the basic house to put those utilities, which have previously been at grade in basements. And so this would allow a small amount of incremental space to be created within the setback to house those utilities. Starting with the height setback, again, many of you may know this, but height in the residential districts is limited to 35 feet, measured halfway between the eaves, which is the edge of the roof, and the roof ridge. An additional limit is the maximum height to the ridge of the roof cannot be greater than 40 feet above the average grade around the home. When a home is elevated in the floodplain to the FEMA flood elevation, and in fact, Mass Building Code requires that elevation to be
if you're in a velocity zone 2 feet above FEMA's elevation. And if you're in an A zone, it requires 1 foot additional above the elevation. So it's very possible that homes, in order to achieve these elevation levels, need to be put up on pilings as much as 8 to 10 and sometimes more than that, 8 to 10 feet. There's some properties on Surfside Road whose FEMA flood elevation is 20, if you can believe that. This change in the bylaw would take into account the very few situations where a relatively large home wants to be elevated. And the planning board is very strongly in favor of allowing such elevations to go forward. They will preserve property values, they'll reduce damage and reduce danger to inhabitants and reduce danger to the town's first responders. So any impediment to such elevation, we'd like to diminish that. If you have a very large home and you need to elevate a long ways to get up to your FEMA elevation, it's very possible that you'd be in violation of the 40-foot limit. And so what this bylaw would do, or the bylaw amendment would do, is allow that 40 feet to be measured from the sill to the ridge after elevation, rather than from the ground to the ridge. This is likely to become, and you perhaps cannot read these small diagrams, but hopefully you have the handouts that go with them. Elevation to the center, in other words, between the eave and the ridge, again, is capped at 35 feet now. We'd like to change the bylaw to allow that 35 feet to be measured from the sill of a newly elevated home to the center point of the roof. The other part of the amendment that we are proposing would allow utilities to be raised above flood level, and in instances where the building inspector determines that there is not room within the main dwelling to feasibly locate these utilities, would allow a small addition to the home, and it would allow that addition to project 50% into the setback. Many of the homes near the coast are in a zoning district with an 8-foot side yard setback. That would be about the most restrictive situation you would see. And so this small area for utility, to house the utilities, would project a maximum of 4 feet into that setback if it were done in the side yard. It could also be done in the rear yard or the front yard, depending on the homeowner's plans. This diagram shows that small projection into the side yard setback of the home illustrated. So we think both of these amendments are going to positively affect our ability to make more and more of our residential areas and homes within the flood zones safer and better situated for their residents, and will benefit as well the town as a whole. So thank you.
From the Advisory Board, Mr. DeLacy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think Ms. Kern and the Planning Board did a pretty good job of setting that up there, but essentially this is a zoning law that's currently in place. This article is just to amend that bylaw. And the article was brought forth by the Planning Board, again, just to help prevent further damage to those residents who are in those flood zones. And as many of us in this room know, there has been some significant damage to those residential homes. The article, again, just in summary, does two things. First thing is it's going to change the way we measure maximum height, which again will remain at the 40 feet. However, the way that we measure it will be from vertically from the sill to the ridge of the roof, rather than the average finished grade to the ridge of the roof. And then secondly, the way that I look at it is it's really just providing protection for those same residents' utilities. The advisory committee recommends approval of the motion, and we voted 8 in favor, while 1 abstained.
Discussion from the floor. The gentleman to my left.
Yes, Lyle Nyberg, 9 Parker Avenue.
Sir.
I move to revise the language by adding the phrase at the end of the height section, and as long as the height of the structure does not exceed 50 feet.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and second. Discussion, sir.
Yes, I support the goals of this proposed article. My mother-in-law has a cottage on Peggotty Beach, and boy, when those new FEMA guidelines came out a couple years ago, she would have to raise her place by at least 5 feet or so. So very sympathetic with the goals for these. But I ask, what is the limit? And the way this is worded is there is no limit. The sky is the limit. And you might say, gee, it's not rational for somebody to raise it so high. Let's say put a 35-foot pilings when only 15 might be required. And yet there are some people who are not very rational in this world. So I would like to see us making some kind of limit on this, so I proposed a 50-foot overall limit. That's actually 10 feet higher than that tower on 4th Cliff.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Other discussion on the motion?
Mr. Moderator, may I ask a question?
Oh, yes, sir.
The 50 feet that the gentleman just spoke of, where would that be measured from and where would it be measured to?
Sorry. Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it would be measured the same way that it's currently proposed in this article and in the existing guidelines or the existing zoning bylaws, which is the, let's see, highest point on the roof to the average finished grade of the ground adjoining the building. So it's the same that's in here.
So it would be from grade to the ridge of the roof.
Right.
In essence, increasing the current limit by 10 feet.
Right, as a maximum.
Okay. Because there might well be instances where a home would need to be elevated more than 10 feet above its existing grade.
Gentleman to my right.
Steve Bjorklund, 15 Captain Daniel Litchfield Lane. And the gentleman at that microphone has it absolutely right that you could build something 75 feet high as a matter of right if this article passes the way it's written. It really should be written from average grade to the existing sill on the house, because the article already says in it that you can't change from the sill to the ridge. So if the intent is to just elevate existing structures with no improvements to the structures, you should figure out how high you want to have it from the bottom of the house to the ground. But I wouldn't pass it the way it is right now, because it's a free-for-all once that happens.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing no one at the mics, may I just... The motion is to amend the proposal as follows. Add the following to the end of the paragraph shown in bold defining height, and then here are the words, comma, and as long as the height of the structure does not exceed 50 feet. So that's the motion before you. To pass this motion, it requires a majority vote, and then we would return to the main question as amended, if in fact it passes. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I'm going to call it once more. A couple of coughs may have amplified the vote one way or the other. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I can't call it. Tellers, please take your places. Not yet, not yet, not yet. It's a motion to amend. It's a motion to amend. All right, tellers are in your places. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your voting cards. All right, I think we're all set. This is just a count on the yes votes. Right rear bleacher.
49.
4-1?
49.
4-9. Right front bleacher.
18. 1-8.
1-8. Right rear floor.
2-8.
2-8. Right center floor.
1-8.
1-8. Right front floor, including advisory committee and school committee. 1-7. Left rear bleacher.
2-4.
2-4. Left front bleacher.
7.
0-7. Left rear floor.
22. 2-2.
2-2. Left center floor.
21, 2-1.
2-1. Left front floor, including moderator, clerk, selectmen, and registrars.
10. 1-0.
1-0. All right, all those opposed to the motion to amend, raise your voting cards, please. All right. Right rear bleacher.
24.
2-4. Right front bleacher.
3.
3. Right rear floor.
5.
5. Right center floor.
3.
3. Right front floor, including advisory committee and school committee. 8. Left rear bleacher.
16. 1-6.
1-6. Left front bleacher.
2-0-2.
2. Left rear floor.
5-0-5.
5. Left center floor.
4.
4. Left front floor includes clerk, selectmen, and registrars.
2-0-2.
2. Sounded close, but that wasn't. The amendment passes by a vote of 214 to 72. So the main motion is now amended with the 50-foot height restriction. My apologies for having to go through the count. All I can say is you 72 people have got leather lungs because it sounded a lot closer up here. Okay, the main motion now has a 50-foot restriction on it. That's what you will be voting for. Any further discussion? All right, this requires a 2/3 vote as a zoning amendment. All in favor of the main motion as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So voted and declared a 2/3 vote. If any 7 people challenge my determination, please rise now. Nobody standing. Article 17.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town insert new language into the zoning bylaw as fully set out in the warrant.
So moved and seconded. Discussion. Selectman Curran.
The article before you is an amendment to the existing zoning bylaw that addresses the maximum size of an accessory dwelling with respect to the primary residence. The Planning Board has summarized the changes for you in this handout very well. The proposal before you is to set a maximum size of an accessory dwelling to 900 square feet, which is more in line with many of our neighboring communities. I'm sure the Planning Board will go into more detail. No opponents did come before the Board of Selectmen at the time that this was presented, and the Board of Selectmen voted in favor of this article.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Ms. Burbine with the Planning Board report.
Thank you all for staying. It is late, and we'll try to make this quick. The Planning Board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on February 12, 2015, at which time the public hearing was closed and the Board voted unanimously to make a positive recommendation that the changes to the accessory dwelling bylaw be approved as written at the 2015 Annual Town Meeting. Accessory dwellings were intended to provide extra housing that was somewhat restrained in size and character and would blend in easily with existing homes. In recent years, the Planning Board has had multiple applications where the size of accessory dwellings could potentially disrupt established patterns of development in their neighborhoods. The size of the accessory dwellings was out of proportion to the existing house or to homes in the immediate area. The neighborhood at the hearings and subsequent public meetings was concerned that the proposed units' sizing would be overpowering. They met the technical requirements but were not subordinate to the primary structure as specified by the existing bylaw. After holding both a public forum and a public hearing, the Planning Board decided to make two changes to address these issues. One was to add language clarifying what it means for an accessory dwelling to be subordinate to a primary dwelling. The new language states that an accessory dwelling shall appear subsidiary in mass and scale to a primary dwelling. The Board also felt that changing the size limitation to 900 square feet or 40% of the floor area of the primary dwelling, whichever is less, would address the issues that the Board has been experiencing with the size of accessory dwellings in the past 3 years. The present sizing allows the accessory unit to be as large as 750 square feet or 40% of the primary unit, whichever is greater. The average maximum size used by 35 towns which regulate the size of accessory dwellings was 794 square feet. 900 square feet is considered a very adequate size for a small 2-bedroom home and is sized to be consistent with many towns in Massachusetts. The Planning Board strongly supports accessory dwellings as small housing units that meet the needs of older relatives, young families, and renters. The suggested changes will help ensure that the intent of the bylaw is met. The Planning Board voted unanimously to support this article. Thank you. We have a quick PowerPoint presentation. You know what? It's late and we're tired, and I'd love to have this PowerPoint presentation, but the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is thanks to the neighbors, thanks to people who came to the public hearing, it's less as opposed to more. It's either 40% or 900 square feet, whichever is less. That's the bottom line, whichever is less. not the most. When you have a 3,000 square foot house, you can't put on a 1,200 square foot accessory apartment. We strongly urge you to vote the language change so that we are not putting the dog on the tail. Thank you.
Try and top that, Mr. DeLacy. From the advisory board, Sean DeLacy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm not going to have as much energy as that right now, that's for sure. I think the planning board, again, did a very good job of going over the changes to the zoning bylaw. And there really is two components as we looked at it on the advisory committee. I think one of those was obviously just discussed, which was the changing the language from the 750 square feet or 40% of total square footage of your primary dwelling, whichever is greater, to essentially 900 square feet or 40% of your dwelling, whichever is less. So it does change that, and again, less is better, I guess, in this situation. More is less. And the second part that we noticed was kind of thrown into this was that there was also a component that made sure that the dwelling would have to have a similar architectural component to it. So basically all the homes that are currently there would have, or are building an accessory dwelling would have to, if it's a cape, you'd have to build it like a cape. So same architectural materials to it. And then lastly, something that I thought should be told is that all existing homes that are currently under the old amendment will be grandfathered in, so this law will not affect them at all. The advisory committee recommended approval of this motion, 8 in favor and 1 against.
Discussion from the floor. Gentleman to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dave Leahy, 2 Birch Lane. I want to express my opposition to Article 17. My main concern with the new proposal is the change to 900 square feet, which dramatically takes options away and rights away from Scituate homeowners under the current bylaws. Also, in today's world with ever-changing demographics, we're living longer, and to be able to build one of these dwellings with handicap accessibility and interior design is important. Cost of housing in Scituate is high. With children, divorced, single parents, this gives an opportunity for the family, which is very important. It also appears that possibly this proposal came about because of a few contentious situations that occurred in the town by people abusing the current bylaws, and I feel it's a shame that we all have to change for a few. Lastly, I hope this proposal will be tabled for years so that homeowners that aren't in this meeting right now and can evaluate and work on this for the coming year. Thank you.
Gentleman to my right.
My name is John McNamara, 75 Moreland Road. I'd like to point out several things under the provisions of the existing bylaw. The planning board may approve an accessory dwelling. There's no requirement to approve nor any obligation to tell an applicant why they deny an approval of an application. In order to be approved for an accessory dwelling, it doesn't require a majority. It requires 4 out of 5 votes of the planning board for a project to be, or approval of a permit to be granted. The planning board typically passes an additional conditions on every single one of these projects, 10 or 12 different requirements. They have architectural requirements, they have landscaping requirements they put on every applicant that comes in. So they do many of the things they're trying to accomplish with a change in wording. The existing bylaws originally allowed, and still do to this day, allow for up to 13 permits per year be granted, special permits under this bylaw. In 26 years, 70 residential permits have been granted. That's less than 3 per year. Of the 70 permits, 17, or about 25%, are over 900 square feet. The largest to date was 1,530 square feet. There's no data available on the ones that are smaller from the planner's office and the records she provided, but it's fair to say that if someone had an 800 square foot house, they'd be restricted now to the lesser, which means 40% of 800 is going to give them, whatever the math comes to, 320 square feet. If you have to accommodate a handicapped and an individual with a handicapped bathroom, bedroom, kitchen, and a living space, I think you'd be hard pressed to include that in 320 square feet. I lost my place, I'm sorry. The existing language presently allows for 40% of the existing gross living area of a house, or 750 square feet, whichever is lesser. And it still can be less. You still have to have the board approve it, which is a very tough and difficult hurdle to make. And if you go back, the intent of this law is to allow families to remain in their homes, accommodating elderly parents, creating affordable housing for our children and neighbors, and to supplement income to allow families to remain in their homes so that they can stay within the town. Lord knows taxes are going up and you need supplemental income on a fixed income to afford to even live in this town anymore. The present bylaw has worked for over 25 years, is extremely subjective to the whims of board members who don't even have to give a reason why they deny it. In typical permit granted has all of the conditions they want. They have the ability to put those conditions in a permit. The proposed bylaws change is unreasonable, places additional unwarranted conditions on applicants, and I endorse all to vote no. Thank you.
Gentleman to my left.
Edward Tibbetts, 28 Meeting House Lane. Just a point of clarification before I make my point. When you're saying that it's 40% of the primary dwelling, if you have an existing structure and you demise it to create a primary and accessory dwelling within the existing structure, no new construction takes place. Is it 40% of the previously existing structure prior to demising, or is it 40% of the demised primary structure, primary dwelling?
Ms. Berger.
It's 40% of the existing. In other words, if you have a 4-bedroom house, you may take 1 bedroom, another bedroom into a kitchen. Yes, it's your first.
That's not the way the planning board has been applying this law for the last X number of years. I was consulting with someone who was before the planning board, and the planning board demises the property.
I stand corrected, Mr.
Okay,
Tibbetts. It's 40%.
Of the demised structure. All right, we have a problem with this bylaw because the math just doesn't work out. Nobody is going to get a 900 square foot dwelling. If you take a 2,000 square foot existing dwelling, by the way, I don't have a problem with the bylaw if it's being addressed to adding to an existing structure an additional 40% of the structure, or 900 square feet. That works fine. But if you have an existing structure of 2,000 square feet and you demise, you try to demise it, the smallest, because it's 40%, the largest accessory dwelling you can get within that structure is 500 square feet. Because once demised, 1,250 square feet, 40% of that's 500. If you have a 3,000 square foot structure, which, as Ms. Burbine, you started to say, if you have a 4-bedroom, then you can get a 1-bedroom out of it, that's for 40%, whatever. If you take a 3,000 square foot structure, you demise it, the largest accessory dwelling you can get out of that is 857 square feet. Because demising it, you can only get down to 2,143, and 40% of that is 857.2. So we're talking about reducing the available size of these accessory dwellings. We should be increasing it. As the previous speaker just said, you can't have an accessible dwelling for an elderly parent, family member, handicapped child who lives with the parents the rest of their lives. These are the people we want to provide housing for. You can't do that in a 500 square foot dwelling.
With all due respect, this came about through a public hearing.
I understand, and
Public forum.
this is a
and-
public hearing too, with all due respect, and I have the floor, please.
Excuse me.
I'm telling this body here, who is going to vote on it tonight, that this is a flawed bylaw. I've been on the Zoning Board of Appeals for 15 years on and off. Bylaws need to be clear and understood. When I asked a question tonight, how is this going to be applied? Ms. Burbine said it was applied one way, and then she was corrected that it's applied another way. When we voted this back 20-something years ago, we wanted the size of the dwelling to be 750 square feet, or 40% of the previously existing structure that was going to be demised. That's not the way it's been applied. 750 is the biggest you can get. I understand, we don't want the tail wagging the dog, but this bylaw is taking away, it's reducing the size of reasonable accessory dwellings that are needed in this town for the elderly parents, the children who are coming back to live. We want to make housing here. That's what we were talking about with the affordable housing discussion on the 40B, which will be an interesting discussion. I'd like to propose an amendment, if I may, which would resolve the issue I have. Just to strike the words "whichever is less" after it says 40% of the total square foot of the floor area of the primary dwelling, whichever is less. So we get 900 square feet as a minimum.
You're proposing just to strike whichever is less.
Correct. Correct.
I understand Mr. Tippett's dilemma.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Thank you for your patience. I wanted to consult with town council before I made a ruling on the scope. I'm going to rule that the amendment, clarifying though it may be, is beyond the scope of the notice that the voters had. Just to explain my reasoning, what the public has notice of is 900 square feet or 40%, whichever is less, which theoretically would put a cap of 900 square feet, even though in practical terms there may be other reasons why that couldn't be achieved. By removing the phrase whichever is less, you then have a scenario where you could go over and above 900 square feet. So for that reason, it's my ruling that the public did not have notice of the possibility that an accessory unit might exceed 900 square feet. And so for that reason, I rule the amendment beyond the scope.
It has a maximum of 900 square feet or 40%.
And when you use the words whichever...
If we remove whichever is less but not greater than 400 square feet, but not greater than 900 square feet.
Well, that's another amendment. That's not the amendment that you made.
I understand.
So...
may I modify my amendment then?
Okay, let's hear it.
Strike whichever is less and replace it with but not more than 900 square feet.
it's not the same thing. That would be within the scope of the article and the notice that the public had. So the motion that's been offered, now asked for a second in a moment, is to delete the words whichever is less and insert in place thereof the words but not more than 900 square feet. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
Based on the presentation of the planning board, the surrounding towns have a accessory dwelling size of somewhere close to 800 square feet. They were proposing this 900 square feet as being a very reasonable size for an accessory dwelling. As long as it is within an existing structure, there's no change in the nature or style of the structure. If a property can be demised to create 900 square feet within it, it's completely within the confines of what the planning board has proposed here. If someone was to add a structure, add additional space to an existing structure, they would be limited to a 900 square foot addition under this bylaw, the way it's presented.
Mr. Greenbaum, I see you've been lurking back there. Are you in line on this amendment, or? Sure.
I'm commenting on something else.
Okay. Gentleman to my right.
Tony Vignani, 98, Chief Justice. What I would prefer to happen, I hate it when we make changes to something that someone's done a ton of work on the floor. I would suggest that if you don't like the way that it's written, then just don't vote for it. And let's go back to the people that have been involved in it and let them redo it. That would be my suggestion.
Ms. Burbine has not yet spoken on the amendment, and she was in line as the next speaker.
All right, just to let you know that Cohasset's maximum accessory dwelling allowed is 900 square feet. Duxbury is 850 square feet. Hingham, 900 square feet. Marshfield, 40% of the primary dwelling regardless of size. So those could get pretty big if they are attached to the house. Milton, 800 square feet. Norwell, the Zoning Board of Appeals imposes maximum floor area on a case-by-case basis. Pembroke, 40% of primary dwelling, regardless of size. One bedroom, lot contained 40,000 square feet. We are proposing 900 square feet, not bigger than 900 square feet. When you have something, granted it is difficult to put 900 square feet into a 2,000 square foot house, you're taking everything away. Generally speaking, this is an addition to a home, an addition. And when the addition becomes bigger than the main house, there have been issues. That's why we came forward with this change. Thank you.
Gentleman to the center mic.
I would like to address the first Article 17. Are we talking about that right now?
No, we're
talking about the amendment?
We're working on the amendment. Thank you. I'll wait to come back to you. Gentleman to my right.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move the question, please.
And just for the record, your name and address, please.
I'm sorry. Todd Spear, 90 Booth Hill Road.
Thank you.
Sorry.
A motion to move the question is a motion to terminate debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. It is not debatable. The motion would terminate debate only as to the question of the amendment. All those in favor of terminating debate concerning the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared unanimous. Debate on the amendment is terminated. We now come to the vote. The motion is to delete from the proposal the words whichever is less and insert in place thereof the words but not more than 900 square feet. Have I got that all right? That's right, I think. That's right. Okay, thank you. So that's what we're voting on. And if that passes, that would become the main motion. And if it fails, we go back to the article as originally presented by Ms. Burbine. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Oh, golly. Okay. I'm going to get the wax out of my ears on this one. And lots of enthusiasm on both sides. And this only takes a majority vote. So, for the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. I'm going to say that the amendment passed. Any 7 people who wish to challenge my determination may stand now. No one's standing. Okay. So, we now come to the main motion as amended. Discussion on the main motion as amended. Is that motion to terminate debate? Only terminated debate on the amendment.
Are we talking about Article 17 or are we talking about the amendment?
Well, we're now talking about Article 17 as successfully amended by this vote we just took. So, I'm going to go to, Scott, I'm going to go to you, then I'll go to the gentleman in the center.
Scott Greenbaum, 40 Damon Road. I make a motion to amend the article. In addition, or in a separate structure containing an accessory dwelling shall appear substantially in mass and scale to the primary dwelling. The visual relationship between the addition or separate structure and the existing dwelling shall be consistent and architecturally similar in terms of materials, colors, building elements, and building mass. I'd say that we strike this.
I'm going to rule that motion out of order based on my reading of this article. The public would not have had notice of the subject matter that you were including in there.
All right, I mean, what I have problems with is I'm no judge of someone's aesthetics. I don't think anybody should be a judge of any other person's aesthetics. And to ask a board to tell me what I can build and what it looks like, I don't believe in this society that's acceptable. I mean, we unfortunately have houses that we don't like what they look like, and structures that we question, but it's all in the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I don't see why we should have a bylaw that says that somebody else decides what my beauty is. So I would therefore recommend that you vote this down.
Gentleman at the center mic.
I'm addressing the original article, and I would like to, my name is Joe Joyce. I live at 39 Ocean Ave. I'm against the change in the article. The accessory dwelling bylaw is a great bylaw. It provides for our family, our parents, our children, perhaps someone who got hurt in our family. It's not used that often. For 26 years, it is a tried, tested, and a proven bylaw. Today, you could take 40% of your home, as the gentleman got up and said. If you have a 3,000 square foot home, you could do a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling. This would reduce that to 900. But this bylaw needs to have more attention paid to it. It's very confusing. Tonight we're confused. This bylaw is going to take away from most people in town. If your house is large, 3,000 square feet or 4,000, it's taking away. If your house is small, it's going to take away. If your house is 1,200, as was said tonight, you could have a 480 square foot accessory dwelling. If you have a handicapped person, very difficult to live in that. Just because you're handicapped, just because you're elderly, doesn't mean you don't have visitors, you don't have company, you don't have someone that would like to stay with you. This bylaw is very important. This bylaw requires more attention. I would like to make a motion that this bylaw is tabled and more time is spent on it and is brought back next year.
Well, a motion to table has been made. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion to table. Lady at the center mic. No. There being no one at the mics to speak to the motion to table, now that's a motion to amend the main article to tabling. It's a two-step. If you vote in favor of the motion to table, that means that the main motion then becomes, I move to table. And then we have to vote on the main motion, which would then be to table. Gosh, there's too many tables in that. But, so we'll just go ahead and see how we make out. Okay. You are voting on a motion to amend the main motion to table the article. All those in favor of amending the main motion to tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the motion to amend the main motion so that it reads to table passes. Now we come to the main motion, which has been amended to say that we're going to table discussion of this. All those in favor of tabling this article signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion to table Article 17 passes. Article 18. This table failed. Yep. No, it was amended to table, and then it was passed to table. Right. Good. Mr. Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to borrow the sum of $2 million for the purpose of repairing, reconstructing, or maintaining existing foreshore protection structures in the town, and authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow said sum.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Discussion, Mr. Ball.
Thank you. When you came into the meeting tonight, you probably were given a card that was produced by the Scituate Coastal Coalition, and I just wanted to spend just a second on that, explaining what the 4 photographs are. On the front, on the left, is a photograph of 110 Oceanside Drive that has a seawall that failed in the storm in March of 2010. The photograph on the right is the seawall that failed at the intersection of Oceanside Drive and Turner Road this past January 2015. And on the back, the photograph on the left is the seawall across from the Scituate Marine Park that is owned by the town. And the seawall on the right is a part of the seawall on Rebecca Road that protects the egress from the lighthouse. The Scituate Coastal Coalition brings you this article. Our coalition is comprised of all 10 beach associations that represent over 2,000 homes. The Scituate Assessor's Office tells us there are 7,395 homes in town. So the 2,000 homes are close to 30% of the total. The coalition covers the neighborhoods from Minot to Hummerock. Many of these neighborhoods extend back hundreds and in some cases several thousand feet from the coast. They all rely on some form of foreshore protection, including seawalls, dunes, and revetments. At last year's town meeting, we stated many foreshore protection structures were showing signs of failure. What we feared last year would happen in a future storm did happen in January. There was another seawall failure at Turner Road and Oceanside Drive. That break caused extensive and widespread flooding throughout the Sandhills neighborhood. Some people, even now, are not able to return to their home. There are cracks in the wall next to this new break, and a 150-foot section of seawall on Oceanside Drive was undermined. It won't be long before another section of that wall fails. That neighborhood is facing a catastrophe. We're talking about public seawalls, not private seawalls. These public seawalls were built with government funds. Many of them were built over 80 years ago. Keep in mind, these walls protect entire neighborhoods, not just the homes along the wall. That point is often missed in the discussion. It is sad, concerning, and alarming to see what has happened to Scituate's coastline. Last week, the Selectmen decided to form a Coastal Advisory Commission to study the long-term issues. That is all well and good, but we know what the issue is now, crumbling and failing walls. The town knows what the problems are and where they are. A study was done in 2011. The study showed that 75% of the foreshore protection in Scituate, especially seawalls, were in fair, poor, or failed condition. The selectmen say we haven't identified what should be fixed. We have. We have told them what needs to be repaired. The most urgent area now is on Oceanside Drive and Turner Road. At the selectmen's meeting last week, the DPW director told them the same thing, Oceanside Drive. The selectmen say we haven't identified possible areas of funding. Again, we have. We have suggested for 2 years in a row now, using some of the proceeds from beach stickers, some of the proceeds from the meals tax that was passed a few years ago, and selling the abandoned Minot Fire Station. The Minot Fire Station was abandoned in 1992. Earlier tonight, some funds were voted, but the reality is it's not even close to solving the problem. We shouldn't have to be here tonight doing this. For years, the town voted adequate foreshore protection funding. For example, in 1998, town meeting voted $1 million for seawall repairs. And for a little bit of historical perspective, in 1931, the state authorized spending $75,000 on Scituate seawalls. In today's money, that's over $1 million. They did that again in 1933. The costs was split between the state, the county, and the town, and major projects were completed in those years. My point is, the problem is nothing new. If there was even $1 million set aside in the capital plan going forward, we would be able to get the problem under control. Sadly, that hasn't been the case. Town Hall's priorities seem to lie elsewhere. If there's adequate funding in the capital plan, no future override would be needed either. We know that the town can't afford to do all the work by itself. It's going to take the effort and the help of the state and the federal government. But the $2 million we approved tonight will give the town enough funding to fix a couple of the worst problems. And I'd just like to add, this article is totally about trying to get some money for the town so that some future work can be done. When we approve this article and this funding tonight, it will demonstrate to the other state government agencies that we are willing to help solve the problem. As an aside, we had our Coastal Coalition members a few weeks ago contact by letter and email the governor, the lieutenant governor, the Secretary of Environmental Affairs, Representative Cantwell, Representative Bradley, Senator Hedlund, and the congressional delegation. Right now, funding is in place to rebuild the wall at what we call as the North Project, or the north end of Oceanside Drive. The required easements are now mostly in place, and the work will begin shortly. After that money is used, there's no real funding going forward. By voting yes on this article, there will be money going forward. Every voter in Scituate needs to know why this issue is important to them. This is why. The coast and the harbor are the heart and the soul of this town. It is what draws people here and keeps them here. The coast and the harbor is the town's biggest economic driver. Coastal properties send to Town Hall each year around $18 million in real estate taxes. Any drop in the value of those coastal properties will mean higher taxes for all. Each summer, our summer population increases by at least 10,000. Those 10,000 visitors come here because we are a coastal community. They have plenty of other towns to choose from if they don't find Scituate as attractive as it once was. If that happens, just imagine the impact on our local businesses. Just imagine this town financially. We are at an important juncture now. If we don't take care of the coastline now, we will fall so far behind, we will not be able to catch up. And I'd just like to add another quick point. In a discussion with our counterpart, the Marshfield Citizens Coastal Coalition, there's going to be a national conference call with the director of FEMA next week. One of the points that we'll be discussing is the fact that when a new seawall is constructed in Scituate, it will be 2 feet higher than what's there presently. And FEMA has already acknowledged that they will most likely be considering improved foreshore protection when they are going to be doing new mapping. Now, as you probably know, Scituate got its new map, so it's not going to help us in the near term, but it certainly will in the long term. So thank you for listening. We appreciate you staying here tonight, and I urge you to vote yes on the article. Thank you.
From the Board of Selectmen, Chairman Danahy.
Well, good morning, folks. I'll try to be very brief. First and foremost, I want to say it's patently unfair to characterize any town employee or town person to suggest that we have other priorities other than the seawalls. The seawalls, foreshore protection, is as equally as important as all the other issues confronting this town, whether it's sewage, water, whether it's your schools, whether it's your police, or whether it's your fire department. We have competing interests with a lot of money at hand, and we have to figure out the priorities and address them each and every year. The coastline is 20.3 miles. That includes the rivers. We have 8.5 miles of existing hardscapes, hardscapes being walls, jetties, riprap. We also have softscapes, which are your beaches, marshlands. Most of the walls in this town have been made in the early 1900s, some in the 30s, I suspect some in the 50s. Many of you remember 1978 with all the walls that were torn down and had to be replaced. And since then, there hasn't been an awful lot done with the walls. Prior to 2010, the position of the town happened to be a wait and see. They waited for this destruction to happen, asked FEMA for reimbursement, and then contribute 25%. Since the storm in 2010, the town has taken a drastic change in an approach to addressing the ever-looming problem that we have. Since 2011, the town took it upon itself to do a full inventory of every seawall in this town. In particular, after every storm, the DPW walks through with the building inspector all the walls to determine what's been destroyed, what's been impacted by it. It's necessary in order for us to determine whether that's as a result of a major storm like Nemo or Sandy or Juno, so that we can try to get reimbursement. We have right now a $52 million problem just on seawalls. And we've been able to determine that from all the visual inspections, and we've put it into the book. So now we have a great inventory of your seawalls. In 2011, this board decided to do an operational override whereby $200,000 on an annual basis in perpetuity is set aside for sea walls. $200,000 that was never allocated or appropriated prior to that. Just tonight alone, you passed on $400,000 for foreshore protection. The $200 from the operating, another $200 from capital. 2012, we had Sandy. We've requested $2.2 million from FEMA. 25% is going to have to be borne by us. Once we find out what FEMA is going to reimburse us for, then we're going to come back and ask you specifically for that amount from that storm. They could come back with less. So we're going to wait until they come back with the exact number, so we'll present it to you and say, this is the specific number, and this is what it's identified to fix. In 2013, we completed damage to the wall that actually had been impacted from 2010 storm. It took almost 3 years to do it because there were some complications in getting the wall built. Easements on the land side, not the ocean side, and rightly so. In 2013, we had Storm Nemo. We've requested $5.9 million, $6 million to replace a lot of stone revetments up and down the coastline, primarily around the cliffs. Again, we haven't gotten the funds yet. Once we know that, we're going to be coming back to you, I guarantee you, within short term, asking for 25% reimbursement just on that. But we need to know specifically what the numbers are. 2013 and 14, we've obtained grants for beach engineering, some of which came tonight with the CPC. We're going to undertake beach nourishment up in Minot. That's going to start from a rock near the beach, going all the way down to Gannett. It's a $6 million proposal. It's something that's unique. It's a grant put forward by our DPW director, Kevin Cafferty, getting the money. We've got the engineering. We just got the engineering now from money with permitting. Once we get that, then we're going to go back to the state, and we'll hopefully be the poster child for beach renourishment up in Minot. But again, that's going to be $6 million. Hopefully we'll get it from the state, but we're going to be trying to look at that through CPC funds to try to do it on an annual basis to nourish that area. And if it works, the ideal is to take that beach renourishment from Gannett all the way down to Musquashkett Pond. In 2014, we've completed riprap down at the lighthouse. You go down to the lighthouse, you're going to notice that's a $717,000 replacement that it cost. 2014, the town, that's Kevin Cafferty put in a grant on the behalf of the DPW for $4 million from the state, from the dam and the levee provision. With the help of Jim Cantwell, we were able to get $4 million. Jim actually was able to get $2 million of that as a grant. So we don't have to pay any interest, it's free money. But there's a catch. You have to have a public benefit, and you have to give an easement in perpetuity. And I'll get to that in just a second. Just recently, last week, the board has put together a Scituate Coastal Advisory Commission. This commission is the town's appointed body that recommends and advises the town on actions for the town of Scituate should take to protect the safety, the prosperity, the longevity of the coastal community, educate people about all the aspects of coastal management and proactive planning. The scope of it, though, it's for sea rise, as we all know, it's rising, sea level rise adaptation strategies, dealing with flood-proofing property, beach nourishment, armoring the coast, putting new seawalls higher up, attenuation, wave attenuation devices, WADs they're called. Land acquisition is a possibility, the concept of a long-term possible retreat from some areas. What I think is important for people to understand is there's a confusion out there. There are public walls, yes, but they are not owned by you or me because they are not town walls. There were walls built with public funds, whether from the federal government or from the state government. The problem is they're on private property. And we as a town can't go on anybody's private property without permission. It's called trespass. So if you're going to spend your private money, your public money, on private walls, we'll call them public walls, they were built with public funds, but they're on private property, you have to have a license or an easement to go on. And we want an easement because, number one, we can access it from the land side. There are a whole host of issues by accessing walls on the ocean side. It's timing. The tides come in and go out. You got to be able to make sure the machinery's out there, the time of year. You got to go out in the ocean side to do it. You can't do it in the winter because you can't pour cement. So it's much easier to access it from the land side. In order to do that, we need an easement to go behind the homes. They're on private property. Right now, we have that $4 million in jeopardy. We have already planned 4 different areas up and down Oceanside, all the way down to Turner Road. But the one with the $4 million that we have from the state is jeopardized because 3 of the people right out of the gate said they will not permit any easement on their property for the town to build these walls. That benefit them and obviously benefit other neighbors. So we've shifted the project down. Presently, Originally, there were 11 people we were seeking easements from. 3 said no, so now we're down to 8. There's presently one that's still wavering on it, and we're hopeful we're going to get her assent. But this is what complicates the whole issue. Yes, we all agree that there should be seawalls. Yes, we need to make them higher. But when you're not dealing with your town seawalls, it complicates the situation to get permission to do it. The other issue is ongoing access. The other issue that we ask about it is if there's a beach in front of it, in front of the wall, then the public should be able to have access to go to it. Now, most of these walls actually have riprap and rock in front of it, so it's not going to really deal with an awful lot of people in that regard. But there are some people, like between First and Second Cliff, if you spend your tax dollars to build a wall, shouldn't you be able to go on the beach in front of it? That's what we, including the state, have been asking people to provide us with that access. This is the public benefit. It benefits them, it benefits us. The other thing I think I want to at least address is that the town has been doing an awful lot. We've appropriated funds in the past. We've appropriated almost $8 million since 2011. We've been actively pursuing grants. And there are reserves right now. We've set aside money in a capital stabilization fund for when the FEMA comes back and says you need to spend money for your 25%. Tonight, the board is not supportive of this article, not because we don't believe in seawalls, not because we don't believe in foreshore protection. It's because it doesn't make sense for doing it tonight, and I'm going to explain why. The board voted 3-1. One of the members was away, Tony Vignani, but he would say tonight that he would have voted for us to say, no, don't support it. So it really would be a 4-1. It voted 3-1. Sorry, it's getting late. But that's what happened. So, where are you going to get the money? We just had an operating budget. You're going to take it out of the operating budget? If you do, 2/3 of it has to come from the school. We already heard tonight there's some problems with the budget with some of the teachers, so you're going to take some money away from there. You're going to go around and say to the fire department, police department, DPW, on the town side, 1/3, you're going to take it from there? I suggest no. Are you going to go to your capital plan? Are you going to go in there and say, let's spend money? Because we really didn't spend any money on our capital plan. We took it out of our enterprise funds. Or do you want an override? We just spent $100 million between the library, public safety building, and the middle school. And that's not going to hit your tax roll until your first quarter in August. So you want to add additional $2 million on top of it? If that's what you'd like, then the board will consider that. Our suggestion is to wait right now until the tax rate hits, because we actually have plans set for Oceanside Drive as well as Turner Road. The other issue I have, and I'm running on because I don't want to, it's getting late, but the other issue is what we have with the article is as such. What exactly are you going to spend the $2 million on? Where? Where on Turner Road? Where on Oceanside? There's nothing in this article that tells you where it's going to be spent. Could be public wall, could be town wall. Could be easements that we have to address or not. It doesn't address it. Second, is that enough money? It could be something we need $4 million for. The proposals on Turner Road amount to over $3,220,000. That's the one that's being proposed as a future date next year or the year after. There's another one for $3 million, another 3.2, and then there's another span for $4.4 million that we were going to come back and ask you for money for. So this is $2 million for what? We don't know where, you don't know what it's going to be used for. Is it enough? Should there be more, as I said? As such, the board doesn't believe that it's prudent to vote on it tonight and accept it. It's not to say that we don't think there should be seawalls. We understand that problem. We just think it should be more specific. As far as that goes, there are a lot of things between the committee and people can address. And the board might have to do what we did with the water, which is say, fine, we're going to take a big bite and say, you're going to say, spend $10 million, $10 million, $10 million. We did it with the water, 7, 7, and 7. We'll fix the problem in 3 years. And if that's what you folks want to do, then we'll put it up to a vote next meeting, our next annual town meeting. But we'll have the committee present. We've already got 4 different plans that we can propose to you. And if you want us to just put the money out there, fine, we will, but you've got the complications of the easements. And that's the other thing that I think is just a problem. If you take the $2 million and you pass it tonight, and we actually fund it, it's going to sit there. It's not going to get done this year. So you're going to pay interest on $2 million for a whole year until we actually spend it next year. Doesn't make prudent business sense.
Time.
Having said that, I don't want anybody to take away from here that the board or this town does not appreciate seawalls. We do. And I, in fact, live in the neighborhood where I realize the impact. Thank you.
From the advisory board, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, neighbors, for your perseverance here this evening. We're in the home stretch. I'll try to keep these comments as brief as I can. We would echo Chairman Dennehy's points with regard to the importance of seawalls to our town. It goes without saying. We obviously understand. The consternation that the advisory committee had in our vote came really in large part from the idea that at this time last year, actually in November, at a special time, we passed the authorization for the town to borrow $2 million from the state's recently established dam and seawall repair or removal fund, the legislation that Representative Cantwell was so instrumental in getting. And in doing so, had it be accompanied by $2 million of state-granted funds that would be unencumbered. The issue that's, again, in place here, and what Chairman Dennehy referenced, is this idea of the ability to obtain easements for the properties, for the walls that are on private property. It's the weakest link syndrome. If you fix a portion of wall that's on public property and it is adjacent to a wall that's on private property that has not provided an easement and ergo cannot be fixed, that's going to become the weak point in a linear span of seawall. So it was referenced by Mr. Ball, I believe, that the easements are mostly in place. Well, that's great. And I know that our new coastal resource officer, a big portion of what they're going to be working on is just this, and getting the easements. We would say, get them and come back. And then let's talk about exactly where dollars might be spent. But let's not lose out on $4 million that's in front of us today for the sake of not having the easements. It's a short-term borrow, 2% interest, short money for a 20-year term, plus the $2 million unencumbered grant from the state. So in our final calculus, the advisory committee does not recommend approval of the article with a vote of 6-3. The minority votes, and I want to speak to both sides of this, were basically of the opinion that there's a necessity to appropriate the funds regardless of the easements, just given the expectation of future need. Ultimately, that's where we are. Thank you for your time.
Chairman of the Capital Planning Committee, Mr. Capel.
Capital Planning also took a vote on this, and we unanimously are not in support of it. There's, without a lack of a clear funding mechanism and a comprehensive plan, we just couldn't appropriate another blank check for a project that may not happen.
Gentleman to my left.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Joe Burke. I live at 75 Lighthouse Road. Guarantee it's not a 3-story McMansion. What it is a 115-year-old fisherman's house. 115 years that baby survived somehow out there. And FEMA is now telling us that we have to have, and have, a much wider floodplain. Why? Because this town is in danger. So let me just start out with that. I was told by somebody that they were talking to somebody from town government. No names, you know, you make up anything you want. And their reaction to our postcard was, oh, that's scare tactics. I live on 75 Lighthouse Road. A quarter mile from my house in 1978, 2 people died, a little girl and a man. If I'm wrong on exact ages or anything else, I'm sorry. Scare tactics? My wife said to me a couple days ago, Ursula said to me, where do they think this was filmed? The moon? We should be scared, past, present, and future. And I'll tell you something, when we came before you last year, I'm going to get in trouble here, the way it is stated was you approved the $2 million. Guess what, folks? We approved it. You folks were against it. And here we are, a rather cynical me saying, deja vu all over again. You have 3 of your members disagreeing, but you're still saying to us, well, not this year because. Well, they said, the minority guys said, for future reference. If we hadn't gotten this passed last year at $2 million, would the state have given us $2 million? I don't know. But there's $4 million we've got, and you're saying to us, well, where are we going to spend it? You know what? Easements, whatever. I'll bet you could use up $4 million in legal fees getting those easements for us. You're the town government, not us. I'm naive, I'm a layperson. I was sitting in my house on whatever the storm, the big storm was, and the tide at 4 or 4:30 in the morning. And I'm sitting in the back room, lived there 17 years. And for the first time in 17 years, during that 50-year storm, I saw water coming into my house. I learned later from people maybe as ignorant as I, but maybe not, probably part of the reason was because the seawalls breached. Folks, we need your help. I needed those seawalls strengthened before my house got water in it. And I'm not, maybe I'm reading this thing, and your commentary is such that it makes me feel like, you know, and it's $4 million we have. I don't know how we activated exactly, you know, and we ask you for guidance. It also is to be reminded, what'd you say, $34 million budget this year for the town? That $2 million from us is a 2% 20-year term. That doesn't, tell me if I'm wrong, please. That does not come out of our town budget. That's something else. And what we're looking for this year is the same thing. You can spend that $4 million real quick if we get creative. We better have something for the next time around. I'm really concerned that this is, and I was here for that vote, and I'm really concerned that we're hearing the same rhetoric in different terms. Now it's easements. I've taken more than my share of time. Please help us.
Gentleman at the center mic, please.
Yeah, Greg Eaton, 110 Oceanside Drive. I'm a horror picture from the moon on the postcard. 2013, we lost about 40 feet of seawall. This past winter, I lost another 10. I'm glad that the selectmen are looking forward for long-range plan. We really need that. But right now, we know where the low water mark is, or the weak point in the chain, as expressed by the board of who recommends stuff for us. At any rate, we know where the problems are right now. And we need something that goes on so we can go and fix these things before they breach and before they decimate a neighborhood and drive down the property values. My problem, or our neighborhood problem, started in 2013. It'll be 3 years of no protection in front of my house during the winter in our neighborhood to get this fixed. We need to be able to have these things done proactively, not afterwards. And I really hope we'll all support Article 18. Thank you.
Gentleman to my right.
My name is Steve Barlow. I live at 183 Turner Road. I've lived in this house. I abut the seawall at Sand Hills Beach, which is a public beach. I'm right next to the stairs for the public access to that beach. I've had every major storm chaser in my kitchen for the past 25 years when we have a storm, and I have somewhat of a background in concrete technology, and to use some terminology, the concrete in the seawall along Minot Beach is junk. It was built in the 1930s. It was built from material that I see as coming right off the beach, sand, stone, and maybe even some of the water. But the point I'd like to make tonight is that I read in the report that in this past winter, the town has spent $1.5 million in debris cleanup along the oceanfront. I can tell you that Sand Hills lost 2 feet of sand off their beach when that water breached the seawall. And it covered Turner Road and Oceanside Road. And that sand was trucked away. But we're going to spend $6 million to put sand back on Minot Beach. That doesn't make sense. If and when we rebuild these seawalls, rebuild these seawalls, as Dave Ball said, the federal government is going to require at least 2 feet more height than what we have now. And being a resident of that area, I can tell you that if we had 2 more feet of seawall with a return for the water and a designed properly seawall with quality concrete, it will last another 100 years, and we won't be spending $1 million to haul our beaches away. In 2011, I was appointed to the Scituate Seawall Committee by Joe Norton, past chairman of the Selectmen's Committee. That membership, or that committee, was disbanded by the town just 2 weeks ago. My role with the Seawall Committee was to evaluate concrete by taking it out to testing labs at no cost and having it evaluated. And all those results came back the same, junk. The town has put Band-Aids on it, the abutters have put Band-Aids on it. The concrete is not structural. It's waiting to fail. We can do something about it. We can protect not only the homes along these neighborhoods and the seawall, but also inland, because we've never seen water like we have this past winter. And I will agree that sea levels are rising and our seawalls are crumbling, and we need to do something. Part of my role with the Seawall Committee was to get these easements from people along Sand Hills Beach. It was easy. It's a public beach. They're public seawalls. 10, 12 houses right in a row. Come take our decks down. We'll allow you access to our property. Do what you need to do. Haven't seen, heard, any projects coming up in that area, but it is definitely well needed. So to get the other speakers up, I do ask that you vote yes on this. It's $2 million. It's not the cure-all, but it's going to help the situation, and we need to continue this to protect our town. Thank you.
Lady at the center, Mike.
Ruth Wagner, 45 Rebecca Road. Selectman Dennehy told us that one of the Board of Selectmen in their vote did support this article. And we know that 3 individuals on the advisory committee also supported the article. I'd like to hear in more detail from those individuals their reasons for the support.
Well, it'll be up to the individuals as to whether they wish to speak, and I see Selectman O'Toole standing, so.
Well, as Chairman Denny said, each year annually we've been exhausted. $200,000 from operating, $200,000 from capital towards the seawalls. My feeling is that we need to get a comprehensive plan in place and accelerate the repairs or replacements of the seawalls. So.
The seawalls do provide a much-needed protection for the town infrastructure from the effects of sea water during coastal storms. And while $2 million is a significant amount of money, the condition of many of these seawalls are in rough shape and require much more money than that. They require maintenance and frequent inspection in order to ensure they provide the protection that they intended to. So it's a recommendation of the minority votes that the plan also be established in order to project how and when compromised sections of the seawalls will be addressed. That's the one point I think was missing, but we are in favor of strengthening the walls, but we don't know where the money's going to go, how it's going to be fixed, and the easements are in place. So there's definitely work to be done, but there are people who are supportive of that effort.
Gentleman to my right.
Fred Dorr, 37 Indian Trail. The town of Scituate has had a long history of taking care and protecting its shoreline. Back in the old days, as an example, if there was a problem with the seawalls, the town fathers would send out word sort of as a call to arms. We need some men with shovels, pickaxes, and rakes, and 3 men with a team of horses and wagons to build a seawall along the sand hills. Workers came from all parts of the town and did the work. The damage caused by the storms Nemo and Sandy, I understand the town's in line to receive some federal funds. I understand also that that money can only be used to repair just the damage caused by those storms. It seems to me that the town should step up and contribute certain funds to make repairs and maintenance to the seawalls and associated structures that were not damaged by those storms, but have deteriorated since that time, in part due to old age and bad concrete. These items not only pertain to seawalls per se, but to beach access and beach safety structures as well, like the unsafe enclosed stairs at North Scituate Beach, the crumbling parking lot at Egypt Beach, the unsafe and, according to some, unrepairable ramp at the end of Gannett Road. Please, the $2 million asked for in this article is needed to protect our shoreline, some of the town's infrastructure such as roads, sewer, water, gas lines, sewerage and drainage pumps. In addition to repairing deteriorating seawalls, we must provide safe access to several major tourist attractions, namely the beaches. We've done it in the past. We can do it in the present for the future. Thank you.
Gentleman to my left.
Yeah, my name's Bill Montanari. I live on 143 Jericho. And I don't live on a seawall. As a matter of fact, I'm about a quarter of a mile from where that seawall breached. But after it breached, I got about 5.5, 6 feet of water in my cellar. And people even farther away from the breach, that family was out of their house for over a month. And the storm that we had in January was nowhere near the no-name storm. And I think I got more water than I did in the no-name storm. You know, so that was only a 20-foot breach that happened. Imagine if we have a big breach. We're going to get water in the town of Scituate like you've never seen before. And I'm up watching every flood that comes in, any high tide, anything. And I've never seen water come down the street like it does when the seawall breaks. So I hope people support this article, and because we got to do something. Just take a ride down the shorelines and you'll notice, or walk the beaches, and you won't believe the seawalls, because I've done it. Thank you.
Lady at the center mic.
Hi, Peggy Dinger, 75 Rebecca Road. I've been a Scituate resident for 30 years. I've been a realtor in Scituate for 13 years. I've been bringing dozens of families settling in Scituate, and they all come for one reason, resonating that they want to be near the water. My husband's family had a beach house in Scituate for most of his life, and we used to come and visit Scituate before we lived here for many years when our kids were really little. And this town drew us in, and this is my American dream house to be where I am in Scituate at Cedar Point. The past 5 or 6 years, I've noticed that the waterfront areas have just continually deteriorated from all the storms and just layers on top of layers of destruction of the seawalls. It's just been a drastic change down there, and it's invited all the newscasters that are searching for impending disasters so that they can show highlights on the news. We're all a part of that. But this has caused, I would say personally as a realtor, a marked lowering of people's resale values. It's much harder to sell a house near the water. They get a lot less. I'm noticing assessed values going down in that area, and they should, but I mean, that's the way it's going to be, because those tax dollars are going to get spread out to the West End and everywhere else. Because if our assessed values go down because you can't sell a house near the water, then the rest of the town will be picking up the slack. And about 25%, it's actually 29%, but I'm going to say 25% of the town is in the flood-prone areas, and those are your tax dollars, and so be careful what you decide to do with those homes. I just want to say, please don't allow our most valuable natural resource, the waterfront areas, to be put in peril. Please vote yes for Article 18.
Gentleman to my left.
Hi, I'm William Hoover. I live on 34 Lighthouse Road. And a couple of things I wanted to say is that it looks as though the board is going to take a wait-and-see approach yet again. And we've already seen what the wait-and-see approach accomplishes. It doesn't accomplish anything but more disaster. 2 quick points I want to make. One, my daughter says, "Daddy, you know where you can tell someone's priorities are?" And I said, "What is that, honey?" She says, "Where they put their money." And if we look at how much money we have set aside over the last 70 years, year by year, as a rainy day fund for the seawalls, where is our priority as a town? And you're sitting there representing us, trying to say that you're doing what's best for us by taking a wait-and-see approach. I don't think that that's true. Last point I make is I'm a professor. I teach at a university and a college. I would never give a student an opportunity if they sat back and said, "I'm not going to do my homework until you tell me if I'm going to get an extension or I'm going to get a bonus for completing it." I would make sure that they put forth good effort first so that I can see that they cared about where they lived and what they were going to do with their money first. Thank you.
Gentleman to my left.
Bob DiLorenzo, 26 Hickory Lane. I do not live on a seawall. What I heard tonight, though, is unanimous support for certainly doing something about it. There are a few disconnects, though, that I need some clarification on, and I do have a question concerning a comment that was made earlier this evening. The governor's requested money from the federal government to help with storm. Can I assume that we have made our needs known as part of that request?
Chairman Danahy to answer the question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that could be some help. The parts that concern me are the disconnects. I hear that we don't have a plan, but then there's been some pretty specific instances to what the plan is, where the damage is most severe, what areas need to be fixed first. So I'm a little bit confused about, do we have a plan or not? I thought we did, and I think we do. Secondly, a gentleman spoke very eloquently from Turner Road that he had no problem getting easements, but apparently we're at risk of losing $4 million of state money because we can't get easements. And that would be a shame, because I assume that if we're going to lose $4 million of state money, then any money that we've requested from the federal government as a result of this winter would likely be lost as well if it doesn't seem that we can get people to give us access to fix the walls. Because I assume that you're not going to fix part of a wall and then jump over it because you can't get an easement and then continue on. As we heard earlier, structurally, that becomes the weak point. So just my point of view, we definitely have to do something about this, regardless of where you live. This is our town. We have friends and neighbors and family who are affected by this. But right now, there are a little bit too many disconnects for me to understand, to stand here and say, let's throw $2 million more against the problem. Thank you.
Lady to my right.
Nancy Dobbin, 26 Clap Road, and I move the question.
Motion to move the question is a motion to terminate debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. All those in favor of terminating debate on this, on Article 18, signify by saying aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared a 2/3 vote. We now come to the vote on the motion, which I will reread. Motion by Mr. Ball, move that the town vote to borrow the sum of $2 million for the purpose of repairing, reconstructing, or maintaining existing foreshore protection structures in the town, and authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow said sum. Borrowing requires a 2/3 vote of approval by town meeting. I will try for a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion made by Mr. Ball signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Tellers, please take your places. You can boo all you want, but we're going to get it right. Thanks, Cass. Thank you. All those in favor of Mr. Ball's motion, please raise your voting cards. Quiet, please. Right rear bleacher. Could you say that again, please? 7? 7, thank you.
7-0.
7-0. All right, look, if you're not a teller, be quiet, please. Right front bleacher.
23.
23. Right rear floor.
28-8.
2-8, thank you. Right center floor.
1-6.
1-6. Right front floor, including the advisory committee and school committee. 8. Left rear bleacher.
31. 3-1.
3-1, thank you. Left front bleacher. 2. 2. Left rear floor.
25. 2-5.
2-5, thank you. Left center floor.
21. 2-1.
2-1. Left front floor includes selectmen and registrars.
4.
All right, thank you. All those opposed, kindly raise your voting cards. So they have to be. That's right. If it were just a majority vote, I would declare. It's basically, if the no, you take 2 times no, and if the yes is more than 2 times no. All right, well said. Sorry. Right rear bleacher.
0-5.
5. Right front bleacher.
3.
3. Right rear floor.
3.
3. Right center floor.
6.
6. Right floor includes advisory committee and school committee. 1-6. Left rear bleacher.
4.
4. Left front bleacher.
5.
5. Left rear floor.
4.
4. Left center floor.
8.
8. Left front floor includes selectmen and registrars.
12. 1-2.
1-2. All set. The motion required a 2/3 majority to pass. It passes by a vote of 228 in favor and 66 against. Article 19. What purpose do you rise?
Resolution.
Before you offer a resolution, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 13 of the town meeting rules, which requires a printed copy for each member if the resolution exceeds 50 words. I should say if it is over 10 words. How long is your resolution?
About 70 words.
Do you have a copy for each member present?
No, I don't, sir.
Rule 14 of the town meeting rules states when justice or order requires, the moderator may make exceptions to these rules in his or her discretion as is deemed appropriate under the circumstances. To what does your resolution pertain?
I would ask the town to act on this last vote. I have submitted a copy to Ms. Curran earlier in the day.
I will waive the portion of Rule 13 that requires a printed copy for each member. I will not waive the portion that forbids debate. So I will allow the resolution. I will not allow debate under the town meeting rules. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, my name is William Graham. I live at 14 Tilden Ave. I would like to offer a resolution. Be it resolved that the will and intent of the voters of this meeting is for the funds in Article 18 to be used for repairs or maintenance or reconstruction of existing public seawalls, and that these funds are not to be used to pay for any loans relating to previous seawall work.
Is there a second? By rule, there is no debate on the resolution. The resolution is non-binding. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The resolution passes. Article 19. Mr. Cole, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move to amend zoning bylaw at Section 490, Planned Development District, subsection 490.3, uses permissible by special permit, paragraph B, by deleting the language shown with strikeouts and adding the language in bold type as set forth in detail in the handout document distributed to this annual town meeting.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded by Mr. Vignani. Discussion, Mr. Cole, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will be brief. The hour is obviously late. I'm here speaking on behalf, my name is Frank Colpoys. I'm a resident of the town of Scituate.
Hold on 1 second, Frank. If you're going to leave, please leave quietly. Thank you. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the citizen petitioners of this article for the town meeting, and they're the owners of the condominiums at Scituate Country Club. This is a 36-unit condominium complex which is located on the Driftway on the opposite side of the road from Scituate Country Club as you're coming into the Third Cliff area. This condominium complex is not connected with Scituate Country Club in any manner other than the name. It's owned by the 36 unit owners who are there, living there, and they are the ones bringing this forward tonight. By background, this condo complex was built in the late 1980s. It's located in Sub-District B, and that the zoning bylaws as they exist currently allows a maximum of 40 units in Sub-District B. 36 units were built at the condos at Scituate Country Club, and 4 units were built down between Kent Street and New Kent Street. You can kind of see it as you go by Widow's Walk on that area of Kent Street. The condominiums at Scituate Country Club are looking for a change in the bylaws to develop 8 additional units within their condominium complex, and we need the zoning change to make it happen. It's important to note that if town meeting passes this tonight, it doesn't mean it happens automatically. We have to go before the boards and get a special permit. All of the issues concerning abutters' rights, dimensional compliance, wetlands issues, those are all going to be vetted out in the permitting process. So by voting this tonight, it's not an automatic. It just allows the condominium complex to petition the town to build up to 8 additional units there. We look at this as a win-win for the town and the condominium complex. It's going to greatly assist the condominiums in doing maintenance that is needed at this point in time without the having to do an assessment on their owners. Painting, siding, lights, sidewalk, roadway, etc. needs to be done there. And by the condominium developing these 8 additional units, it's certainly going to help that. But it's also very much a win for the town. This type of housing is desperately needed in this town.
there are many, many residents there who are looking to downsize, and they buy these condominium units. They sell very quickly. People are desperate for this type of housing, and these 8 additional units are going to help the town housing stock and the tax base with extremely minimal impact on the town. There is 1 child in the 36 units currently in the Scituate Public Schools. All the maintenance and everything in there is done completely by the owners of the condominium complex. Private roadways, 1 child in the town, so it's extremely minimal, and if these 8 extra units are allowed to be developed, it's going to produce a minimum of $50,000 in tax revenue to the town. And we certainly know from tonight we need tax revenue desperately for this type of low-impact housing. We've gone before the boards, the planning board, and you'll hear from them, and the selectmen and the advisory committee all unanimously voted in favor of this. We asked town meeting to please make this change to the bylaw. These are not developers. These are your fellow taxpayers in Scituate, the condominium owners, looking to develop these 8 additional units after they go through the complete vetting process of the town boards. And so we ask for your support of this article.
May I have the report of the planning board? Mr. Limbacher for the planning board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is the planning board report to town meeting for Article 19. The planning board hereby reports that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, a public hearing was held on this article on February 12, 2015, at which time the public hearing was closed and the board voted unanimously to make a positive recommendation that the changes in the Planned Development District uses be approved as written in the annual town meeting warrant. No abutters were present at nor provided written input to the public hearing. The proponents also indicated that they would meet with the abutters prior to town meeting. They reported to the planning board that there were no opposition to the zoning change. Based on the absence of disagreement, the addition of 8 condominium units appears to have little impact on the neighborhood. The zoning change is needed to allow application for improvements to the Scituate Country Club development, which would not otherwise be possible. The planning board supports this article.
For the Board of Selectmen, Ms. Curran.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Board of Selectmen also supports this article before you. The petitioner came before the Board of Selectmen, and this zoning bylaw change is with respect to just one specific planned development, which has been referenced as the condos across from the Scituate Country Club. We asked whether or not there was any butter objection at the time that we were presented. None was presented to us either. The Board of Selectmen fully support this zoning bylaw change.
For the advisory board, Mr. Sandin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As everyone's mentioned here, I think we've pretty much covered the article in its entirety. The advisory committee thought this was a wonderful idea, allowing the owners here of this complex here on the third cliff, which was originally slated for 40. They've got 36. They're going to build another 8 units. It'll help improve the complex and use the revenues to refurbish the units, and they'll still, as Attorney Colpoys was mentioning, they'll still follow the regular special permitting process and comply with all the other requirements necessary. The advisory committee unanimously supported the article 9-0. Thank you.
Discussion from the floor. Lady to my right.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I'm in a butter. My name is Joanne Bianchini. I live at 122 Gilson Road in Scituate. I'm requesting that my fiancé speak for me. He's not a resident, but he does own the house, and he's in a butter also.
I'll assume the consent of the meeting unless I hear an objection. Go ahead, sir, if you could just identify yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Darty, 122 Gilson Road. As my fiancé said, our backyard directly abuts the condo association property. Let's be frank about this. This is a simple case of a small group of people attempting to change the zoning for their own financial benefit. It's as simple as that. An action that will have an impact on a great number of people but more importantly, an act that will change the nature of the neighborhood and have a negative impact on our natural resources. The people who drafted the subsection B zoning law knew what they were doing, and we shouldn't change it. 5 years ago, when Joanne and I were looking to buy our home, the ruling point that made us buy was that we were convinced that the current zoning prevented any more building on the condominium property. And now we run the risk of losing that protection because of the whim of a small group that wants to change that because they have not properly funded the reserve funds and don't want to make a special assessment. What good is zoning if it can be changed for the benefit of a few? But a more important issue here is they intend to build these 8 condominium units where they want to build them. They want to do this on the current open space area that is both a watershed protection area that feeds a town well, an area that is in most part wetlands. We need to hold the current zoning and protect these precious natural resources and eliminate a long, protracted fight with the Conservation Commission and all those other agencies that are there to protect these resources. The rear area of our property, like my 2 neighbors, is a wetlands and abuts the condo association property. My neighbor's property has already been documented by Ecotech Incorporated, their environmental scientists, and classified it as a bordering vegetated wetlands and a submittal to the Department of Environmental Protection. And I know that these wetlands continue onto the open space area that the condo association wishes to build on should this zoning change be made after they get permitting, of course, with their definitive plans. I know this because my career as a professional registered land surveyor, part of my duties were to flag and delineate wetland areas. Just a few days ago, I walked the area and found a stream, wetlands, and what appeared to be vernal pools. I don't think we should give anybody the opportunity to attempt to build on an area that is currently being protected as open space. In the first paragraph of the Planned Development District labeled Purpose, the following statement is found, quote, "The efficient use of land while protecting natural resources such as wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, and native vegetation," unquote. All of those exist in that open space area that they will have to develop if they intend to build and if they get this passed. Please don't let that happen. Usually, the condominium association does not have enough money in the reserve funds for scheduled maintenance, as they're talking about, sidewall roofing. Due to poor planning, unfunded reserve fundings, they make a special assessment.
30 seconds.
Rather than ask the town for a zoning change. That's the right way to do it. Please vote against this article. Don't bail them out financially at the sacrifice to the neighbors and the environment. Thank you very much.
Lady to my left.
My name is Sally Langendorfer. I live at 126 Gilson Road, and I am an abutter to the condominiums at the Scituate Country Club. I have also lived at this address for 33 years. That is before the condos were developed. When the condos were executed, a lot of planning went into place to keep the environment, natural inhabitants, and species of this area, which is considered wetlands, intact. I do not feel that the same consideration is happening now with the new proposed 8 units on this same area. My property in the early 90s was granted special permission by the town to connect to the Scituate Country Club sewer main. I have a permanent easement onto that property, which involves the site for the units. I know how much we had to do when installing the sewer line to keep the wetlands intact. We used bales of hay, silk fences, covered the pipe, and had to restore the wetlands and not disturb the area ever again. Now, because the condominium association wants to defray high condominium fees, they want to take one of the remaining natural environments on Third Cliff and develop it. 8 more units, 6 people per unit. How much more property, people, and traffic can we cram onto Third Cliff? How can we allow building on wetlands, more Third Cliff plant life and animals go into development? Is the condo association planning on creating new wetlands in that area after building? Because wouldn't that be cost prohibitive and defeat the whole purpose of defraying their costs? Thank you.
Lady to my left.
Hi, I'm Ellen Casper. I live at 120 Gilson Road, which is my family home since 1973. I'm an abutter of the proposed building on 40 Driftway. I did not receive the certified letter sent February 21st notifying neighbors of the informational meeting held March 12th. I did request and receive a copy of the letter and a small map on March 20th, but there was no other info provided. I watched the video of the planning board meeting from February 12th, where this zoning change was given approval to move forward. The condo reps, along with their lawyer, were evasive about condo owners' support of the project, stated that only 2 homes abut the property, that there were no conservation problems, and that they would let the planning board know about the abutters' feelings after the March 12th meeting with them. I don't believe the planning board was ever provided with that info. My understanding is that this building is to generate revenue for repairs to existing condos. That is what condo association fees are for. There was commentary during this meeting about how beautiful the new campus will be. Beautiful to who? There was also commentary from several planning board members that they drove by the area. It looked nice, and it looked as if a building should have been built there. Is that how our planning happens? 30 years ago, there were many hours of careful planning that went into this project. There were neighbors who were very involved. Today, I can tell you that there are wetlands involved, there are conservation issues, there are more than 2 abutters' homes involved, there are neighbors who prefer wildlife and trees to a beautiful campus, there are hardworking, tax-paying residents who manage their finances so they can maintain their own homes, and there are people, not just in this neighborhood, who are against spot zoning and want this zoning to remain unchanged. Thanks.
Gentleman to my left.
Thank you. My name's Stephen Werther. I live at 120 Gilson. I wasn't living here 30 years ago, but I was speaking with someone today who was. And it's important to let you know that 30 years ago, when the town was carefully monitored the process of building this, they wanted to be sure that it conformed to PDD as designed by the planning board, and that setbacks and open space would be maintained in perpetuity. Thank you.
Gentleman at the center mic.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Kerwin, 114 Gilson Road. I am in a butter, although with this project as planned, it's not something that I would be able to see, but nevertheless I'm here in support of my neighbors. I disagree strongly with the statement that was made earlier that this is just the first step. This is just to get us to let the projects go forward. It's still going to go to Conservation Committee. It's still going to go to the Zoning Board or whatever. I mean, it's kind of like when you have a fire on the kitchen stove. I mean, you're going to let it burn and let it go until the whole kitchen's on fire, or you're going to put a lid on it and stop it because it's wrong. Right now, this is a proposed amendment to a special permit, which is not an improvement that's going to benefit the community. It's not anything that's going to benefit a public school or a library. This is solely to benefit the owners of these condominiums, to make improvements on their property. And I've been a condominium owner. I've been on a condominium board. In fact, I got involved with the board because they were overspending, they were mismanaging their money. You have to plan. You're an owner of a condominium, you belong to a condo association, you can get on the board of trustees, you have to plan, you have to budget, sometimes you have to do special assessments. Okay? You can't rely on changing zoning laws in order to raise more revenue to help run the condo association. It's wrong. I would point out that no notice was given to the abutters at the planning board meeting. We were given registered letters to attend a meeting up at Scituate Country Club. We were all surprised to learn that they had gone before the planning board. And that's why there was no opposition at the planning board, because there was no notice to the abutters. And that's also wrong. In addition to this, they've lined up builders, they've got plans, but those plans did not include any mitigation for the property owners who are affected most, that abut the property. And I'm talking about berms or planting. There was none of that. It was all, we'll make that up as we go along. The whole focus here has been on getting approval, getting it moving forward. They've got everyone on board. It's wrong. Put a lid on it now and vote no. Thank you.
Gentleman at the center mic.
Anthony Jones, 128 Gilson Road. I stand in opposition to Article 19, and I'd just like to make a couple of points. First of all, nobody has brought up the fact, to my understanding, at the planning board or anywhere else, that within a quarter of a mile downstream of this project is a water department pumping station. I just want to raise that point to people because nobody's heard this before. And personally, I don't think that I need to paint a big picture of what would happen if there were contaminated waters as a result of this construction or thereafter. One point. The second is that I'm really struck by the irony of the condo association building these units in order to get money to reshingle and to repave. This is a condo association, which should be able, as the previous speaker said, raise their own money to do this. Would a single-family homeowner be allowed to change the zoning bylaws to build another unit on their property so that they could reshingle their house, so that they could repave their driveway? I don't think so. And I really think that this is wrong. Lastly, I would make a comment to the planning board that for the chairman of the planning board to stand up in front of the of town meeting and embarrass himself by saying that there's no opposition to this article is a simple result of not having sent the abutters any notice of the meeting. And I think that was poorly done, and I would hope that they can change that in the future. Thank you. I hope you vote against it.
Lady at the center mic.
Elizabeth Jones, 128 Gilson Road. I obviously live in the same house as the gentleman before. Most people have said everything that I want to say. There was just one thing, little point. Scituate is a small town, and it's made all the more delightful, I think, by the pockets of green space that are dotted around the town. These green spaces contribute to water purity. They provide breeding places for birds and butterflies that are not available in the manicured areas of townhouses or some homes. They greatly contribute to air quality also. The original zoning for the golf course condos considered condo needs and the abutting homeowners. Upping the density by a good 20% will change this pleasant environment both for the condo owners and for all those who abut the property. I know we're few, but it will also, I think, set a precedent that you can improve your own property finances by changing a really quite a good zoning law. They knew what they were doing in 1980 when they said they could only build 40 houses. So I sincerely hope you will bear that in mind if you are next to a small spot of green space, that perhaps you rather enjoy the quiet and the contentment that that gives, and vote against this zoning change. Thank you.
Gentleman to my left.
My name's Richard Bohenek. I live at 40 Driftway in the condos. Some of the accusations that have been made are very bothering to me, quite frankly. I think we have our expenses and our budget under control. In fact, probably rated as one of the best in the state. And to hear that we're doing this for our own benefit doesn't matter. I mean, it's a matter of us being able to share the responsibility of the unit owners amongst everyone. And we're not going and trying to deface all of the natural land or the wetlands. If you look at all the town papers and everywhere else, it's not identified as a wetland. But as Frank indicated, our main intent is to do everything according to the bylaws of the city. And as we all know what the process is, the first process is you don't go through all the other things if you can't get the approval to build 8 more units. And for the benefit of somebody here, we're not going to have 6 people per unit. On average, there's 2 people per each unit. So there aren't going to be 48 people. There's going to be at most, 14 people. So, as far as I know right now, we're still, if you look at our population in our area, that's sort of what we have. We have 2 to 3 people average, 2 people for the most part. And, I think that some of these points that are being taken by just the residents on Gilson, saying it doesn't affect the town, they're really looking for their benefit and blaming us for looking for our benefit. What we're trying to do is to find another way to finance it. I'm not saying that we have bad budgets, but you look at it and you say, you know what, there's a number of different ways to approach things, and also to figure out how do you manage your resources and how do you manage the properties that you have. And if in either case, if somebody wanted to build another building on their property, I don't know how you could build it to get a profit from it, because you can't. But in this particular situation, if in fact we can get through all of the zoning requirements in the town, I think it's a benefit to the town, and this additional tax, it's not drawing on anything. We have our own garbage removal, our own snow removal, our own maintenance. And we think it's a win-win for the town and for the community in the town. Thank you.
Gentleman to the right.
Driftway. Dick essentially covered all the points I was going to. Just one addition is the fact that he mentioned that the one young lady said that, believe me, they're all young to me now, is that 8 units times 6 people. We probably average less than 2 per unit now. And one other point is that we're not allowed to rent our units. So a good part of the year, up to half the units are vacant. People go south in the winter. My wife and I go north in the summer. So there's very, very little extra taxing of the town's resources because of our condominium. And again, I take umbrage at the whole budgeting issue, because I know people who would kiss us on the lips to buy a place there because we are owner managed, and the fact that we do such a good job. That's all I have to say.
Gentleman to my right.
Rich Travers, 57 Old Oaken Bucket Road. I'd like to move the question.
Motion to move the question is a motion to terminate debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. All those in favor of terminating debate on this article signify by saying aye. All those opposed? So voted and declared a 2/3 vote. We now come to vote on the main motion. Because this is a change in the zoning bylaws, or proposed change, it requires a 2/3 vote. I will attempt a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented by Mr. Colpoy signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? I declare that the motion fails to attain the necessary 2/3 vote. If any 7 people wish to challenge my determination, they may stand now. I see 7 people. Whether you're standing to leave or not, you're standing. Would the tellers please take their places? All right. Okay. I'll try not to bash it this time. If we could have quiet, please. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your voting cards. Get it again. Okay, we all set? Right rear bleacher?
19.
1-9. Right front bleacher?
7.
7. Right rear floor?
1-0.
1-0. Right center floor?
9.
9. Right front floor, including advisory committee and school committee? 18. Left rear bleacher?
3.
Left front bleacher?
3.
Left rear floor?
0.
Left center floor?
6.
Left front floor includes selectmen and registrars.
11. 1-1.
Thank you. Would everyone opposed please raise your voting cards? Right rear bleacher?
13.
1-3. Right front bleacher?
2.
Right rear floor?
1-0.
Right center floor?
3.
Right front floor, including advisory committee and school committee? Left rear bleacher?
18. 1-8.
1-8. Left front bleacher?
1.
Left rear floor?
22. 2-2.
Left center floor?
12, 1-2.
1-2, thank you. Left front floor includes selectmen and registrars?
0.
0. Passage of a zoning bylaw requires a 2/3 approval of the motion. The motion fails by a vote of 86 in favor and 85 against. I'll accept a motion to adjourn. It's been moved, seconded. Thank you for staying so late. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.